When her words hit him, the power in her question, what she offered so freely and with so little ceremony the others had surely missed it, stunned him. His next words would likely be critical, and he had no clue what they should be. He wished he had rehearsed a response to universal, open-ended offers from omnipotent beings.
"Do you really see everything?"
he asked. The Queen responded with a silent gaze, not hostile but drawn out, and its duration troublesome. Had he misread a boundary to unfortunate effect?
"Doctor,"
she said, still looking at Harrison,
"your patient looks as though he may be ready for that nap."
Alec's eyelids alternated between drifting down and snapping up. Jeanette gave a professional nod.
"Yes, milady." "In the outer chamber, you will find some splendid couches, any of which should suit his needs elegantly."
Jeanette nodded again, still propping Alec up, and started to steer him back the way they had come.
"Thank you, milady." "Professor, get the door for them, will you?"
said the Queen.
Hadley jumped. "Yes, ma'am. Yes, milady."
He perspired in a room with a perfect climate. Jake had suffered an adverse physical reaction to this environment, and now Hadley appeared to be going through the same thing. With luck, they would at least make it outside before Hadley threw up. Harrison was not at all curious how the Queen would react to someone vomiting in her audience chamber.
"Take the children with you," said the Queen. "They must surely be bored by now. My attendants will see to their entertainment."
"Yes, my lady," said Jeanette with a hint of suspicion.
"They will not be taken from your sight," said the Queen.
Jeanette gestured for Claudia and Jake to follow her. They both appeared disoriented and eager to go anywhere but where they were.
"And, Doctor," said the Queen in a deliberate tone. Jeanette looked back, on guard. "See to it that none of you eats anything."
"Yes, milady," said Jeanette. "Thank you, milady." 5 humans walked the path of pansies back to the elaborate, living door. April started to follow them, then stopped. She had not been included in the list of people being removed from the room unless Titania thought of her as a child. She could go out and safeguard Jake and Claudia, but she did not dare offend the Queen by leaving without being formally dismissed. She caught Glimmer's eye, pointed to her chest, and lifted her shoulders. Glimmer shrugged back without subtlety. April looked behind her. The others had made it to the door.
"Abril,"
said Titania. April turned around with a start. The Queen offered her a warm smile.
"Relax. If you'd done anything wrong, you'd know it by now. Do you wish to step out?"
"No, my lady," said April. The ivy at the door wove itself back into a curtain, blocking the rest of the party from Harrison's view. Only he, Glimmer, and April remained in the presence of the Queen.
"Harrison."
Titania looked upon him with a mother's eyes.
"Ask me again."
"Do you really see everything?"
"No, I do not."
Her reason for dismissing the others fell neatly into place, and yet her reason for keeping him here, for allowing the question in the first place, still eluded him. No doubt she saw Harrison as Alec's lieutenant. As soon as he thought it, however, the word stung him, and his vanity poked him with the finger of shame. Captain, indeed. Wake up, Harrison. Get back to your station. During the fraction of a second it took him to wallow in self-doubt, the full nature of her words registered.
"You're not referring to yourself in the plural."
She made a dismissive gesture.
"Pretentious twaddle. That was a show for the little ones."
She stepped off the throne platform, her wings unfurled, segmented, with no 2 sections the same color, like a soft, asymmetrical stained glass window. Looking ever so slightly upward, she focused on his eyes.
"We have no room for that, I think, you and I."
Harrison's palms started sweating. The Queen frowned.
"Will you please relax? You're all so tense."
Glimmer giggled.
I missed you.
"Likewise,"
said the Queen. Glimmer's glow increased dramatically. Titania returned her gaze to Harrison.
"I see a lot. Most things. Not everything."
Harrison gulped.
"The slave remark was a jest,"
she said.
"Oh, I won't be seducing you today,"
she added. Ah! He tried to make his relief evident, but not too evident.
"You have questions,"
she said.
Do you know what we're going to try to do?
"Yes. You plan to set off what you call a counterbomb in New York City to reverse the static mayhem effect your world has suffered."
Hearing her say it out loud, when she had not been part of their planning, somehow made it less insane.
Is it possible? Can it work?
She thought before she answered.
"No."
He hung his head.
Tell me what happened.
She closed her eyes and bowed her head.
"Sit. This will take some time."
Furniture grew out of the floor beside them in the form of a bench and a chair, both smaller-scale versions of the thrones. Glimmer immediately lighted on one arm of the bench, and April sat next to her. Harrison sat on the bench as well, leaving the single seat for the Queen. Titania walked toward the chair without sitting, then turned and walked away from it. She paced twice more before sitting.
"Last year, only a few weeks before the summer solstice,"
she began,
"on an island on a river, there lived a man. This man was quite an ordinary sort of man. He lived alone. He was a good neighbor. He held an honest job for most of his life, although by the time this tale begins, he had grown too old to work any more. He was a kind man, but a sad man, and although he never talked about his sadness, it was his one driving force. He lost someone long ago. Who it was, or how the loss occurred, we will never know, save for one overwhelming detail. Whoever he lost, that person was taken from him by a weapon, a machine of some kind. A gun, perhaps, or some kind of explosive. Something built by man. An abuse, in his eyes, of human ingenuity. This man lived out his life in the shadow of his sadness, and over time, in the secret place in his mind, he began constructing a fantasy. His fantasy was a world like his own in many ways, but unlike it in one very important particular. The chemicals and the manufacturing processes required to make modern weapons had never been developed, nor even been discovered. Guns, bombs, missiles, things of this sort did not exist. They were impossible. He carried this fantasy with him, and over time it developed in greater detail. Technology, and science in general, were supplanted in this new world by magic. Problems were solved not by invention or discovery, but by spells and charms. He would go to this world at every opportunity. At first, he would only go there when he was alone, or at the end of a long day. Eventually, though, the day came when he set aside his work and began living out his life in restful solitude. On that day, he entered his meticulously constructed world with no plans to emerge. He was entitled to this retirement. He knew his world was imaginary, but the real world had no more pressing need of his time, and so they parted amicably. Then the voice came. At first he thought he had created the voice on purpose, as part of his fantasy. But it came even when he forbade it to come, and then he knew he could not control it. He reasoned he had an illness, and he wanted to seek a cure. The voice told him the only people who could cure him would do so by taking away his private world. He could not bear that, so he bore the voice instead. Then the voice told him he could replace the real world with his fantasy world. The voice told him how to do so. Titania paused. She looked off into space as she told her story, and now brought her eyes back to Harrison's. You probably already understand the voice was a being of pure, manifest evil, goading the man into furthering its own agenda.
Rope him,
whispered Harrison. Glimmer hugged herself. Titania nodded. That is one of its names. It has others, but that will serve as well as any. This fantasy world, said April, was it your world? Titania curled her lips into a melancholy smile. A shrewd insight, Abril. Yes, it was, after a fashion. Harrison looked at Glimmer, who looked at the Queen.
Are you saying the old guy somehow made you up?
Titania shook her head. Quite the opposite. He found us. Some people can find us, see us. Harrison digested this.
Shakespeare.
She nodded. For example. Harrison sat quietly, absorbing the tale. Our worlds, yours and mine, have always existed side by side, touching but not crossing. Picture a great wall with no doors and no windows, but possessing a single keyhole. Not big enough to pass anything through, not even useful to unlock anything, but big enough and open enough to see through.
A wall between Earth and Fairy?
Not exactly. The realm of Fairy was but a part of our world, much as the realm of America was a part of yours. Like you, we called our world Earth. In fact, our worlds had many similarities, so many that most humans who looked through the keyhole never recognized they saw another place altogether. For the most part, they could only see through the hole when they slept. I think I understand, said April. Is that why we all know what unicorns and fairies are, even though they never existed for us before? Part of your world made their way into our stories, our popular consciousness.
Did your people tell stories about cars? Harrison asked Glimmer. Or a subway?
We called them science tales, the pixie said. Kid stuff.
Harrison stared at her, not for what she said as much as the fact she had actually said it. All along, she had known details about his world that confounded him, and all along he had known details about hers without realizing it, for the same reason. He had known exactly what a dragon looked like before he ever met one. He had known only a virgin could approach a unicorn. She would have known some details of earthly human civilization, and all along, in her insane, pixie-ish way, she hadn't felt the need to tell him any of this. She did so now almost certainly because her queen had already opened the door of revelation.
He broke down the wall, said Harrison. Didn't he? The old guy. And the evil thing. They broke down the wall, and the whole house fell down.
An apt metaphor, said the Queen. Evil persuaded the old fool that if he uninvented technology, he could uninvent violence. And so evil directed him to construct the device, and then evil powered it.
But why? Just to destroy? The house comes down and evil dances in the ruins?
The Queen shook her head sadly. No. As much as Ruopim delights in the misery of others, its true agenda is more dire still. For thousands upon thousands of years, this being has been a prisoner in yet another world entirely, put there by powers far greater than any we can conceive. And yet, The walls of that world also have holes. Not keyholes, really. More like pinholes.
Is that where all evil comes from? Asked Harrison.
A quaint thought, said the Queen. Some evil bleeds out from there, yes, but most evil comes from free will. Ruopim is no one's scapegoat.
She took a moment to collect her thoughts.
Evil has spent ages pressing itself against one of these holes, trying to send its direct influence to someone on the outside, and it finally succeeded. It spoke to the old man. What it wants is freedom. By knocking down our wall, it put a strain on the walls of its own prison. Those walls still hold, but the danger they will break has surged.
So we need to put the wall back up, right? Said Harrison.
The Queen shook her head again.
No. Resetting the wall will put too much stress on the system.
I don't understand, said April. A numbness clutched at Harrison's heart.
I do. If we push the worlds back apart, it will be like bending a paperclip back and forth. Do it too much, and the metal breaks.
Titania's eyes offered confirmation.
The device you are building, the counterbomb, if you activate it in New York, it will undo what was done, and within minutes, Ruopim will be free.
Harrison reeled. When she said they would not succeed, she meant their success would doom them all, both their worlds. After a considerable silence, he ventured another question.
What about all the technology? What about my special ability, or Claudia's? Don't we have anything we can use to destroy this thing?
Ruopim can never be destroyed, said the Queen. Only contained. But your observations are pertinent. The technology you have found, the gifts you have received, these were never part of Ruopim's plan. Some of these things were side effects, but many were laid out for you to use. The machines that brought your people together, fed them, kept them safe. These were not a product of chance. Did you not wonder at the ease with which you have operated devices well beyond your ken?
Harrison at last made a connection. They were all marked. He sketched a symbol in the air with his finger, a straight vertical line crossed with a wavy curve. This mark had appeared without explanation on many of their finds. How many more times had he seen it without noticing it?
We were meant to find them.
He took in the Queen's serious, heavenly eyes.
You have a benefactor,
she said.
Who?
Just as there is a being of purest evil, she said, so is there a force for good in the universe.
Does it have a name too?
Asked Harrison.
Oh my, yes, said the Fairy Queen. It has many, many names.
Harrison closed his eyes.
Some of you have discovered gifts you did not previously possess, she said, such as your ability with locks. This too was largely by design. The coincidence you have found involving your birthdays was meant as a means of identification, clues as to the nature of your talents. You, Harrison, born on a day of celebration for 2 centuries of freedom, have an ability that protects you from being imprisoned. Claudia, born on a day when hundreds of clamoring voices were silenced, has the power to be heard.
Harrison frowned. The Kennedy assassination? The moon landing? What do those have to do?
Titania raised her hand to cut him off.
Let us not digress. Harrison, your work is not yet over. Ruopim's prison holds, but it is weak. Its walls must be braced. As long as this world is in flux, we are all in danger.
Harrison looked up.
Will you help us?
She looked away.
I cannot act. It has taken all of my strength to rebuild my realm. I haven't the force left to solve this crisis. If I try, my people will likely all perish.
Can you at least tell us what we should do?
A tear fell from her eye, a ray of purest sunlight, and it pulled at Harrison's heart.
Sometimes the magic doesn't work unless the puzzle is solved. I am sorry.
She wiped the tear, then touched her moist finger to Harrison's cheek. It felt like cool, pure trust.
You are the key, Harrison. You have the tools, and you have the power. Now you must find the courage to fix this world.
As she spoke, she alternated her gaze between Harrison and April.
Fix this world?
He said quietly. I don't understand, said April. You just told us we can't set the world back.
She doesn't mean repair it,
said Harrison, still looking at the Queen.
She means make it permanent.
Chapter 20. History. The discussion continued in that vein for a while. The effects of fairy significantly skewed Harrison's sense of time, and he had no estimate for how long they had been there, but much of the time he spent wishing he were thinking of better questions. Even so, virtually everything she told them was new, surprising, or helpful.
So, is the counterbomb plan completely worthless?
He asked, trying to formally and logically eliminate it.
No,
said the Queen.
The counterbomb is a stroke of genius. I wouldn't even have thought of it myself. Use it correctly, and it should save you measureless labor.
Harrison shook his head at that one. Thank you, Dr. Tucker, he muttered before asking, but we can't set it off in New York.
Indeed not.
Is there any significance to my knowing Scott McCarthy? Asked Harrison. Hadley says there aren't any other examples of survivors who know each other.
Other examples exist, said Titania. You simply haven't found them yet. The world is rife with coincidence these days. However,
Harrison sat up.
What is it?
I can't be certain, said the Queen. Were I your enemy, I would likely be inclined to seek out a servant who knew you. As I say, I do not see everything. Scott McCarthy may have been recruited by design, or it may have been a stroke of terrible luck.
Could they have tracked us here? Asked April. Have we put you all in danger?
Harrison responded, They found us with a virus. Hadley wiped that already.
Couldn't they find us with magic, though?
No, said the Queen. You're quite safe here.
How do you know? Asked Harrison.
I rhymed the transport, said Glimmer. Harrison rolled her sentence around in his head.
What rhymes with transport?
The pixie sighed. Not that kind of rhyme. I put a coating on it. I did it as soon as I figured out what was after us. They won't find the transport by magic for a while, if at all.
What kind of coating?
He asked. Altruism, she said. Feel-good stuff. Evil doesn't understand that.
Wait, I thought you couldn't cast a spell on anything tech.
It's not a spell. It's just a rhyme. It'll probably flake off pretty soon, but by now we're so far away from where we were, they'll have to start over anyway.
Why didn't you do that before?
He asked. I didn't think of it before, she said. Unsatisfying but consistent with her inconsistency.
Is there anything else you can do you haven't told us about?
Glimmer rolled her eyes. Of course.
Right, he said.
Milady, Glimmer fidgeted. She had filled in a few details as they went along, but she asked no questions since first asking about Oberon. She asked one now. Where are all the pixies? The Queen looked on her pixie with kind eyes and a deeply sad smile.
Little light, you are all the pixies.
The glow surrounding Glimmer diminished, and her wings flickered briefly like a candle flame. They returned to their natural form, slightly translucent.
Harry, would you please leave me alone with my queen?
Reluctantly, he addressed Titania.
Milady?
The queen nodded.
You've run out of questions. You'll think of more when you're far from here, but they won't be more important than those you've already asked. I could spend a lifetime giving you information about this splendid world, and something would still surprise you after you left. Remember that. The unlikely answer will often be the correct one.
Expect the unexpected?
At a bare minimum, she said. You're ready. You're the key.
I'll do my best,
he said. Your best is more than most might hope for.
They both stood, as did April. The Queen of Fairy held out her right hand, palm down. Harrison took it, thinking to shake it, but then, on impulse, dropped to one knee and brushed his lips across the back of her hand. They tingled, like the shock effect he got from touching Glimmer, but without the sting. He looked up, to her smile of approval. He had gotten this right. It gave him goosebumps. April smirked and turned away. He could only guess how foolish his expression of joy looked. As he stood and pulled his hand away, something fell into his palm. He closed his hand around a cool piece of metal. The Queen looked away from him and spread her hands. A unique and beautiful ring still adorned each of her delicate fingers. He turned to leave and hesitated.
Is this goodbye?
He asked Glimmer. She smiled then and touched his cheek.
Oh, sweetie, you'll know when it's goodbye.
The simple reprieve relieved him profoundly, if temporarily. He looked away as the stress fracture formed in his heart. Harrison found the others in the outer chamber. Alex slept on a bed of carnations, and Jeanette sat on a bench woven from living ivy. Hadley stood on the far side of the room, arms folded across his chest and his shoulders pulled up. He shivered and wiped sweat from his brow. Claudia and Jake played some variation of badminton over a net of dew-covered spiders' webs, giggling as they volleyed. The birdie moved in approximate parabolas, with minor random dashes in all directions. It giggled as well, revealing itself to be a fairy. Several other fae, some armed, watched them. Some cheered, some took no interest. Jeanette stood up. "Are we ready to go?"
Not yet. Glimmer needed to talk to the Queen.
Harrison turned his back to them and dropped the metal object into his breast pocket.
What did you all talk about?
Asked the doctor.
We should talk about it when we're back at the transport.
He looked at Alec, who snored quietly.
And at our best.
Jeanette nodded. Are we heading back to Chicago? Or are we still on our scavenger hunt?
Scavenger hunt. She likes the counterbomb idea.
He left unspoken that they would not use it to bring back the world as they had known it. That moment would come later. We can't take it back to New York, though, said April. Hadley rejoined the group in time to hear this. What? That doesn't make sense. Jeanette frowned. I thought that was the whole point. Where should we take it then?
Harrison shrugged. I don't have any idea. She was pretty vague about a lot of stuff. We'll just have to take it as far away from New York as we can.
He started the sentence with barely restrained sarcasm, as though repeating instructions so broad as to be meaningless. But as the words came, meaning emerged.
Oh, God. That's it.
What's it? Said April.
We're going to need a boat,
he said.
There's one waiting for us in the Chesapeake Bay,
said Glimmer. Harrison turned with a start. She hovered outside the door to the throne room, wearing the darkest expression he had ever seen.
Us?
he said.
Apparently, my work is also not quite finished, said the pixie.
Her words held a bitter edge, but whether from being sent away from her home again, learning she was the last pixie, or any of a host of other possible things Titania revealed to her in private, she did not reveal.
Glimmer?
Said Harrison.
Yeah.
He hesitated.
Fairies? They're not ugly.
She sighed.
Yeah, I know.
He waited for her to look up.
But they've got nothing on you.
Her lip trembled.
Yeah, I know that too.
Exiting Fairy hit Harrison like stepping off a boat onto dry land. He had become used to the unearthly effect, gotten his sea legs. As soon as he passed through the double tree door, the abrupt absence of disorientation slammed into him, and he lost his balance. As the others came through, they fell over too. They found their piles of belongings untouched. Harrison picked up his watch and checked the time. They had been in Fairy for about 7 hours, far longer than his estimate. Everyone took a few minutes to don their clothing, and the men had to face away again while April and Claudia did the skirt exchange. While everyone put their pants and watches and shoes and belly rings and bras back on, Harrison pulled a silver ring out of his shirt pocket and slipped it onto the middle finger of his right hand. A paler white than any silver he had ever seen before, and in the form of a uniform band of ivy leaves, it fit him perfectly. He admired it, while trying not to draw attention to it.
I'm hungry,
said Jake.
Good,
said Harrison.
That means you were a good boy in there. I'm famished myself.
They hiked back to the buggy with little conversation, with no easy way to talk about the experience of Fairy or the withdrawal from it. The group moved sluggishly, depleted as though hung over. Harrison broke the silence.
Why does she call you Abril?
He asked April. It's my name, she said without breaking stride.
What about April with a Y?
He asked. Abril is the name on my birth certificate. I've been April since I was very little. They mean the same thing, so it made no difference. The only person who kept calling me Abril while I was growing up was my grandmother.
Were you named after her?
She laughed. I was named after my due date. Mama started calling me Abril while I was still in her womb, just to call the baby something. Eventually, the joke turned into a name she liked, and I conveniently turned out to be a girl, so I became Abril for real. Then they started calling me April, like it was a cute nickname to call me that in English. My teachers all thought my name was April anyway, even when they saw it in print, so it stuck.
What about the Y?
I added that when I got to college. Just to be different, I guess. I probably could have gone back to using Abril, which would have been different enough all by itself. I guess I wanted it to be a name I picked, instead of someone else picking it for me.
I like it,
said Harrison. She smiled. Well, thank you. Alec took the lead with a bold, swift stride. Harrison tried keeping up at first, but letting him have some solitude ended up being easier. He reached the transport well ahead of the others, and when they arrived, Harrison found him inside, asleep, holding a half-eaten Omni containing a sausage and some mashed potatoes. He gently removed it from the director's hand and set it on the seat next to him. As he pulled a blanket over Alec, Jake and Claudia entered.
I am so hungry,
said Jake, shattering the silence. Harrison made a shushing sound, nodded at Alec, and Jake put his hand over his mouth. Jake and Claudia loaded up with a variety of Omnis and took them outside. With his eyes, Jake asked Harrison if he would come out with them, and Harrison shook his head. Like Alec, but for completely different reasons, he needed some time alone. When he opened the cargo hatch looking for his pack, it surprised him to find Bess still there, exactly where he had put her. Somehow Alec's first order of business had not been to strap the sword back on. Evidently, hunger and sleep prevailed. He pulled his pack out and took it with him to a seat. The key, she had called him. She said he had the power and the tools, and all he needed was the courage. He had an idea what she meant by the power, although when he sprang a lock it didn't exactly make him feel powerful. As far as what she meant by the tools, he opened his pack. The device he had recovered from April's hut, from their basement collection, sat on top of all his other gadgets. A little bigger than Claudia's Game Boy, it resembled it in other ways as well. It bore several buttons, and about 10 lights distributed over its surface, all of them dark, with no obvious power switch. Harrison tried pressing the buttons in different combinations, but nothing he did made the doodad come to life. Across the apparent top of the device, he found a circular pad of rubber or soft plastic. He picked at it with a thumbnail, and it popped free, a plug covering a round port, perhaps for a cable to link it to other or bigger versions of itself, or perhaps for a power cord, which explained why he couldn't resuscitate it. "Hello?" he tried. That worked in movies. Sometimes. "Little machine." Nothing. He pulled out the wand he had taken from the same collection. Glimmer had described it as magical but inert, deactivated. He waved it experimentally. Nothing happened. He put it down. "Come on, you guys," he said quietly. "I know you have something to do with all this. How do I wake you up?" No answer. He put them back away. Leaving Alec to his slumber, he went back outside. Most of the others had gathered on the ground. The dry forest duff made for a comfortable seat. Only Hadley remained standing, slightly apart from the group, looking somber, perhaps with some residual reaction to Fairy. Hadley walked toward the transport, nodding at Harrison as he passed. Harrison joined the others, who all listened to Jeanette. I was outside with my class, and suddenly we were all told to come back inside. Right now. I remember feeling disappointed, ripped off. Our teacher tried to explain what was going on, but none of us were very receptive. We lived in Lancaster, about 25 miles from the plant. I was 12, old enough to know it was a big deal, but not old enough to understand any of the specifics. I had no idea how nuclear power worked. I had no idea how radiation could get out. I had no idea what it would do to me if I were exposed to it. Everybody kept using the word meltdown, which sounded terrible, but I had no idea what it meant. My mother picked me up at school, and we didn't even go home to pack. We left town and didn't stop driving until we got to North Carolina. My father was a doctor. He stayed behind at the hospital. My mother cried and cried. I'm sure she thought we would never see him again. Absolutely no one in the whole country knew how bad it was, at least not on the day it happened. We listened to the news on the radio in the car. She gave a little smile. We didn't know what else to do. In general, we were given a lot of reassurances that this was not a worst-case scenario. Most people believed that. Very few locals actually evacuated. My parents were educated and a little paranoid, though. They took no chances, especially with their baby. By the time we got to the motel, my mother had explained what a meltdown was, and that, if that happened, a lot of people were going to get very, very sick. Obviously, that meant they were going to die. She said nothing about whether my father would get sick. I assumed he wouldn't, so he could help care for the ones who did get sick. Textbook example of denial, but it satisfied me at the time. Ironically, the danger of an actual complete meltdown had long since passed by the time we left the state. We had already been exposed to whatever radiation we were going to get, though we couldn't have known that. So when we got to the motel, I was entrenched in the crisis. I had a terrible inflated picture of how much trouble we were all in. The first thing I did after we checked in was go to the bathroom. I found blood in my panties. She paused here and took in their faces. Right now, the girls are thinking, oh, what horrible timing, and the boys are thinking, ew, right? She grinned. April and Claudia nodded, and Harrison did indeed think ew, though he tastefully refrained from saying so. Jake struggled to keep his cool. Glimmer had no reaction at all. Yes, well, said Jeanette, I wasn't thinking any of those things. I had never found blood in my panties before. I had known it was coming for years, but at that exact moment I forgot all about what it meant. I had spent the whole day fleeing from a nuclear accident. All I could think of was, and this seemed totally reasonable to me, was hemorrhaging out of my vagina could be a symptom that I was dying of radiation poisoning. Oh my God, said Harrison. He hadn't meant for it to come out so loud, and slapped one hand over his mouth. Oh my God, indeed, said Jeanette. I spent 4 hours contemplating my own death before I finally broke down in tears to my mother. She laughed and laughed. I think I actually managed to shake her out of her own terror by imagining a gloomier scenario than she had. We called my father, who was fine. My mother wanted to tell him my story, but I wouldn't let her. She told him later anyway. It ended up being a great bonding experience for the two of us. She paused again. Still, she said in a dreamy voice, those 4 hours still haunt me. I think they always will.
When did all this happen?
Jake asked. Spring of 1979, said Jeanette. Early spring, I think. I seem to remember it raining that week. It was March 28th, said April. Everyone turned to look at her. March 28th, 1979. The accident happened at 4 o'clock in the morning. Jeanette looked puzzled. You know the exact date?
She's a history teacher, said Harrison.
Well, yeah, said April. There's that, too. Is there something else? Asked Jeanette. Do you have a special interest in this event, too? The event? April shrugged. Not really. The date, though. She looked at Harrison, who gave her his best, I have no idea what the hell you're getting at, look. She smiled. It's the day I was born. Chapter 21. The Power. Jaws dropped. Holy shit, said Claudia. Harrison blanched.
You said you were born in April.
I said I was due in April. She held her thumb and forefinger a fraction of an inch apart. Missed it by this much.
Holy fucking shit, said Claudia.
April's smile faded. What? Harrison said to Jake, What's your birthday?
August 12th,
he said.
Why?
1986? Jake nodded. Harrison looked at Jeanette. Challenger explosion? She guessed. He shook his head.
That was January.
He bit his lower lip in thought.
Chernobyl, maybe?
That doesn't sound right either, said Jeanette.
That definitely doesn't sound right, said Glimmer, scratching her head. What does Chernobyl mean?
Not now, said Harrison. Chernobyl blew up in April, said April, irritation starting to win over nervousness in her voice. What are you getting at? Harrison focused on her.
April, this is very important. Have you noticed any unusual talents you may have developed in the last year or so?
She shook her head. I don't understand what you mean.
Jake, said Harrison, have you noticed anything happening around April you can't explain?
Jake hesitated, eyes shifting back and forth between April and Harrison.
Like what?
I don't know, said Harrison. Anything. Things moving for no reason, weird noises, water spiraling in the wrong direction. Anything at all.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Should I get Hadley? Asked Jeanette. Harrison had last seen Hadley shuffling back to the transport in a funk. They needed him, but they really needed him to be at his best. Before he could answer Jeanette, April grabbed his face by the cheeks with one hand and turned his head to face her. Her eyes drilled into his with what was surely her angry teacher look. "What is going on?" said Harrison. April released his face. She waited. "I was born on the 4th of July, 1976. He stopped there to give April time to absorb it. "Okay, that's better than mine. You win." "Remember Claudia's birthday party?" asked Harrison. "Yes." She paused. "That was June 4th. She paused again. "Claudia's 16, that's—" She looked at Claudia. "Tiananmen Square. My God." She looked back at Harrison. "What's going on?" "Let me show you something." He stood up and walked to the transport. She followed him. "Jeanette, will you do me a favor?" "Lock the door?" "Lock the door." Jeanette got up, climbed into the driver's seat, and sealed the door. The lock seized with a sharp snap. "Pull on it," Harrison told her. April stared at him. "It's locked." "Humor me?" She tugged on the handle. "It appears to be locked." Behind the armored glass pane on the door, Jeanette sat with her hands folded behind her head, gazing out at them. Harrison touched the pane with the tip of his index finger. Another snap. "Try it now." April tentatively pulled on the door. It swung open with no resistance. She stuck her head inside the transport. Jeanette waved. "I don't get it," said April. "What does this— I don't get it." "Claudia?" said Harrison. "Got it." Claudia stood and walked away from them, toward the sparser trees. "Glimmer, stay with her, please," said Harrison. The pixie followed along. "Where is she going?" asked April. Harrison pointed. "Yonder. Keep your eye on her." About 200 yards away, Claudia stopped, still clearly visible but barely recognizable. April watched her. "Hello, April," said Claudia quietly. April began to wave, then caught herself. "Madre de Dios! Did you hear her?" Harrison nodded. So did Jeanette. Jake stared at Claudia standing in the distance. "Claudia?" His voice trembled. "She can't hear you," said Harrison. "That trick only works one way." April backed away toward Jake. She seemed to think the retreat subtle. Harrison did not move. "What can you do?" April asked Jeanette. "I have a medical degree," she said. April frowned. "That's your superpower?" "Hey," said Jeanette, "at least I had to work for mine." "You wound me, madam," said Harrison. Jeanette bowed. April stopped moving. "So it's just you and Claudia?" She mulled that over for a moment. "It's the birthdays. Something about the birthdays?" Her eyes lit up. "Is that what Titania was talking about? The birthday coincidence?" "Yes," said Harrison. April blew out a sigh and looked away. "So much of that went over my head in there, especially at first. Wow." She looked up at Harrison. "You think I have one of these weird tricks, too? Because of 3 Mile Island?" "Yes, I do," he said. "Well, I don't. I mean, I don't have one. I haven't done anything like that. Ever." "Can I come back now?" asked Claudia. April jumped. Harrison waved and Claudia started walking. "You might not have noticed it," said Harrison. "I went around opening locks for months before someone finally pointed it out to me." "This is all part of what happened, right?" said April. "I mean, it would only have been in the last year that I could do whatever." "That's right." April sat down on the ground, her legs crossed, silent for some time. "That's what she meant," she finally said in a quiet voice. when she told me I had the power.
Harrison frowned. Who told you that?
April looked up. Titania. She said you were the key. Then she said I had the power and we had the tools. Don't you remember?
Harrison scratched his head. I thought she was just talking to me.
April made a tisk-tisk sound. Typical male. She was looking right at me when she said power.
So, said Claudia, who had returned, do we know what she can do? Not a clue, said Harrison. She's pretty sure that Titania said something about her having power, though.
Very sure, said April.
Do you guys mind if I head back inside?
Said Jake, looking pale.
Sure, Harrison said gently. Why don't you go rest up? We'll be back on the road again first thing tomorrow.
Jake nodded and climbed into the transport. I'd like to go keep an eye on Alec, said Jeanette. Why don't you superfolk take a moment to talk shop? She went back inside. Harrison, April, and Claudia sat staring at each other.
So, said Glimmer, what's your deal?
I wish I knew, said April. Something about power. That's all I know. And tools.
Power tools? Said Claudia. That doesn't make sense.
Harrison stood.
Actually, it might. I have a hunch. Wait here a second.
He went into the transport. Alex still slept, with Jeanette sitting next to him. Jake had slumped in a seat further back, resting his head against a window. Hadley sat alone, flipping through a notebook. He looked up at Harrison and scowled, then put his head back down. Harrison made his way back to the cargo hatch and pulled out his pack. He removed the wand and gadget he couldn't get to work and took them outside. April, Claudia, and Glimmer all laughed about something, a glorious sight. He could not remember ever seeing all three of them happy, especially these last few days, and it warmed him.
What's so funny? He asked with an anticipatory smile. Nothing, Claudia said hastily, and all three fell silent.
Glimmer smirked at him, and April looked somewhere else.
Ah, okay.
He held up the wand and the other device.
I think these may be what she meant by tools.
Hey, said April, I recognize those. You took them out of our basement.
Yeah, Hadley wanted to run tests on them or something, but I think he forgot about them when he started his work on the counterbomb. I thought you knew we had them.
April shrugged. It's no big deal. It's not like they worked or anything.
Yeah, about that. Hadley seemed to think these things were important because they were the only magical and technological artifacts found at the same site. They don't seem to do anything, but I can't imagine what else Titania could have meant by tools.
So you think I have something to do with these? Asked April.
Maybe. Here, take them.
He held them out to her. She took one in each hand. What do I do now?
He frowned. No idea. I kind of hoped you would know somehow.
She frowned back. Well, I don't. Jake and I tried a bunch of different ways to turn this thing on. She held up the electronic device, then she waved the wand. And I don't even want to guess what this thing is for.
Harrison,
said Claudia, do you need me here?
Why, you have something else you'd rather be doing?
Kinda. I want to see if Jake's all right. I'm worried about him.
Yeah, he said, regretting the sarcasm. I'm sorry. I don't know what we're going to accomplish here anyway. Why don't you go cheer him up?
She smiled. Thanks. Good luck, she said to April. April nodded. Thanks. Claudia went inside. Can we go for a walk? Said April. I'm getting edgy sitting here.
Sure.
They got up and started walking, and Glimmer glided along with them.
So, the tools thing looks like a bust. Do you have any ideas at all?
Nothing. The tools thing was a good idea, though. Maybe we're looking at it the wrong way.
I don't see how. Damn, this is frustrating. I know there's something here, but I can't get my brain around it.
Maybe we should call it a day, said Glimmer. Fairy riddles are notoriously tricky. Trust me on that one. I don't even get what she told us, and I've been working on it too. Why don't you both start back up first thing in the morning?
Harrison sighed. You're probably right. That's going to bug me, but I guess it'll have to bug me. He stopped walking. Where's the boat? He asked Glimmer.
Oh, the boat. Good question. She said the Chesapeake Bay, but that's all I got.
Do you think you could find it for us? He asked. Plot us a course like you did a ferry?
Probably, she said. Depends how big it is, but I should be able to spot it from the air. Where's the Chesapeake Bay?
The river we were on will take you straight there, I think. It runs south into Maryland, so yeah, that has to be it. Follow it downstream until it gets so wide it isn't a river anymore, and that's the Chesapeake Bay. Can you find our boat? Glimmer saluted.
Aye, aye, Captain.
And she was gone. Harrison took a step toward the transport. April took a step away from it, and he followed. You're the key, she said. What do you think she meant by that?
I open locks, he said. Isn't that a no-brainer?
She shook her head. Maybe not. She said it in the same breath as power and tools. What if it's more than that? What if you open more than locks?
I don't follow you.
What if these things, these tools, aren't shut off? She said. What if they're locked?
He pondered this. There's a thought. But I've fiddled with them a bit. If it's a question of me unlocking them, they should be unlocked by now.
They walked a bit further in silence. What if it's not them? Said April. What if it's me?
Harrison stopped walking. What if what's you?
I'm still thinking about what Titania said. Something about the unlikely answers being the right ones. What if it's my power that's locked somehow? What if you're not just the key to locks? What if it extends to things that are locked in a metaphorical sense? What if you're the key to power?
I don't know. That's not how my ability works. But I've used it at least once to lock a door instead of unlocking it, so maybe there's more to it. That's so bizarre, it might actually be the answer.
They stared at each other. So, said April.
So, said Harrison.
How do we do this? She asked.
I'm not sure, he said. I've never unlocked anyone before.
So I hear. His shoulders slumped.
Really? You went there?
She lifted her hands with a small shrug. You gave me a perfect straight line. I had no choice. Her face softened. Besides, you shouldn't be embarrassed. I think it's sweet. A dull warmth spread across his cheeks.
If we could focus, please.
Yes, right. She stood a bit straighter, holding her smile in check. Sorry, what do you do when it's a lock?
Locks open as soon as I touch them.
All right. She held her hands out, palms facing him. Harrison looked at his hands, still holding the objects. He set them gently on the ground. Hesitating self-consciously, he reached out. They clasped each other's hands, meshing fingers. Her hands felt soft and warm, and for a moment he forgot why he held them. For so long, such impossibly bizarre troubles had weighed him down. The simple pleasure of holding hands felt like a brand-new experience. He studied her face, looking for signs of change.
Do you feel anything?
He asked. Just your hands?
Same. I don't think it's working. Maybe it's not quite that simple. Let me try something.
Closing his eyes, he thought back to a time in Scott's castle he had caused a door to lock. At the time, he tossed off a joke about only being able to do that when he was scared, but he had done it deliberately, and he thought about what that felt like. He had been picturing the bolt in his mind, although he had no real idea what it looked like, But the idea of a bolt was so clear he could form the image, and it had worked. He did the same thing now, pulling up the image of a sliding bolt lock, like the one on the inside of the bathroom door in his childhood home. He pictured himself pushing the small knob on the bolt up and rotating it out of its slot. Then he pictured pulling the bolt back, sliding it free of the socket on the doorframe, and rotating it to secure the knob in the other slot. He opened his eyes. April had closed her eyes, but not tightly, and she breathed slowly and deeply. Everything else was gone. Open black space, stretching to infinity, replaced the pleasant spring day in the forest. Wide, erratic streaks of color washed past them, like watercolors applied to the fabric of the universe with an impossibly large brush. A dull, quiet roar rumbled up from the nothingness. It increased in volume, but not to an unpleasant level. As he gasped instinctively, a tangy, sweet essence filled his mouth, like a pineapple, cored, stuffed with garlic and roasted. He salivated and swallowed. Her dark, wavy hair rippled, although he felt no breeze, and some strands rose upward. The tips of those stray hairs glowed faintly, creating a pointillistic aura, otherworldly and glorious. She breathed more deeply. In that moment, overwhelmed, Harrison leaned in, closed his eyes, and stole a kiss. Her lips were hot satin. Their warmth ran through his mouth, down his throat, into his heart, then out his shoulders and down to his hands, where they connected with hers, completing the circuit in a nourishing flow of energy. She was the piping hot cup of chocolate after coming in from the biting cold. She was the slow, purging shower after a long summer day working in the fields. The background roar faded. The flavor in the air subsided, and his entire sensual universe consisted of the experience of this exquisite living contact. Gradually, the rush diminished. As it fell below the threshold separating the sublime from the mundane, he regained enough self-awareness to perceive it falling away, and he mourned it. He opened his eyes. Hers were already open, quite wide. He pulled back, letting go of her hands. Behind her, the June blossoms on the trees waved, and insects buzzed and chirped. She looked at him with something between a frown and a smirk, managing to convey the most menacing aspects of both. He recognized it as the same look his grade school teachers gave him when they caught him doing something stupid. "Something happened," he said. "You think?" Her expression did not change. He gulped. "Am I in trouble?" She shrugged, and her face relaxed. "Maybe. Do you want to talk about it?" He looked away. "Maybe. I think it worked. I visualized opening a lock, and then I had a kind of sensory overload." "I got that too." "I could tell." He attempted to ignore the heat in his cheeks. "You were glowing. Everything around you was like fire. I watched you exuding all this energy, and suddenly you looked like an angel. I guess..." He faltered. "The moment seemed to lend itself." He looked down. She took his hands back. Her fingers felt normal again, but her touch still comforted him. He looked into her eyes and found acceptance there. "We're okay," she said. He managed a contrite smile. "Good." He picked up the wand and gadget. "Want to see if I'm right?" She stared at them. "Here goes nothing." She took the wand in her right hand. Nothing happened. "Shit," said Harrison. "Wait," whispered April. Her eyes had taken a distant look. "Give me the other one." Harrison passed the device into her left hand. Again, for a second, nothing happened. Then they both lit up. The electronic device came to life in pale blue, red, and green. Three-dimensional, full-color projections leapt from it and hovered in front of them. The images came rapidly. Harrison did not recognize most of them. The green marble on the tip of the wand radiated an uneven, rotating glow. It quietly hummed, sounding like several violins playing in harmony. Harrison recognized it from guitar lessons a lifetime ago as a major seventh chord. April put both objects down gently. Their respective glows faded. Harrison looked at her with something like awe. "Yes," she said quietly. "You're right." Chapter 22. HMS Ptolemy. Harrison held the wand at arm's length. The muscle at the base of his thumb strained painfully as he maintained his grip. Slight vibrations from the rod added to his discomfort. The green marble mounted on its end glowed so vigorously he had to look away. A short distance from him, a full can of Dr. Pepper rotated and wobbled about an axis roughly 10 degrees offset from vertical, about 4 feet off the ground.
"How's it going?"
asked Glimmer. "Gah!" he shouted. The can instantly plummeted to the ground, detonating on impact. Tan foam jetted straight at Harrison, catching him on the pant leg. He scowled at it, then looked at the wand. It had gone dim and cold in his hand. "Not bad. Yourself?"
"Pretty good."
She wore a blue chambray shirt dress with a white Peter Pan collar. Over this she wore a black vest on which were printed apples, pencils, and the ABCs. She also wore a pair of spectacle frames with no lenses. No shoes. "You startled me," he said.
"Oops. You figure out what it does yet?"
"No." He frowned. "You sure you can't analyze this thing yourself?" She shook her head.
"No can do. I'm amazed you got it working at all. I'm not picking up anything from it, except it's magic. And probably pretty potent."
"Great. Well, so far, I've been able to lift small objects with it. I must admit it's quite a rush. I don't see it as much of a labor saver, though." He massaged his thumb.
"Has April tried it yet?"
Harrison pursed his lips. "No, she hasn't taken any interest in either of these things."
"Something troubling you?"
the pixie asked. "What?" He shook his head. No problem. I thought she'd want them. They're hers, after all."
"What about the gizmo?"
Harrison slipped the wand into a homemade sheath strapped to his belt. "I've had a bit more luck with that. Let me show you." He pulled the device out of his pants pocket and pressed the largest of the several buttons on its face. The lights came to life, as did several three-dimensional projections, which hovered in the air a few inches above the device. He toggled one of the controls, and all but one of the images shrank down to dots. The remaining image a crude polyhedron representation of a car. "This is the transport. I haven't identified the other ones, but they seem to represent things we brought with us. There's one for that camera thing in my backpack, and one for Claudia's Game Boy, among others. It seems able to identify technology near it and assign labels to different devices. Once I figured out what some of the labels were, I experimented a bit." He held the device up. "Using this thing, I activated every system on the transport. Navigation, surveillance. I could probably even drive it around using this. Not only that, but everything works a little more efficiently than it did before, and quite a bit more powerfully. Claudia's going to be thrilled when I show her how many lives it will give her in Super Mario Land. I think this gadget is some kind of all-purpose remote control booster thingy." She stared with a glassy expression for a few seconds, then shook her head vigorously and passed her hand over it with a whooshing sound.
"All remote purpose thingy?"
"Remote control. I can use it to make things work without touching them."
"Ooh, remote control. Like you control something, but remotely."
She smiled proudly.
"That's cute."
"Yeah, well, it's more than that, too. Like I said, it's also some kind of tech booster.
I used the transport surveillance equipment to scan the entire hemisphere.
He waited for the significance of that scale to sink in before realizing, with the pixie, he would be waiting a long time.
So that's much farther than its range was before. I'm sure there's all kinds of super important information we could get out of it now, if I had any idea what to look for. So far I've been scanning for people. On this side of the planet, it identified over 400,000 living humans. So I figure there should be about 800,000 people left, worldwide.
Is that a lot?
Asked Glimmer.
Out of 6 billion? No.
She landed on the device, still in his hand, and bent down to look at the hovering car.
Can you look up how many pixies there are?
Yeah.
1?
She asked.
1,
he said. She shrugged.
I figured that. Nothing ventured, right?
Harrison's face went blank for a couple of seconds.
Right. Nothing gained.
He hoped it sounded like a response and that she could not tell he meant something else. A recent and rather foolhardy venture of his own, poorly executed, and with nothing gained indeed. It took 4 days, including 2 detours, to collect the last 2 ingredients for their counterbomb and to travel down the east bank of the Susquehanna River. Along the way, they had to navigate around enormous hills and cross countless tributaries. The transport easily handled this terrain, and in most cases they drove into the streams and out the other side. Harrison looked out a window, watching the river drift in and out of view. As they traveled, he kept mostly to himself. He had no important decisions to make until they found their boat, and hopefully Alec would come to himself before that point. If Harrison stayed quiet until that happened, the transition would be smoother, and he kept to himself for another reason, one that haunted him. April. Ever since he yielded to his insane impulse to kiss her, he could not put it aside. Even in the best of circumstances, Harrison had no talent for courtship. It galled him he had come to grips with his feelings for her only after having made such a fool of himself. The transport slowed to a halt, and he got up to check their status. Jeanette drove. Glimmer sat on the dash.
"What's up?"
he asked them. "We're here, apparently," said Jeanette.
Harrison blinked. "Really? That kind of crept up on me."
His heart accelerated.
"Where is it?"
Glimmer pointed.
That's it over there. It's a bit of a hike yet, but you should at least be able to see the top of it.
3 masts poked up through the treetops.
"Mother of God," he said quietly. "That's a schooner."
Glimmer looked at him curiously.
Do we like schooners?
"Do you know the first thing about seamanship?"
Harrison asked Jeanette. She shook her head.
He rubbed his eyes. "Okay, don't let on to the others. We'll go check the ship out, and maybe we can either learn how to get it going or stall until Alex snaps to. He might have sailing experience. Please go tell everyone to start rounding up their gear."
She got up. "Yes, Captain." They all called him that by this point, and he had long since stopped hearing mockery in the word. It now took on a completely new meaning. He shivered.
"We are so screwed."
The ship was far longer than it had appeared from a distance. Harrison had no idea where to place the ship historically, but it looked like something straight out of Cutthroat Island. In addition to the 3 large vertical masts, another long mast pointed forward and up about 20 degrees. All 4 had sails bunched up and tied to them, with no visible rigging anywhere on the ship. It was bad enough they would have to learn how to sail the thing. They would also need to figure out how to get to the sails. A carved wooden bust sat below the forward mast, the nude torso of a woman holding out a cup and wearing a scarf on her head. Ornately latticed windows graced the sides of the hull, with wider ones in the rear. The deep burgundy hull with pale red trim held a marking across the side near the bow, written in huge black letters, HMS Ptolemy.
HMS?
Asked Jake. His Majesty's ship, said April.
Her Majesty's, I'd wager, said Harrison. Remember who sent us here?
Said April, walking away. Hadley approached the ship, took a closer look at the name, and chuckled. Sullen and distant ever since they emerged from ferry, he now showed his first sign of animation. Ptolemy, otherwise known as Everything You Know Is Wrong.
What do you mean?
Asked Harrison. Hadley stared at the ship a bit longer. Do you know who Ptolemy was?
I think so, said Harrison. Early astronomer, right?
2nd century, said the scientist. He developed a system for explaining the apparent motion of the planets, which was remarkably accurate given the tools he had at the time. His writings were considered the definitive works on the subject for 1,400 years. The Ptolemaic model predicted the positions of the planets correctly, in a way that subsequent models were unable to reproduce until Kepler reasoned all orbits were elliptical, not circular, in the early 1600s. It was a beautiful piece of scholarship. It had only one tiny flaw.
He thought the Earth was the center of the universe.
Hadley smiled. Quite so. But then so did everyone else. And why not? It's intuitive, it's consistent with Scripture, and any fool can see the sun rises and sets as it travels around the globe. The only problems were those pesky wanderers, the planets. They didn't want to hold still. So Ptolemy calculated, orbits for these stars such that they spun in little circles as they revolved in their large sweeping circles about the Earth. He called them epicycles. Imagine it, Harrison. Mars, Venus, even Jupiter, twirling around in these circles within circles for all the world like some cosmic spirograph. What an elegant, inspired model. The man was a genius. After a bit, Hadley's smile faded. And he completely missed what every grade school child knows now. The Earth is one little ball of rock, making its rounds about the sun like all the other planets. He looked at the ground. After a pause long enough to make Harrison uncomfortable, he looked up and shouted, "Euclid!"
"Euclid?"
said Harrison. Hadley looked at him again. Euclid created a geometry based on the most obvious observations of the natural world. It stood up so well that we still teach it, thousands of years later. Then Riemann came along circa 1850 with a non-Euclidean geometry where parallel lines don't exist. And lo and behold, it turns out space is curved. So Riemann has the more accurate model of the universe. He paused again. Newton! Any fool can see his work makes perfect sense. It's consistent with every casual observation we care to make regarding motion and energy. For hundreds of years, we lived in our blissfully Newtonian universe until Einstein propounded that time and mass are variables and functions of velocity. The faster you go, the more massive you get. Did you know that, Harrison? Harrison did know this, but he chose to look surprised. Well, said Hadley, Newton certainly didn't. How could he? Why would he even think to ask the question?
It's magic, isn't it? Asked Harrison. That's what this is about.
The scientist looked up at the sky. You have no idea how excited I was a year ago. The rate at which we were discovering new principles was staggering. The Department of Esoteric Affairs was created, and I was brought into it for the same reason that I was infatuated with it. We all thought this was the new science. Magic would prove to be a special application of physics, or better yet, a new physics entirely, which we would document from the ground up. He paused again and looked Harrison in the eyes. But it's not science. It's not physics. It's not even physical. Esoteric was absolutely the right descriptor for what we were trying to study here. It is unknowable, Harrison. It took our visit to Fairy to make me see that. I've learned more in the past year than most people do their whole lives, and I'm finally coming around. Glimmer, Titania, those things that attacked us. They don't do it by some skill they've mastered or by some system they've learned. They intuit all of it. It's no wonder Glimmer can't answer a simple question. To her, questions are probably beside the point. She's been a good sport about using a science paradigm to explain the rules of magic, but she can't possibly cover 1/billionth of 1/billionth of what we'd need to know to truly understand her. He looked back at the ship. Ptolemy is an excellent name for this ship of fools, he said, walking away. Wrong again. They all boarded the ship up an invitingly extended gangplank. The main deck roughly matched Harrison's expectations, with one startling difference: the 2 floodlights mounted on the main mast. Unlit in the broad daylight, they nevertheless held obvious significance. Heads up, people. He pointed to the lights with a grin. This may not be as old as it looks. They had gathered around the main mast, most of them awestruck. Alec's eyes kept drifting down and snapping back up. He needed another nap. Claudia, said Harrison, why don't you take Alec below and see if you can find him a nice hammock or something? You may as well scope out the living quarters situation while you're down there. Let me know how many cabins we've got. Aye, Captain. She took Alec by the arm and led him to an open door and down a stairway. Harrison said to Glimmer, Would you mind scouting the bay for unpleasant surprises? She had done excellent work in finding paths of least resistance for the buggy, and they would need every possible advantage while they learned how to sail a tall ship with a crew of only 5. When you get back, I'll need you to keep an eye on Alec. She saluted and zipped away. Dr. Tucker, I'll need you to be in charge of bringing the counterbomb components on board, which is probably what you want to be doing right now anyway, right? Hadley smiled. Yes, Captain. I'll find a cargo hold to store it in. I should be able to start building it once everything's aboard. With your permission? Absolutely, said Harrison. Come back up if you need a second pair of hands. Will do. Hadley strolled back down the ramp to the transport. See if you can find the galley, Harrison said to Jake. Take a quick inventory if you can. See if we've got any provisions. Aye, aye, Captain. Jake took a step, then stopped. What does a galley look like? Like a kitchen. April, maybe you should go with him. When you're done down there, round up Claudia and we'll start making trips back to the transport for the rest of our supplies. April made eye contact with him for the first time since they left the transport. No warmth in her gaze. Aye, aye, Captain. She went below. Jake followed. Jeanette gave Harrison a disturbed, inquiring look. He ignored it. Let's find the bridge. Finding the bridge proved simple enough. It also laid his last fears about the ship to rest. In addition to a beautiful handcrafted hardwood ship's wheel, the small room contained a multitude of technical controls and displays reminiscent of the worm caboose, both in its level of sophistication and in its user-friendliness. One whole wall comprised a navigational chart in the form of a giant interactive touchscreen. Magnificent, he said, after having only spent a few minutes examining the controls. He looked up at Jeanette. This is all computer-controlled. All we have to do is find a location on the main chart, points, click,
and sit back with our pina coladas. I love this."
She watched him with a scowl on her face, arms folded. "Is there a problem between you and April?" The wind went out of his sails. He looked away.
"I don't want to talk about it."
She put her hand on his shoulder. "Begging the captain's pardon, but you don't have that luxury." Surprised by her scolding tone, he faced her. "It may not sound fair, but we all need you to be beyond personal conflict. We're not going to have room for it. We need to be able to trust you. All of us, all the time." She paused, but he passed on the opportunity to defend himself. "Whatever you don't want to talk about, you're going to have to talk about it."
"I kissed her."
Her eyebrow went up. "Really? How did that work out for you?"
"Not so well," he said. "It was, kind of not her idea."
"Oh." Harrison looked away again.
"She says she's not upset, but it's been 4 days and she keeps getting, I don't know, crabbier."
"Were those her words, 'I'm not upset'?" He shook his head.
"She said we were okay, or something like that, but it doesn't feel like we're okay."
Jeanette gave him a sideways look. "Have you tried talking to her about it?"
He shrugged. "Not since then. I feel bad enough about the whole thing as it is. I've been trying to leave her alone."
"So the situation is that you kissed her, she said the two of you were okay, and now you're avoiding her because you think she's mad at you. Is that about it?"
"Yeah, I guess. God, I didn't think I could feel any stupider about this, but I'm there now."
Jeanette sighed. "Harrison, I find it unlikely she would be this upset about you kissing her if she already accepted your apology. You really should go talk to her."
"You think so?" he said. "What if that makes it worse?"
"Trust me. Please?"
"Yeah," he said. "All right, I will."
Jeanette watched him for a few seconds. "I mean, right now."
"Oh, yeah, okay."
He started to leave, then turned back.
"Did I just catch you being my counselor?"
"No." She shook her head and grinned. "You're Meisho." He frowned.
"I'm your what?"
She laughed. "Go talk to her, please." It took him several minutes to find the galley, which he did mostly by listening for Jake's and April's voices. They had an animated discussion about their discoveries, audible through most of the gangways. Upon entering the room, he found it to be a font of modern convenience, like a kitchen from a gourmet cooking show. Like the bridge, it belied the ship's exterior.
"Harrison!"
Jake's eyes lit up.
"Check this out!"
He opened a chest freezer, pulled out a slab of something in a clear plastic wrap, and tossed it to Harrison. Harrison couldn't help but laugh. All this technology at their disposal, and the previous owners of the ship had still stocked it with vacuum-packed, frozen slices of lime to prevent scurvy. Every nuance of the world had become anachronistic and absurd. He tossed the limes back.
"I'll be requiring each and every one of you to suck one of these dry every day," he said. "Can't be too careful."
Jake laughed.
"Aye, aye, Captain."
Still smiling, Harrison said,
"Jake, Jeanette wants to see you topside." "What about?"
Harrison shrugged. She didn't say. A paper-thin lie. If Jake pushed it the tiniest bit further, it would tear into shreds of obviousness.
"Okay."
He started to leave.
"You coming?"
Harrison shook his head.
"I want to take a look around." "Oh."
He paused.
"Oh."
He nodded with a slightly more coherent expression, glanced at April, and backed out. Rip, rip. Harrison turned to face April. She kept her back to him. They both waited for Jake to pass well out of earshot. Finally, April said, "Did you need something else?" He shuffled awkwardly.
"I'd like to talk to you."
"You've been avoiding me."
"I was trying to give you space."
"Ah."
"I'm sorry," he said.
April turned to face him. "I'm still listening."
"It was a stupid thing to do, and I feel like crap about it, and I want to get past it. I like you. I don't want to screw up being friends with you over one misstep."
She chewed her cheek. "So, you're sorry you kissed me?"
"Yes,"
he said. She continued staring and chewing.
"Isn't that why you're mad at me?"
he asked. Her stare deepened to a scowl. "You are an ass!" He took a step back.
"I'm sorry?"
"Yes, I know you're sorry. I'm sure everyone knows you're sorry. I'm not angry at you about the stupid kiss. I'm angry at you because of how you've acted since then. I wasn't upset about the kiss. It was your timing. That's what shocked me. You gave me this crazy power, and then I opened my eyes, and your face was all over me." On the word face, she shoved him in the chest. "It was when you kissed me." Another shove. "Idiot!" He staggered and caught himself.
"What are you saying?"
"Ah! I wanted you to kiss me. I just didn't want you to kiss me then."
His heart raced. "Do you still want me to kiss you?"
"Yes!" So he kissed her. Unlike before, he sensed no paranormal state, simply pure affection. A tender kiss, but also hungry, probing, and best of all, mutual. Despite all of Harrison's emotional fumbling, this felt perfectly natural. His anxiety and uncertainty drained away, replaced by something he could not define, other than feeling far, far better. A proper first kiss. It drew him in completely.
"Wow,"
said Glimmer. Harrison and April both jumped. The wide-eyed pixie hovered in the doorway.
"Glimmer!"
Harrison sputtered. He had no idea what to say, unlikely that his circumstance had a precedent. Glimmer looked at April.
"Took him long enough."
"I'm saying," said April, "I thought I was going to have to start wearing a sign." Harrison winced. Then he laughed.
"Can I help you?"
he asked Glimmer.
"It's nothing that can't wait," said the pixie. "Kiss her again."
He complied. When he looked up again, Glimmer clasped her hands over her heart. She sighed. April giggled.
"Now can I help you?"
he asked.
"Oh," said Glimmer, "right. Alex verbal again. He asked me to come get you."
Alex stood on the deck, leaning on a rail and looking out over the bay. Harrison let his eyes go blurry. Alec wore Bess again. He had wasted no time recovering the sword. Or perhaps she had wasted no time recovering him.
"Hey,"
said Harrison. Alec turned around at the sound of his voice and nodded slightly, but did not move. Harrison walked over to the rail and stood next to him. They watched the water silently together.
"How are you feeling?"
"Not bad," the director said in a conversational tone somehow both more and less than Harrison had expected.
"You?" "Pretty good. I think April is my girlfriend now." Well done. I thought you were never going to figure that out."
Harrison smiled.
"Yeah."
They stared at the bay a while longer.
"Listen, Alec, I'm not sure exactly what I'm supposed to say here. Am I don't know. Do I get debriefed or something now? Is there anything I need to tell you?"
Alec shook his head.
"You can tell me anything you think I need to know, but I can't imagine what that would be." "I'm sorry," said Harrison. "I guess I'm confused. If you don't really need anything from me, why did you send for me?"
Alec sighed.
"You really didn't see this coming, did you? Unfathomable."
He reached down, unbuckled Bess's scabbard from his belt, and held the hilt out to Harrison.
"Effective immediately, I am resigning as director of the new Chicago Security Agency. This weapon is NCSA property."
Harrison stared at Bess.
"Go on," said Alec. "Take it." "You can't do this," said Harrison. "I just went through a lot of trouble to get you fixed." I certainly can, said Alec. You know full well I can't pick up where I left off before. You think your ability to lead us has been compromised? No, Cody. I think my ability to lead you has been soundly buggered. I'm not even sure why this is a conversation.
He jabbed the butt end of the sword farther in Harrison's direction. Without thinking, Harrison took it.
I'm no one's property, said Bess.
Clutching her hilt, he willed himself to ignore her voice.
Alec, this is ridiculous. We are on a mission here that's globally important. We can't just stumble around leaderless. We need you.
Alec met his eyes dead on.
It doesn't strike me that you are leaderless, Captain.
Harrison stared at his former superior.
Oh my God, he whispered.
He tried desperately to compose a counter-argument, but couldn't find one compelling enough. Finally, he stood a hair straighter. He turned Bess around so he held the scabbard and offered her back to Alec.
Fine. Forget about we need you. I need you. We have a job to do, and I need muscle I can thrust. Now that you're a civilian again, I'll have to field deputize you. Mr. Baker, under my authority as ranking NCSA agent on site, I am issuing you this weapon and... Hell, I don't know. There must be some regulation language for this sort of thing, but you know what I mean. Take it.
Alec stared at the sword.
De Quiraz outranks you. Harrison shook his head. She's senior, but not ranking. It's never come up, but technically I've been promoted above her. I looked that one up before we left. I thought it might come in handy if she and I had an argument. You still haven't the authority, said Alec.
Harrison stared back, pushing Bess closer.
Alec sighed. Sod it. Of course you have.
He hesitated, then grabbed the sword. A shiver of relief ran up Harrison's arm.
How do we explain this to the others? They're going to be surprised.
Alec shook his head.
Explain it any way you want, Captain. I'll tell you right now, though, the only one likely to be surprised is you.
Harrison took a moment to absorb that.
Not even me, honestly. Thank you. Do you know where we're going? Indian Ocean, yes? The antipode of New York City. It's a good idea, I must say. You have overlooked one thing, though. What's that? There's nothing there. You'll have a terrible time finding the exact spot in the middle of the sea, and a worse time trying to hold position while you set off your counterbomb. Actually, said Harrison, it turns out there is something there. There's a chart on the bridge that I'm hoping is accurate to the world's current geography. If I'm right, we're heading for Counterbomb Island.
Chapter 23. Juxtaposition. Jake stood on the bow of the Ptolemy, his eyes closed, grinning as the salt spray hit him in the face. Gusts of wind caught his jacket and ballooned it around his back. Mostly, though, the wind had little effect on him. They rode it, one with it.
We must be going 100 miles an hour.
As he shouted this, the nose of the ship caught a crest of a wave and lurched upward. The boy snapped his eyes open, and he whooped. The ship dropped back with a crash.
About 35 knots, actually, said Harrison. No way! Way.
They still had more than a week before they expected to arrive at their island destination. Hadley and Glimmer had been hard at work constructing the counterbomb. Neither of them could provide a satisfactory explanation as to how they would set it off. They agreed it would take an enormous amount of energy, but lacked a suggestion as to a source. Titania had said it would work, though. Another puzzle for them to solve.
Hey, said Claudia. It's your turn.
On a small table between her and Harrison sat a Scrabble set and a pixie, cross-legged and studying the board. She wore a yellow polo shirt and blue shorts, over which lay a red apron adorned with 3 pockets, one blue, one green, one yellow, and a pair of yellow arches in the form of a stylized M. Her iridescent silver hair peeked out from under a red baseball cap with the same yellow arch logo. No shoes. Harrison experienced a mild revulsion to the sight of her outfit at first, but shook it off. The last creature he had seen in that uniform had tried to feed him to its young. Her wings waved absent-mindedly, and Harrison could make out details through their translucence. The edges of the tiles on the table near her appeared clear and sharp. He did not remember her wings ever having been so transparent, perhaps a combination of the bright daylight and the sea air. Whatever the cause, he found it lovely. On her previous turn, Claudia had created the word ass. She now improved on that.
Jackassery? Said Harrison. That's your word?
Mm-hmm. Claudia lifted a tile to show him a bonus square.
Double word. Plus, I get the bonus for using all of my tiles.
He frowned at her.
Use it in a sentence. In an act of characteristic jackassery, Harrison challenged me to a game of Scrabble.
She offered a friendly smile.
Glimmer, said Harrison, still looking at Claudia, please bring me the dictionary.
Aye, aye, Captain.
She took a moment to stand up straight and flit away. Claudia made a tisk-tisk sound, shaking her head.
We'll see, said Harrison.
While they waited, he looked up at the sails swollen with wind. Like most of their resources, the ship had proven effusively user-friendly. The team spent 2 days acclimating themselves to the environment before Harrison finally consented to set sail. Then it had been a simple matter of setting a longitude and a latitude, and the ship took it from there, plotting their course on the enormous interactive wall map. The most direct route took them around the Cape of Good Hope at the southernmost tip of Africa. Before their side trip to Texas, Harrison had never traveled farther south than Virginia. When he gave the order to get underway, the ship obliged. As the crew looked on, the giant sails on the 3 masts unfurled themselves, and the ship's wheel moved of its own accord. A year ago, the sight of the tall ship sailing itself would have humbled and astonished him. Now he responded with delight. They had spent the better part of the first day traveling down the Chesapeake Bay, and the view from the rail enchanted them. He had to remind himself they were not on a cruise ship, taking a well-earned, carefree vacation. Once they hit the open sea, he let go of that fantasy. But the need to play while they had the chance still drove them. April emerged from below decks with Glimmer. "You called?"
Jackassery.
Harrison smiled, but more from seeing her than anything else. April shook her head. "You challenged that?"
Harrison nodded smugly. She rolled her eyes.
"Well, in that case, it appears to be self-defining. You lose a turn. Jackassery, noun, a foolish act. I've also heard it used to mean the quality of being a jackass, but I'm not sure if that's strictly proper. It's definitely a word, though."
Harrison pouted.
April shrugged. "Sorry." Claudia silently collected 7 more tiles from the table and arranged them on her rack. She studied them, then selected one and placed it on the board, directly under the last letter of her previous word.
Yo, 5 points. Harrison glared at the tiny word. I don't need your pity.
Claudia shrugged and placed 6 more letters on the board.
Youthful, triple word, plus bonus for using all my letters. Wanna challenge that one? Harrison buried his face in his hands. No, I guess that one's self-defining too.
April laid her hands on his shoulders, rubbing the stiff spots at the base of his neck. He looked up and she smiled sympathetically.
I'm getting my ass kicked.
I can see that. He looked at his rack, which held 6 vowels and a V. Hey, Glimmer, said April, can I ask you a question? The pixie stood on the table, tossing 3 of the Scrabble scorekeeping pegs like miniature juggling pins.
Fire away.
She did not take her eyes off the pegs in their spinning dance over her head. I'm starting to put together some notes for a project I'm working on, said April. I want to document the events immediately following what happened last May, up to and including what we're doing now. We're basically starting history all over again, and I want to help make it coherent." Glimmer kept juggling.
And?
Well, what I'd like to do, at least at first, is take an anecdotal approach. The event left everyone totally alone, some for months. This is the only time in history when everyone on Earth was completely out of contact with everyone else. I want to collect first impressions. So far, I've only got the crew here to work with. I'd like to explore non-human reactions, too.
That would be where I come in.
Right. Glimmer tossed all 3 pegs high into the air and caught them one by one as they came down. She stood up and faced April.
First of all, I didn't see what you guys all claim to have seen. Apparently, the effect hit your world like some kind of wave, which some of you knew was coming before it got there. It hit Fairy all at once. No transition at all. One instant, I'm surrounded by hundreds of pixies. The next, I'm sitting alone on a motel roof wondering what the hell went wrong.
"Hang on," said April. "I'm sorry, I should have brought this up when I was actually ready to interview you. Do you mind waiting a minute?"
Not at all,
said the pixie. April kissed Harrison on the cheek and went back inside. With the distraction gone, Claudia turned her attention back to the game. "It's still you."
Yeah.
Harrison weighed the relative advantages of creating the word pave versus the word vole. April returned, holding a dictaphone. "Would you mind starting over?" She held her arm out and pressed the record button. Glimmer stared at the machine silently. April's expression transitioned from patient to confused. "I'm sorry, do you mind being recorded?"
It's not that I mind, said Glimmer. The thing is, it won't work. My voice isn't exactly a voice like yours. I don't make sound in the air. I do it by pushing on your eardrums. It's a magic thing. Doesn't work on tech stuff. I can't be recorded.
Oh. April pushed stop. Weird. That's too bad. Well, no big deal. Let me go get a notebook and I'll jot it all down.
Oh my God.
Harrison sat up. 3 Scrabble tiles fell out of his hand. April touched his shoulder. What's wrong?
May I borrow that?
He held his hand out to April. She looked at the dictaphone and handed it over.
Glimmer, would you mind terribly if I tried to record you saying something?
Glimmer shook her head.
We've been over this.
Humor me.
He pushed the record button again and spoke into the tiny microphone.
Glimmer recording experiment, take 1.
He held the machine in her direction.
Give me something.
Anything in particular?
She asked, deadpan.
No,
he said.
Wait, yes, Hamlet.
She cleared her throat.
To be.
He waited for more. She glared at him.
Or not to be. That is the question. Whether 'tis nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take arms against a sea of troubles and by opposing, end them.
She paused again.
More,
said Harrison.
To die. To sleep no more. And by a sleep we say to end the heartaches and the 1,000 natural shocks that flesh is heir to. 'Tis a consummation devoutly to be wished.
She stopped again.
To die,
said Harrison.
To sleep. To sleep, perchance to dream. Aye, there's the rub. For in that sleep of death, what dreams may come when we have shuffled off this mortal coil must give us pause.
He hit the pause button. Claudia began clapping, slowly and loudly. Glimmer bowed. Harrison hit stop, rewound the tape to the beginning, and pushed play. His voice issued from the speaker.
Glimmer recording experiment, take 1. Give me something.
After a brief pause.
No. Wait, yes, Hamlet.
A substantial pause followed.
More.
Additional nothing issued forth. The silence extended to the listeners. Even believing her and expecting not to hear her voice, the effect somehow still shocked them. They all heard this exchange, and now heard it eerily played back in fragments, the only audible sound, faint tape hiss. At last the speaker offered,
To die, to sleep perchance to dream. Aye, there's the rub. For in that sleep of death what dreams may come when we have shuffled off this mortal coil must give us pause.
Harrison cut off the recording with a sharp click.
Well, looky there, said Glimmer. Turns out I wasn't lying after all. Nice work, detective.
Nobody move.
He left them in their bewilderment and went below. Harrison relished the luxurious captain's cabin, a perk of command. Beautiful antique-looking pieces furnished the enormous room. He shared the cabin with April, although for the time being they slept in separate beds. He opened an ornate chest at the foot of his bed and pulled out his gravity-resistant backpack. He rummaged through it, produced one of his gadgets, took it back to the upper deck, and placed it on the table next to the board. The group all looked at the U-shaped object and at each other.
Glimmer, said Harrison, why doesn't magic work on technology?
She sighed.
Haven't I explained this over and over again?
Actually, no, you haven't,
he said. She crossed her arms.
I'm sure I have.
Explain it again.
She tapped her foot on the table.
It just doesn't.
He picked up the gadget and thumbed a switch.
Like I would know,
the pixie asked. She wore gym shorts and a white t-shirt that said Jell-O in red letters across the front. Her elbows and knees had pads strapped to them, and on her head sat an ovoid helmet. Her wings fluttered, a deeper shade of purple than Harrison had observed a while earlier. The image flickered.
Like I would know.
The real Glimmer stared at this electronic effigy of herself as though she had never seen anything like it. She had seen it before, but had somehow missed a crucial detail. It should not have recorded her voice.
Mother Pussbucket,
she whispered. Her image continued to speak the same phrase over and over.
What happens when you try to use magic on a machine? He asked her.
She continued to stare at the recording, mesmerized. He shut it off and asked her again,
What happens when you try to use magic on a machine?
Nothing.
She stared at the empty space where the recording had been.
I guess. I've never tried to.
Never?
He asked. She shook her head.
Has anyone ever tried to?
She shook her head again.
Then how do you know it doesn't work? What kind of experiments did you run back at Esoteric to explore this?
She thought for a moment.
Shit. I don't remember. We must have done something, though.
I don't think you did, said Harrison. You know what I think? I think it's a mental block. A mass mental block. I think something has made every person and creature in the world believe that, when it isn't really true.
Are you saying if we think it works, it will work? Asked Claudia.
Maybe,
said Harrison. But that's cartoon physics, she said. The coyote doesn't fall because he can't see that his feet aren't on solid ground anymore. Then he looks down and that's all she wrote. Do you hear what you're saying? He thumbed the switch in response.
Like I would know,
the faux Glimmer asked once more. The real Glimmer clutched her head. Harrison shut it off. He picked up the dictaphone, pressed record, and let it spin for a second or two.
Glimmer recording experiment. Take 2.
He paused for another few seconds.
To be.
He held the recorder out to Glimmer. She stared at it hatefully. After a long pause, she said,
"Or not to be."
He waited for more, but she gave him nothing. He stopped, rewound, and pressed play. A voice came from the speaker.
"Paramount, take 2.
It paused, then added,
To be."
Then followed silence. They waited. The silence dragged on. Finally, Harrison shook his head. How could he express his theory in the light of this non-evidence?
"Or not to be,"
came a voice from the dictaphone. Harrison pressed stop. Everyone else stared in silence.
"Jake,"
said Harrison,
"would you please find Mr. Baker, Dr. Tucker, and Dr. Lee and ask them to join us on deck? I think a staff meeting is in order."
Chapter 24. Midnight Oil. Harrison sat at the desk in the captain's quarters, a piece of furniture the size of a dining room table. On it, he arranged every futuristic gadget he had accumulated on his haphazard trek across the wilderness. He lined these gizmos up in neat rows and alternating columns, like checkers on a board. Harrison stared at them, hoping by imposing order on them he would grasp their mystery. "Hey!" April stood in the door. She wore a t-shirt and shorts, her hair tied back in a ponytail, no doubt to keep the equatorial heat off her face. Perspiration beaded on her forehead. "I thought you went to bed."
"I was restless,"
he said. She took in the scene before her. He could guess what he must look like. His eyes had that tingle on the edge of burning, which no doubt translated into bloodshot. "What are you doing?" she asked. He sighed.
"This thing with the camera really bugs me. I've been sitting on it for almost a year, and I only figured it out today. I can't help but think there must be more clues in here somewhere, if I can just crack them."
She came over to his side and looked at the display on the desk. "Where did you get all this stuff?"
"I've had it all since, September? And before that, most of it, I don't even know what it is."
He picked up a small rod.
"Some of it I do, though. Here."
He tossed the rod to an open spot on the floor a few feet from the desk. It sprang open as it hit and configured itself into a chair before April's eyes. It also carved a glaring scratch into the beautiful hardwood floor.
"Ah, shit."
Harrison got up, went to the floor, knelt down, and buffed the scratch with his thumb, to no avail. April sat on the floor next to him and put her hand on his shoulder. He looked at her.
"I wanted to show you my cool chair."
"That's a pretty cool chair," she said.
"Come here."
He got up and offered her his seat, an upholstered chair with carved wooden armrests. She sat, and he pulled the expanded field chair to the table.
"This is stuff I picked up on the way to New Chicago. I kept it all in my backpack, thinking I would find a use for most of it if I could just figure out what it did. I only ever identified about a quarter of it. When I was assigned to the New York expedition, I brought the pack with me, on a lock."
He tapped on one of his unidentified treasures with a pencil.
"I kind of figured that one of these babies would somehow save the day at the right minute, and then everyone would praise me for my foresight. The opportunity never quite presented itself."
She took his hand in hers, meshing their fingers. "So instead you had to settle for earning our respect. Poor baby." He leaned over and kissed her.
Yeah, sucks to be me."
She turned her attention back to his collection. "We had a room full of things like this back in New York. There were a lot of things we thought might be magical, too. Most of them weren't, but we did find a couple little things in there. My favorite was a stone that purified water. You could drop it in a mud puddle and actually watch it go to work."
"Why didn't you bring it?"
"I did. We haven't needed it yet."
"Oh, right."
The transport had a water purification system, again despite its lack of weapons implying an original military purpose, and the galley had a spigot fed by a desalination system mounted inside the keel. If the water system ever broke down, they might be able to use her stone to purify seawater. He contemplated the possible effect of throwing it directly into the ocean. Maybe she should have left it back home after all.
I remember that room, he said. Jake showed it to me on the nickel tour. He seemed very disappointed to hear Glimmer's magical appraisal of the junk you had down there.
Hey, speaking of my stuff, where's the gizmo you took from me? She scanned the table.
Right here.
He produced it from his pocket. She took it from him and looked it over. Why didn't you have it out with all the others?
He shrugged. It didn't occur to me. It seemed like it was in a totally different category from this stuff. I was hoping I could find another example of technology that doesn't behave the way it should. So far, that thing hasn't done anything suspect.
What's this? She turned the object over in her hands and tapped the circular rubber cap on its top.
Not sure, he said. It covers some sort of port. At first I thought it might be for a power cord, but then you got it going, so now I have no clue. Maybe it supports some kind of cable to link it to other little whatevers?
She popped the cap off with a fingernail and looked down the hole it had covered. Seems kind of wide for a cable jack. Can I borrow your pencil? He handed it to her, and she probed the opening with it. When she let it go, it disappeared completely down the hole. Kind of deep, too.
Can I see?
She handed it back to him. He turned it over, and the pencil dropped back out.
Whoa, I think I figured this out.
What? Said April. Harrison reached down and pulled the wand from its holster on his belt. He held it over the opening on the remote. The emerald sphere at the tip of the wand glowed as it got nearer to the device, bright enough to shine part of the way down the hole. He touched the port with the glowing green marble, itself slightly wider than the opening, to no additional effect. "Turn it around," said April. He did so. Etched into the flat part of the metal cap, as fine as a human hair, he found a symbol, a straight line, connected to a curve.
"Oh, my God," he whispered.
Setting the end with the metal cap against the hole, he loosened his grip on the wand. It slid straight down, no visible gap between it and the sides of the hole. He gave it a slight push to make sure it had gone the whole way, and it snapped into place. They stared at it.
Harrison whispered, "I wonder what it does now."
Instantly, the entire device began to glow pale green. As before, icons for nearby technology appeared, along with others that bore no resemblance to anything Harrison had with him. They hovered above the device, spinning in the air, changing shape, growing, shrinking. The device offered information in symbolic form and in rapid sequence. Harrison did his best to keep up as it explained what it could do now. Chapter 25. Heave to.
"What else does it do?"
Alec held the remote, feeling its weight.
"Can it be used as a weapon?"
Harrison, Alec, and Hadley stood on the deck of the Ptolemy shortly after dawn.
"Not sure. Probably." Harrison took it back. "I hadn't explored that possibility. Don't spoil my joy by trying to make my object of wonder into an object of violence."
"Like it or not," said Alec, "defense is a major consideration. You may not want to think of this as a weapon, but we can't afford that kind of thinking right now."
Harrison sighed. "You're right, as usual. This is why I need you."
"I'd be surprised, frankly," said Hadley. "It still appears to influence technology. Since there are no technological weapons left, I consider it unlikely that this would be one."
"Yes," said Alec, "but now it has magical capabilities as well, and the two aspects seem to be enhancing each other."
He looked at Harrison.
"With your permission, I'd like to run some field tests on it. I may stumble across some application we could put to use in a fight.
Harrison thumbed a pad on the device, and it glowed green for a moment.
Okay, take it.
He held it at his side. Hadley smirked. Alec reached for the machine, and his arm flew out perpendicular to his body.
Bloody hell!
He rubbed his shoulder.
It has teeth after all. What was that? Catch.
Harrison tossed it to him. Alec reflexively reached for it with both hands, but as they closed around it, it shot straight up like wet soap, arcing gracefully back to Harrison's open palm.
I should have warned you. He doesn't like to be held by anyone but me.
Harrison grinned, stroking the machine.
Good boy, Gizmo.
Gizmo? Said Alec. Harrison shrugged.
I gave it a name. I'm sentimental like that.
Nice, said Alec.
Is that a setting, or does it only do that for you? It's a setting. I'm going to program it to accept everyone in the crew. That'll keep it out of enemy hands, but we'll still be able to use it if something happens to one of us.
Alec nodded.
What if we fall into enemy hands? What if one of us is persuaded to do all sorts of wonderful things with it for somebody else?
Harrison held the machine up in front of his face.
Go.
It went. Alec raised his eyebrows.
Is it somewhere safe?
Lunar orbit, said Hadley. Alec stared at him.
Seriously?
Seriously, said Harrison. Orbiting the moon. 240,000 miles in the blink of an eye. All three men looked up. They could make out the waxing crescent in the early morning sky.
Right, said Alec. I see it now.
They all laughed. The orbit is low, said Hadley, and unstable, so we can't leave it there for more than about 10 years.
That should be long enough for us to get out of a jam, said Alec.
One would hope, said Harrison. As they spoke, Jake arrived.
Captain, can you come to the bridge?
What's up? Asked Harrison.
We're not sure. There may be trouble.
Let's see it. Glimmer pointed at the horizon. She wore a yellow gingham garden dress and matching wide-brimmed hat adorned with a white satin band. A white sailor collar with red and white piping lent a quasi-nautical look. Printed scenes from Curious George wrapped the whole way around her skirt, in which the mischievous chimpanzee played with a beach ball. A plush toy ape, which looked nothing like the chimp portrayed on her dress, sat curled in her left arm. No shoes. An object sat on the surface of the ocean at the horizon. Harrison held out his hand, and Jake passed him a pair of binoculars. The object didn't look like much more under magnification.
How soon before we intercept it?
He asked.
Under 2 hours, said Jake, assuming that neither of us changes course.
Can we outrun it? Asked Alec.
No, sir, said Jake. It's already got our top speed beat by 10 knots.
Best we could hope for would be a delay, said Harrison. Jake and Alec both nodded.
Damn. Well, we better start preparing for a worst case.
Jake, please find the rest of the crew and bring them up here.
Aye, Captain.
As soon as he left, Harrison said,
Glimmer, would you mind doing a little recon for me?
She hesitated. Recon?
A quick flyby, he said. Just tell me if it's a ship. What does it look like? How big is it? You don't have to get too close. I just need a preliminary idea of what that is.
She hesitated some more. A lot more.
Glimmer?
I can't, she said.
You can't?
Fly.
Harrison looked more closely at her wings. They had faded to near transparency. Still a faint purple, they now resembled wisps of vapor more than solid objects, their edges starting to lose definition.
Oh my God, he said. What's happening? Are you all right?
I don't know, and I don't know, she said, in that order.
All right. We won't know who they are until we can see them from here. That's not my first choice, but we'll have to roll with it. Are you still able to do magic?
Glimmer nodded.
As far as I know.
Then you're still our secret asset, he said. Why don't we get you out of sight? I'd like to keep you hidden as long as possible, especially if you're vulnerable.
No argument there, she said.
Harrison looked at Alec.
Wait for me here. We're going to find her a decent hiding place. Aye, Captain, said Alec.
Harrison picked Glimmer up gently.
Are you in any pain?
No, she said.
Good.
He carried her down the stairs to the crew's quarters. For an instant, he entertained the notion of hiding her in the captain's cabin, but anyone searching the ship would likely start there.
I'm going to have to take you somewhere that's not easy to find, but where you won't be trapped if I can't come back for you right away. Suggestions?
Let me cut a mouse hole, she said. I'll hide in the walls.
Are you a good climber?
I'm good at everything.
True enough, he said. The walls are probably the safest place for you right now. You'll still have mobility, and you'll be impossible to find if no one knows where to look for you. That was a really good idea.
I get those, she said.
He set her down on the floor near a wall in the gangway.
We should do this where it will be least likely to be spotted.
Glimmer ran into one of the cabins. Even without flight, she moved with swift grace. He followed her and found her inspecting the walls.
Help me move this chest.
She pointed to a footlocker like the one in his cabin. He dragged it away from the wall.
Once I'm inside, she said, push it back to cover the hole.
How will you get out?
Simple. I'll cut another hole. Duh.
At the base of the wall behind the chest, Glimmer laid one hand against the wood. It glowed orange, and white smoke drifted upward. She dragged her hand in a tiny arc, and a chunk of wall fell back into itself. It left a heart-shaped hole. She removed her hat and tossed it inside. Before stepping in, she held the stuffed ape over her head.
Will you hold my monkey?
Harrison hesitated, remembering the last time she had handed him a part of her costume. She had vanished, and he had thought she had gone off to die then. He found the parallel disquieting. Ultimately, though, he could not refuse her anything. He took the toy.
Yeah, I got your monkey right here.
She flashed him an admiring grin, and her eye twinkled. Her wings pulsed once, a slightly deeper purple.
Maybe you are a pixie after all. Be careful.
As she stepped into her hidey hole, Harrison shoved the plush chimp into his pocket, then pushed the chest back against the wall. Before heading back to the bridge, he stopped at the cargo hold one deck below the crew's quarters. In that hold rested an irregularly shaped object, roughly 3 feet wide, built mostly from sticks held together by an assortment of wires, metal brackets, hinges, strings, and pulleys. A variety of rare items clung to it, both inside and on its surface. A polished stone here, a feather there. A desiccated red and white mushroom, wilted and forlorn, hung from one section. Harrison stood looking at this construction, seeing it complete for the first time. If one ignored the obviously meticulous assembly, it looked like a pile of trash from a day's yard work. A casual observer would have no way of knowing how important a role in the fate of humanity, and more, this thing would soon play. The power to forever change the world rested in this bundle of twigs, or to forever leave it unchanged. He reached out to touch it, to connect with it somehow, but stopped himself. He could not fathom its might. Touching it would not help. He covered the construction with a tarpaulin. This would deter no one, but he at least had to try to hide it. He walked out the door, closed it behind him, and looked at the lock. An ordinary keyed deadbolt. He planned to drop the key into the ocean. If he came back, he wouldn't need it. He pressed his hand to the door and closed his eyes, thinking back to the last time he had tried to use his power in reverse. It worked like a charm then. The door trembled with a metallic crunch. He opened his eyes. It worked like a charm again. The door locked and the keyhole warped shut. It had crushed itself closed. He made one more stop before rejoining the crew. The Ptolemy had an armory, which Alec had discovered their first day aboard. It held a selection of swords, plus several empty racks that would have held pistols and muskets, now long gone. Alec had given Harrison and Jake some basic fencing lessons, but neither of them proved especially apt, and no one else had taken an interest. Harrison collected swords and headed topside. When he returned to the bridge, the crew had assembled there, looking to starboard. They watched the approaching object, now clearly a ship, apparently a yacht. His crew wordlessly waited for his next move. He handed each of them a cutlass.
"Oh, shit," said Claudia.
"Relax. I don't expect anyone to start fighting." He looked at Alec.
"Almost anyone,"
he silently corrected himself.
"These are for show. If those are Ruapim's people out there, these won't make a difference at all. But they may not be trouble at all. Or they may be ordinary pirates."
"And ordinary pirates would be okay?" asked Jeanette. She looked extremely skeptical, but still strapped the sword around her waist.
"Ordinary pirates would suck," he said. "But if there are more of us than them, they might think it's too much trouble. Especially if they think we're ready for them."
Jeanette nodded. The others buckled on their swords. When Harrison handed one to Alec, he said quietly,
"I already have one, thank you. But they won't know that."
Harrison resisted the urge to glance at the invisible Bess.
"Ah, yes, I take your point."
Alec accepted the sword and removed it from its scabbard, then swished it back and forth a few times, feeling its heft. Sighing, he strapped it to his belt on his left side. Alec's sword would now be even more of a bluff than the others were. Alec was left-handed, and his instinct come trouble would be to draw from the right, where Bess sat. Harrison placed his hope in Alec's control over his reflexes. A voice called from the direction of the oncoming ship. It spoke in Spanish, in the tinny timbre of a bullhorn. Harrison looked at April.
"What are they saying?"
"They say we're violating territorial waters," she said. "They're not saying whose territory, and I can't place the accent."
"So who does that rule out?"
asked Harrison. "Puerto Rico, and probably Mexico." April's family hailed from Puerto Rico. Recalling this fact gave Harrison a pang of regret he would never meet them. She would never meet his family either. His sister Lisa had hounded him for years to get out of the house and find himself a woman. Lisa would have loved April, and Harrison would have basked in Lisa's pride of him. He rubbed his mouth to ward off the wool gathering. Grief hit him at unexpected moments. "They could be from any Central or South American country," said April. "I suppose they could even be from Spain." She shrugged. "Sorry." Harrison shook his head.
"No, that's helpful."
He looked at the interactive wall chart.
"What are we near?" "Brazil," said Jake, "if 200 miles counts as near."
"They speak Portuguese in Brazil," said Claudia. Her parents had both been born there, though she had never seen the nation. Harrison nodded.
"Either they don't know where they are, or they think we don't know where we are."
"Or," said Jeanette, "they don't speak Portuguese in Brazil anymore." Harrison scratched his chin. The crisp texture of 3 days' beard stimulated his fingertips and helped him focus.
"Or they're fucking with us, which I think is most likely. Pardon my French."
"Mais oui, mon capitaine," said April. More Spanish wafted across the waves.
"April?"
"They're telling us to stop. They want to board us."
"All right," said Harrison. "Let's see how serious they are. Claudia, do you speak Spanish?"
"No."
"Okay, then here's what we're going to do. April, I need you to translate what I'm about to say and repeat it in Spanish slowly to Claudia. Claudia, I need you to repeat what April says, sound for sound. You two think you can do that?"
They both said yes, and all three went back out on deck. Claudia stood by the rail facing the yacht.
"We are currently traveling in international waters," Harrison began,
and April echoed his words in Spanish.
"Please identify your nation of origin."
He waited for April to finish her translation and for Claudia to finish relaying it. Then he made a cutting gesture with his finger across his throat.
"Now what?" asked Claudia. "Now we wait for them to respond," he said. "Hopefully, right now they're wondering what kind of technology we have that would amplify your voice so clearly. With any luck, they'll be so intimidated."
"Shh!" April waved her hand as the other ship gave more instructions.
"What did they say?" he asked.
"More of the same," she said. "I missed the beginning, but I don't think they even acknowledged your message."
"That's not good," said Jake. "Don't get worked up," said Harrison. "This could still be nothing." "Should we stop?" asked the boy. "Wouldn't be my first choice, but I also don't want to make these people twitchy by fleeing when they're just going to catch up to us a little later."
Harrison hung his head in thought.
"Damn," he whispered. "Okay, people, one more time. Ready?"
Claudia and April nodded.
"Unidentified ship," he said more loudly. "Your pursuit is in violation of international law. Heave to and identify yourselves immediately."
He waited for the translation, then cut with his finger again. April bit her lip. "I'm not sure about my translation of heave to. I may have screwed that up."
"It makes no difference," said Harrison. "Thank you both." "All stop, Jake." "Aye, Captain."
The boy bolted back to the bridge.
"Now we're in charge," said Harrison, "for whatever that's worth. Alec, I need a moment."
He nodded away from the group and began walking. Alec followed.
"That was the right call," he said when they were out of the other's earshot. "Thank God," said Harrison. "Listen, I want to be clear that you are de facto first mate on this ship. We haven't discussed this before now." "I assumed." "If this gets ugly, I'm going to need you to take the initiative," said Harrison. "Your conflict reflexes and judgments are better than mine. I want to be absolutely certain that we don't screw up over some chain of command bullshit." "I understand completely." Alec put his hand on Harrison's shoulder. "Trust me to know my job, and to do it. That's your strength, Cody. You know your people. It's why they follow you." "They're scared," he said. "They should be. Are you?" Harrison thought about this. Hard. "It doesn't matter whether I am or not, does it?" "Not a whit," said Alec. Wind slapped against the canvas sails, which retracted. It would take some time for the ship to come to a complete stop, but their velocity had already begun to bleed out. At the rate the other ship now gained on them, they wouldn't need to come to a stop before they could be boarded. He gathered the crew together on the main deck. They watched the yacht pull up alongside. Several men wearing dark blue uniforms stood on its deck, one of them with dark gray skin. As the ships made contact with a dull but loud thump, these men vaulted the rail onto the Ptolemy. The third man to leap over was Scott McCarthy. Alec reacted swiftly. He rushed to the boarding party, sword drawn, his first target the gray-skinned man, who did not attempt to evade him. Alec went straight for his neck. As it hit, his sword ricocheted backward. The gray-skinned man snatched the sword with one hand by the blade and kicked Alec in the stomach. He fell backward, gasping for breath. "Be sure to keep that sword safe," said Scott. 3 more men leapt onto the Ptolemy. "Hello, Harry. I trust you'll allow your people to surrender without further incident." Though sitting ducks, the other members of the crew stood their ground. Claudia had her hand on her sword. If they tried to scrap their way out of this, they would all be killed. The fact Scott even discussed surrender, however, meant for whatever reason he needed them alive. A ratchet-like sound came from where Alec lay sprawled on deck,
as the gray-skinned man put him in handcuffs. It might still be possible to turn the situation to their advantage. They still had abilities that Scott would know nothing about. They still had Glimmer. If his people surrendered, it might buy them enough time to plan their way out.
"Stand down," said Harrison to his crew.
Scott's men collected their swords, cuffing each one as they went. None of them betrayed fear. Harrison unbuckled his own sword and handed it over to Scott. Smiling, Scott pulled a pair of handcuffs from his belt. He dangled them in front of Harrison's face. Harrison's heart accelerated. He would have to concentrate to keep the cuffs from springing off his wrists. Perhaps he could force them to lock, as he had done twice now. If he could convincingly feign helplessness, they would still have a decent chance to escape. Scott giggled. "I can see the wheels turning, Harry. It's almost cute." He tossed the cuffs to the deck. Chain hit wood with a clink, the sound of Harrison's plan snapping. Scott pulled a reel of fishing line out of his pocket and handed it to the gray-skinned man. "Bind him." Turning to another of his crew, he added, "Gag the black girl." Harrison had barely enough time to register his own secret spoiled before learning Scott knew Claudia's as well. The gray man approached Harrison, in proximity, the color of his skin clearly that of stone. This creature, an animated statue, did not speak as it pulled Harrison's hands behind his back with cold fingers and wound the nylon cord around them. Not clumsily or in a painfully tight manner, but firmly enough he could not move his hands. It leaned down, and a sharp click issued from behind Harrison's back, surely the sound of the stone man biting through the cord. A swarm of tiny lights appeared around Scott's head, bothering him not at all. "Bring me the pixie!" As one, the glowing dots darted into the ship. The blood drained out of Harrison's face at the sight of these avatars, little spies, every one of them brought to life by snuffing out one of Titania's children. Their captors hauled Harrison and his crew over the gap between the ships and passed them to more blue-uniformed men on the yacht. Harrison's escort, the statue, stayed with him. No one spoke. Even now, his people displayed no anguish. The uniformed crew led them to the yacht's equivalent of a brig, a plain, unfurnished room, but clearly prepared for them. Iron rings hung from bolts on the walls, and their captors cuffed each prisoner to one with their hands over their heads. The stone man dragged Harrison to a cage in a corner, forced him into the chair inside it, and bound him to it with the rest of the fishing line. He wound it around Harrison's ankles, his chest, and his neck, so the slightest attempt to struggle pinched him to agony. As long as he held still, he felt no pain. Unfortunately, breathing required movement. Statue Man finished tying off the cord, then bit through it again. He had saved enough of the line to tie the door to the cage shut in at least a half-dozen places. He left an enormous lock on the door unlatched, no doubt as a taunt. The uniformed men left the room and shut the door. No one spoke. From where Harrison sat, he had a clear view of Alec, badly bruised from being thrown to the deck. After some time, the door opened. A guard tossed a sphere about the size of a bowling ball into the room. For a horrible moment, Harrison thought it was a human head. It rolled across the floor and hit the edge of his cage with a sharp whack. The transparent plastic object, an exercise ball for a guinea pig, wobbled a bit after colliding with the cage before coming to rest. Inside lay the motionless form of a tiny woman in a yellow garden dress, with no shoes and no wings. Chapter 26. Swap.
Glimmer!
Harrison coughed. The effort of forming a simple word pulled the cord taut against his throat like a garrote. It didn't matter.
Glimmer! Sweetie! Can you hear me?
Tears of relief formed at the outer edges of his eyes.
Glimmer!
What?
"Are you hurt?" asked April. Glimmer rolled over to face April.
Only when I laugh.
She did not demonstrate.
What happens now?
Asked Jake, his voice cracking on the last word.
Now we sit tight,
said Harrison, as though they had a choice.
That's it,
said Jake.
Sit tight?
Harrison understood the boy's panic. Somehow he did not feel it yet, but he understood it. How to reassure him? Harrison inventoried their hidden assets. They had Gizmo, currently circling the moon, retrievable as soon as his hands became free. He had never gotten that chance to field test its weapons capabilities, but it had plenty of other useful features. Wings or no wings, Glimmer still packed a wallop. Once she felt more chipper, she would have much to contribute. Scott knew about Claudia's power, but they still held a wild card in April. She had a power, possibly an awesome one. If only they knew what it amounted to. He rubbed the silver ring on his finger. They hadn't taken it. They hadn't even noticed it. In his heart, he believed it must be important. He wished he knew its secrets. He couldn't say this out loud. The room was certainly being monitored, and every secret they had left was a dear one. He tried to find a way to say that to Jake without saying it straight out. "Keep it together, Jake," said Jeanette. Claudia also tried to make eye contact with him, and when he managed to look in her direction, her smile appeared to calm him further. She and Jake had been developing something over the last few weeks, and her face provided exactly what he needed to focus on. Harrison did not know if they had a romance kindling, and he sensed they did not know either. Hopefully, they would have years to figure it out.
"It's all right," said Alec. "I still have Bess."
This shocked Harrison for two different reasons. First, he flashed back to the brief one-sided battle on deck and realized Alec had drawn the decoy's sword. They had taken an ordinary blade from him and left him his secret weapon. His detailed inventory of assets now felt like pathetic wishful thinking in light of this incredible news. It also shocked him that Alec had broadcast their only immediate advantage.
"Bess?"
said Jake. Not good. Jake had never been formally introduced. Now he drew attention to Alec's unconscionable blunder. "The magic sword," said Alec. "It's invisible most of the time. Look at my right hip and blur your eyes. You'll see her." "Alec," said Hadley, "maybe you should rest for a bit. You're rambling." Alec plowed past the hint. "If I could get to it, I'd have you all freed in a jiff." "Baker," Harrison shouted and coughed. "Shut the hell up!" This had gone far past a simple blurt, and he now understood how he needed to handle it. "Do you want us to lose the only hope we have of getting out of here alive? If you'd let me use the bloody thing in the first place, we wouldn't be here." "Alec, that's enough," said Jeanette in a firm tone, but with an edge of fear to it. None of them had been wholly sure of Alec since he had come out of his bewitchment. He had behaved normally, but without his trademark arrogance. The crew accepted him back, but now it looked like enough suspicion remained to belie that acceptance. "Cod's wallop," said Alec. "We should have had this out well before now." The only prisoner with a direct line of sight to Harrison, he looked his captain in the eye. "I've got the most powerful weapon left on Earth strapped to my bleeding thigh, and this cretin tells me to wear a decoy. Now we're all captives of Scott the pirate, probably on our way to torture and death." He glared at Harrison. "But it's all right. Baldric has a cunning plan. Haven't you, Baldric?" Harrison glared back, biting his cheeks. "Do not call me Baldric." The entrance of 3 of Scott's men interrupted their discussion. One of them, a short, corpulent man, approached Alec and stood before him, looking him over. Alec spat on him. This earned him a punch in the stomach. Another of the men came closer and struck Alec across the face as the first patted him down. Alec's head snapped back and forth under these audible slaps. Finally, the rotund man drew Bess from her hiding place and held her out to look at her, whistling at her beauty. Then he sliced her clean through the neck of the man beating Alec. Harrison learned then what a human head rolling across the floor really looked like. A geyser of blood shot straight up and splashed over Alec's face. The remaining guard rushed the first, sword drawn. The man holding Bess squealed like an injured rabbit. He deflected a blow from the sword of his fellow and severed the man's hand with the return stroke. The wounded guard cried out, staring at his stump with horrified disbelief. The fat man took this moment to plunge Bess into his abdomen. He pushed the sword into the hilt, then pulled it up and sideways, opening a vast hole through which the man's intestines spilled out. Blood spewed from his mouth as he hit the floor. Said the fat man, staring at his own gory hands. Tears streamed down his face. He threw himself on Harrison's cage and cut every strand of fishing line binding it shut. Pulling the door wide, he fell to his knees. While down there, he retched, which did not slow down his progress in slicing through Harrison's restraints. He even managed to turn his head in such a way that none of his vomit got on Harrison's pants. At last, he cut through the cord around Harrison's wrists without so much as scratching him. Panting, he got to his feet and plunged Bess into his own heart. Harrison stared at the body lying next to his chair. He stood and rubbed his wrists. Blood covered Alec's face, but Harrison could not tell how much of that was his and how much was Splash.
No time to waste, Captain.
Harrison walked briskly out of his cage. Everyone but Alec watched him in wide-eyed silence. Harrison scooped up the exercise ball and went straight to Alec's iron ring.
You bastard!
He tapped Alec's cuffs. They sprang open.
Baldrick, I almost lost it.
Sorry. Alec wiped his mouth with one sleeve.
It's all right. Get the swords.
Harrison tapped each set of cuffs. When he got to April's, he kissed her.
Sorry about all this,
he whispered in her ear. I'm fine, she said. Alec took swords from the dead men, handing one to Harrison, one to Jake, and one to Hadley, none of whom looked especially happy about it. Alec went into Harrison's cage to retrieve Bess, apparently with more difficulty than he expected.
Bloody hell, she's run straight through his sternum.
Alec put his foot on the man's chest and rocked the sword back and forth. After a few swings, it produced a wet crack that filled the silence of the room.
There she comes.
He wiped the blade on the dead man's uniform.
Thank you, love.
Bess went back in her scabbard and vanished from sight. Harrison unscrewed the two halves of the exercise globe and gently rolled Glimmer into his palm.
How do you feel?
I feel like a fucking brownie, she said. How am I supposed to feel?
Jeanette, would you look after our Pixie?
He passed her to Jeanette's cradled hands. I've got you, the doctor said as Glimmer curled up into a ball.
There's bound to be more of these guys,
Harrison said. Alec shrugged.
Let's go get them.
3 more men remained on the ship. Harrison's party found them on deck. They had surely seen what went down in the cell and had either decided to regroup or retreat. Scott was nowhere to be found, the reason immediately obvious. The Ptolemy fled from them, at least a mile out, sails raised. Harrison had nothing but bluff. Of his 3-armed crew, only Alec stood a chance in a fight, and he was in terrible shape. Still, they had Scott's men outnumbered. He had started to formulate a plan wherein he would persuade the 3 pirates to drop their swords and flee in a lifeboat, when one of them decided to take his chances. He charged them. Hadley had already frozen, and Alec's response time was off. He braced himself to find out how much he had truly learned in his aborted fencing instruction, when Jake leapt into the fray. He swung his cutlass wildly at his opponent, who dodged the stroke with ease. When Jake tried to sweep the sword back, Scott's man sliced the back of his hand. He fell to the deck, bleeding and screaming. "Jake!" Claudia shrieked. The word hit Harrison like a punch in the face. Everyone else shook their heads or clutched their ears. She had never used her ability like that before. He took advantage of the momentary confusion to rescue Jake. Scott's other 2 men had held back. Now they looked disoriented. Harrison lunged at the man standing over Jake, intending to draw him away. He held his sword straight out, trying to keep distance between himself and his opponent. They tapped blades twice. Then Harrison moved in, feinted to the left, and kicked Jake's attacker in the scrotum. This maneuver had the desired effect. The man went down, dropping his sword to clutch himself. With luck, this display of dirty fighting would make their bluff more threatening. While he worked this angle in his head, Alec walked up casually, rolled the downed man over with his foot, kneeled, and slit his throat. Harrison got a wake-up call to the true definition of dirty fighting, but did not allow his horror to show. He looked at the 2 remaining men. "Get off my boat." They did. He turned back to his people. Jeanette had passed Glimmer to Hadley and wrapped Jake's hand. Blood stained the deck. Claudia clutched his face in her hands. "You dumb shit!" She kissed him. He offered a pale smile. Harrison gave Scott's men enough time to take a lifeboat, which they pointed in the direction of the receding Ptolemy. He doubted they would make it. By now, Scott had likely heard what transpired on his ship. The expected response would be to return and retake the ship by force. At the rate the Ptolemy clipped away from them, it appeared their adversary had a less courageous strategy in mind. "Captain," said Jeanette, "I'm taking Jake below to clean this up. It's not deep, but I'd like to dress it properly."
"Good idea."
Harrison continued to look at his ship. What could Scott possibly fear from them to flee like that? Did he know about the bomb? "Oh, fuck," said Claudia.
"What?"
said Harrison. "I still had an Omni left over there," she said. "Crab and asparagus quiche. I was saving it." Harrison smiled sympathetically.
"Carpe diem, Claude."
"Amen, brother."
"Why don't you and Alex see if you can get us underway?"
said Harrison.
"Maybe we can get your quiche back."
She looked at Jake, who had gotten to his feet. "He'll be all right," said Jeanette. She held out her hand to Hadley, who handed her the curled-up pixie. Glimmer had not moved during the entire melee. "Come on, you. Let's see if we can find you a throw pillow." Claudia rubbed Jake's arm, then went up to the cockpit with Alec. "I don't understand," said Hadley. "They have us outnumbered. Why are they running?" "We can't let them get away," said April.
"I know."
Harrison watched his ship dwindle further, thinking about the cargo it carried.
"At least we know we can outrun them."
"Not so much, actually," said Claudia. She and Alec descended from the cockpit. Harrison tensed.
"What's wrong?"
"We're dead in the water," said Alec. "That bastard took the liberty of dumping the fuel. I wonder if the men he left behind knew that." Harrison watched the Ptolemy sail away at top speed.
"Oh, God."
"That makes no sense," said Hadley. "Why would they run now? We're sitting ducks."
"Scott must know what happened,"
said Harrison.
"He's not taking any chances. He'll be back with the fleet."
"So what, we drift here waiting for him?" said Claudia. "What happens now?"
"What happens now is that we get our damn ship back. Does this thing have any other means of propulsion?"
Alec shook his head.
"This appears to be an ordinary ship from 2004.
This snuffed Harrison's hopes of finding another technological treasure chest. Terrible luck. Almost nothing material had survived from their actual year of origin, but they still had untapped resources.
"April," he said, "will you come with me to the cockpit? I'd like to try something."
She nodded with a look of uncertainty. They climbed up to the small room. Harrison and April each took a seat.
"I want you to try to start the engines,"
said Harrison. April stared at him. With no fuel?
That's right.
All right. How do I do that? Harrison stared at the panels in front of him, the reading on the fuel gauge, empty, difficult to misinterpret.
I have no idea.
She sighed and waited.
Look, he said, this is a shot in the dark, but you have a power, and I think your power is actual, literal power. Our abilities are all linked to our birth dates. It would make sense for the 3 Mile Island person to be a power source. You did get that gizmo and the wand up and running.
I thought that was a one-time only thing.
Maybe it was, he said. Maybe not, though. Have you tried using it on anything else since then?
I would have told you.
Then we really don't know if it was or not. What if it wasn't just about the tools? What if you can power up other things, too? If you've got a line into some sort of energy source, and if we can use it to get this thing up to speed, we might still catch the Ptolemy.
April bit her lip, increasingly uncertain, the beginnings of fear showing in her eyes.
April, he said, if we don't get that ship back, we won't be able to save the world. Please try.
She hesitated. Without speaking, she placed her hands on the wheel and closed her eyes. Nothing happened. For half a minute, her expression did not change. Finally, Harrison said,
Damn. Well, it was worth trying. Thanks for being such a good sport.
The force of the ship lurching forward threw him out of his seat. His head slammed on the floor, hard enough to disorient him. As he struggled to get up, he wrestled with the idea something must have hit them. No way could a ship that size accelerate that quickly. He clawed his way back to his seat. April screamed, her eyes wide open, the wheel locked in her clutch. He put his hand on her shoulder.
April,
he shouted over the sound of her shrieks.
It's okay. I've got you.
Somehow, at least part of that got through because she stopped screaming. She looked at him and said, Harrison. And then the ship shuddered again. A loud metal clang sounded from somewhere aft. Harrison? Shouted Jeanette from below. Get down here! He clambered down.
What happened?
Claudia fell overboard. What the hell were you doing up there?
Oh my God, where's Alec?
He jumped in after her. We have to turn around. Many things raced through his mind at that moment. He desperately hoped the loud clang earlier was not 2 of his people being sucked into the ship's propellers. Jeanette's request to turn around was quite likely impossible to accommodate. Most importantly, it turned out April's power did have other useful applications, but they still had no idea what they might be because this sure as hell wasn't one of them.
Hadley, hard about.
Aye, Captain, shouted Hadley, already in the cockpit.
Come,
Harrison shouted. Gizmo appeared in his hand, returned from its distant orbit. They had no propulsion at the moment, but more than sufficient momentum for them to turn the ship around. It described a wide arc, and as they gradually came about, Harrison scanned the ocean with Gizmo. The marble glowed bright green, and the remote cycled through icons. After about 2 minutes, he shouted, I've got them.
You found them with that,
said Jeanette.
Yes, but I meant that I've got them. Look.
Harrison could not point as he concentrated on his remote and clutched it with both hands. Jeanette looked in the direction of his gaze, toward the tiny forms of Alec and Claudia in the distance. Alec supported Claudia, possibly unconscious, from behind. Both were visible from head to feet. Is he walking on the ocean? Asked Jeanette.
No, I'm levitating him. Them. I'm levitating them both.
Sweat poured down Harrison's forehead.
The wand has a levitate function that's pretty easy to use, but I've never tried it on so much mass. I keep repeating, size matters not, in my head. It seems to be working.
He grunted.
I think.
Can you pull them in?
What the fuck do you think I'm doing right now?
He grunted again. Jeanette said nothing. She walked away and returned a few minutes later. They'll need blankets and dry clothes. Blankets were no problem, but all I could find for clothes were these blue uniforms.
Thank you.
His head hurt. It took 10 minutes to bring them to the side of the ship, at which point both Jake and Jeanette hauled them aboard, both conscious. Jeanette went to work, relieving them of their wet clothes and wrapping them both in bedspreads. Harrison slumped against the rail.
"Where's April?"
he asked, once the burden of this task finally drained away.
"She went inside to lie down," said Hadley. "She said she was exhausted."
The hair on Harrison's neck tingled. If he had somehow jeopardized her health by having her try that stupid stunt with the engines, he would have a hard time reconciling it.
"Is she all right?"
"I think so," said Hadley. "She said it came on suddenly. It was right after I turned the ship around. Would you like to go check on her?"
"Yeah."
He pulled himself upright. Alec and Claudia looked shaken, but undamaged. He would get to apologize to them soon enough, but that could wait until they were in a frame of mind to hear it. He went below. On his way to find April's stateroom, something squished under his shoe. For an instant, he feared he had wandered too close to their cell and stepped in blood that had flowed out the door. He looked down. No blood. A trail of water led the whole way down the corridor to the stern. He bent down and touched it with his finger. It came away wet and smelling of brine. He squeezed his eyes shut. He found April in the 5th room he checked, fast asleep on a bed, sleeping diagonally on top of the blanket. He woke her gently. She asked.
Yourself."
She opened her eyes. "How long was I down?"
"Not long,"
he said.
"Half hour, maybe. You okay?"
Just really tired all of a sudden. Sorry."
"No problem. Was it right after you started the engine?"
She said again. "No, I don't think so. It was after Hadley started steering. You were down on the deck. I wanted to tell you I was going down for a nap, but you were busy."
"I was levitating Alec and Claudia. It wasn't easy."
"Oh, wow." Hearing their names perked her up. "Are they all right?"
"They're fine. Listen, we need to get you up now."
"Okay." She rubbed her eyes. "What's going on?"
"Not much," he said, "but we have a little dilemma."
"Did I break the engine?"
"No, actually, the engine is fine. I think you put a crack in the hull, though."
"A what?" She sat up with alarm.
"A crack? We're taking on some water."
She processed this as well as she could. "How fast?"
"Fast enough."
Chapter 27. Big Fish. "This sucks," Claudia groused as she watched the last visible portion of the yacht bob up and down before getting slurped under the waves. It took hours for enough water to accumulate to drag the main deck below the ocean's surface. This gave the crew plenty of time to pile every scrap of food and drinkable water they could find into a lifeboat. The boat easily sat 8, especially given one of the 8 was a pixie. The yacht held several boats, but Harrison ruled they would be better off if they did not get separated.
"You said that already,"
Harrison muttered.
"It's sucked before, too."
She made a penetrating argument, and Harrison could not fault her logic. Claudia had still been trying to get herself dried off when Harrison announced they had to abandon ship. She and Alec now wore matching blue jumpsuits, the standard-issue uniform in whatever paranavy Scott commanded. Hers fit loosely, and it itched.
"The good news," Harrison said, "is it should only take us a few days to make it to dry land."
"A few days?" Claudia's eyes went wide.
"How far are we from shore?"
"A little over 200 miles from the coast of South America."
He read a map projected into the space above Gizmo.
"And over 1,000 miles to Africa, which is unfortunate because that's where I think we should go."
He raised his hand in response to several horrified looks.
Obviously, we're not going to Africa from here. We don't have enough food or water to get there, and even if we did, I'm pretty sure the first stop is the Sahara, so we'd basically be screwed once we landed.
So why even bring it up? Said Claudia.
Because our goal is still that island in the Indian Ocean. We're going to have to start from scratch, building another counterbomb. But this,
he held up Gizmo,
should help.
Shouldn't we be focusing on survival first?
No, said Alec. He's right. The mission's not over until we accomplish our objective. That's why we have to survive. It's not about us.
He looked directly at Claudia, who lowered her eyes. The others stayed painfully silent.
It's all right, said Harrison. We probably shouldn't get ahead of ourselves.
No one argued with that. Harrison took the first shift rowing. He owed his crew a chance to rest, especially after putting them here in the first place. Claudia and April took the opportunity to sleep. They would need someone rowing on the night shift, and he would need that person to be well rested.
Stroke,
said Glimmer. Harrison pulled hard on the oars and exhaled.
I really don't need you to do that, you know.
She nodded.
Stroke.
Jake looked up from his seat.
Let me know when you want to be relieved, Captain.
Harrison smiled and pulled on the oars again. Somehow, against all reasonable predictions, Jake was still enjoying himself. He even offered to take his shift rowing, with a right hand wrapped in bandages.
Whoa.
Jake sat up straighter, staring at something behind Harrison.
What? Said Harrison. I don't know.
Dolphin breaching, Alex said. Whale, maybe. Too far away to see it properly.
Switch,
said Harrison, pulling the oars in. Jake pouted, but Harrison wasn't about to miss seeing a whale. He turned around as Jake took the oars, but the boy sat with his head turned instead of rowing. Harrison did not begrudge him this. They waited. After a minute or two, Alec pointed.
There.
Something broke the surface, then flopped back over with a crash.
Whale,
he said. Alec squinted.
Really? Why? A dolphin would jump, wouldn't it? I've seen enough dolphin shows at the Boston Aquarium to recognize one. They do this graceful flight kind of thing. Every film I've seen of a whale breaching always looked like they were trying to reach something but couldn't quite make it, and then they would fall on their asses. Keep the oars in, Jake, said Alec.
Jake had no apparent intention of doing anything else and took the permission.
We're coasting right for it. We might get a better view if it doesn't see us coming.
The whale came up again, slightly closer now, but distance and the angle of the whale's breach made it look odd. As Harrison described, it reached upward without taking flight, then fell over with a concussive splash. Harrison whistled.
That's a big fish.
They're not fish,
said Glimmer, perched on the edge of the boat.
I was making a joke. I know they're mammals.
He stared, waiting for the next leap.
I've never been able to get my brain around the idea of a mammal that drinks salt water, though.
They're not mammals,
she said. Everyone looked at the pixie. She did not smile, but she often delivered her odd jokes without expression. Yes, they are, said Jeanette. Glimmer shook her head.
They're reptiles.
Whales are reptiles?
Said Harrison. The pixie stood up.
That's not a whale.
Everyone froze.
Glimmer, said Harrison after a bit of silence. What is it?
It breached again, close enough this time to see it plainly for no whale. A long, narrow stalk with a round bulb on the end emerged from the water, still too far away to make out detail or judge its scale, but the visible part easily 20 feet long. It stood motionless for an instant, then toppled in their direction. As it fell, 2 webbed fins extended from the sides of the bulb, and a snout became visible.
They had been looking at its back. It collapsed into the water with a loud splash, easy to hear even from a distance. A secondary splash followed close behind as a small fin, tentacle, flipped a plume of green-white spray into the air.
"Glimmer," he whispered, "what the hell is that?"
"Sea serpent,"
she whispered back.
"What do we do now?"
"Not a clue," she said. "Hope for the best, I guess."
"Can we talk to it?"
he asked her. She shook her head.
"Do they eat people?"
he whispered, trying to keep Jake out of this particular loop. She shrugged. He winced. It breached again, now about 20 feet away from them, and at least twice as high off the surface. Harrison's experience moved in agonizingly slow motion. He saw the front of the sea serpent now, no question, the bulb a reptilian head, unlike anything earthly, or even the dragon of his acquaintance. Its beak-like snout held no visible teeth, its eyes mounted on bulbous extrusions that jutted out at roughly 45 degrees in both directions. The fins extended again, making the head appear at least 3 times as broad. Hopefully seeing the front of it meant they were about to see it fall backward again. No such luck. It reached its apogee, then turned down. The sight reminded Harrison of his childhood slinky play, fascinated by the physics of its topmost hump remaining stationary as the entire toy flowed through its arc. The ocean fed out yard after yard of additional serpent as its head came plummeting down upon them. It had plenty of teeth. All it had to do was open its mouth for Harrison to learn that. Jeanette screamed. It woke Claudia and April. They screamed. Jake screamed. They formed a sickeningly beautiful train whistle chord. The piercing ring of Bess being called to action resounded. Alec prepared to leap. Glimmer put up her fists. Harrison clutched Gizmo tightly in both hands. Alec had speculated about its weapons capabilities. Harrison pointed it, desperately hoping it might do something on its own initiative. Its lights came on, but he could not tell if it did anything useful. By the glow of the emerald marble at the end of Gizmo's wand, Harrison could see straight down, up the serpent's throat. He glanced at his crew. Among the screaming mouths, the frozen faces, and the lost cause fighting stances, April stood up, arms outstretched, perfectly calm, looking straight up into the air. Her hair flowed around her as though caught in a wind. The glow he had seen radiating from Gizmo also radiated from her. Then everything went black. Part 3. Antisyzygy. Chapter 28. Blink. Harrison shivered in the bitter cold. The sound of harmonized screaming faded, voice by voice, to silence. This lasted a few seconds, then someone, impossible to tell who, either remembered why they were screaming or found something new to scream about. "Hush," he said. Goosebumps formed on his arms and legs, the air close to freezing. He had been dressed for equatorial sailing. The screaming stopped. The darkness did not lift. Once he had convinced himself this darkness did not mean death in the gut of a sea serpent, Harrison hoped his eyes would adjust to it. So far, everything and everyone remained invisible. "April?" "I've got her," said Jeanette. "She's breathing, but she's not conscious. I need light." "Light," said Harrison. Gizmo cast a pale green aura over their environs. The glow illuminated a chamber of some sort, with no sign of the ocean apart from whatever water still clung to the hull of the lifeboat. Harrison looked up to ceiling beyond his ability to estimate distance. The chamber appeared perhaps 50 feet wide, but indeterminately long. Jeanette held April's head on her lap. The others climbed out of the boat. "Is she okay?" he asked Jeanette. "She doesn't look hurt. No sign of a concussion. She's breathing normally. She may have just fainted. I can't really know for sure. The doctor looked at Harrison sympathetically. We'll probably have to wait it out. I'll try to keep her comfortable.
Do that, he said.
Jake looked around at the uneven stone walls.
We're in a cave.
We're in a tunnel, said Hadley. Nature doesn't provide caves with flat floors. Harrison recalled his own spelunking experience and had to agree. The one time he had been in a cave, each chamber presented a different and irregular shape, none of them tailored for human occupancy. Every floor had been inclined, some severely. Jake, no doubt, expected a neatly arched hole in the side of a huge rock leading to a comfy stone room. Harrison clung to the same notion, as portrayed in the BC comic strip, for far longer than he would ever admit.
Nature has had very little to do with the shape of the world recently. Still, I think Hadley's right.
Harrison looked around at the flat floor and curved walls. Several boulders lay randomly scattered, as though furnishing the room. Harrison jumped at a flash of light. One of the boulders glowed a rich orange, casting more light into the area. It also threw off heat, which warmed Harrison's skin from a distance.
"Nobody touch it," said Glimmer. "Enjoy it while you can. They only last a couple of hours, and I don't think I've got another one in me."
"You did that?"
said Harrison.
"Duh."
She hopped out of the boat and walked toward the glowing stone to warm her hands. Claudia and Jake did likewise.
"How did we get here?" Jeanette asked.
"I think April did it,"
said Harrison, though in truth he had no idea. The last few seconds before they nearly met their certain doom between the teeth of the sea serpent, April had glowed like an oversized version of the wand housed in Gizmo. The rest of them must have seen it too. Alec spoke up.
"Where are we?"
"I'm not sure."
Harrison tapped Gizmo's keys and scrolled through its icons. It would take years before he would truly have the machine figured out, if ever.
"Anything?"
said Alec.
"Damn,"
said Harrison.
"This is no use."
Alec fastened his collar button, weak protection from the cold.
"If you don't mind, then, I'd like to have a look around. Be my guest. I'll need a light source."
He eyed Gizmo. Harrison frowned.
"Glimmer, can you glow?"
Glimmer held her nose and puffed her cheeks. Her head radiated at the approximate brightness of a small flashlight.
"How's that?"
he asked.
"It'll do,"
said Alec, somewhat disgruntled. He let the pixie step into his hand and took her with him down the passage.
"Dr. Tucker," said Harrison, "I need to bounce some ideas off you. I'd like to try and get a better sense of our situation."
He said to Jeanette,
"If you need me, or if April changes at all, give me a holler."
She nodded. He took Hadley away from the group, lighting the way with Gizmo. The heated rock threw off enough light that everyone left behind could at least see, so he had no qualms about moving off some distance. They settled against the cold stone wall, out of earshot of the group.
"Listen," he said quietly, "I want to get your take on what's happening here, but I'd also like it if we could keep this conversation between us for now. Okay?"
"This is about April," said Hadley.
"Partly, yes. I'm worried about her. Did you see what happened to her in the boat?"
Hadley nodded. "She was radiating magic. I've seen that before. It's remarkably similar to the effect Susan produces, but on a larger scale."
Harrison blinked.
"Isn't that impossible?"
"Yes," said Hadley, "which puts me back to square one again. If she did teleport us all here by magical means, then her power is totally unlike yours or any of the others."
"Or we don't know the extent of our powers,"
said Harrison.
"That thing Claudia did on the yacht threw me for a loop."
"Indeed, that was something. We've pushed her voice talent in all sorts of directions, but we never came up with a concussive effect like that."
"So April's power might be magic-based?"
asked Harrison.
"What does that mean for her? Do you think she's, I don't know, sick or injured by that somehow? This is the second time she passed out after using her power, and it seemed worse this time.
I'm not the right doctor to ask, said Hadley. My guess would be no, though. None of you have suffered any ill effects before, and believe me, we looked for that. The muscles in Harrison's neck and back loosened.
All right, that's one less thing, then. Next question. What's up with Glimmer? How serious is the thing with her wings? She says she doesn't know, but she doesn't always share.
No kidding! I don't know for certain, but I can speculate. Some possible causes for pixie wing degradation. He scratched his head. A static mayhem field would do it, but we'd have much bigger problems if that were the case. Heavy ether bombardment might shear them off, but I think that would have been pretty dramatic. Could be depression, I suppose.
Depression, said Harrison. A psychological explanation?
Hadley shrugged. Pixie wings are made of mischief and glee, or so she says. It's pure conjecture, but it's as good as anything else I can think of.
Wow. She has seemed down, but I kind of figured that was about losing her wings. Maybe I'm confusing cause for effect. I'll see if I can explore that tactfully.
He looked around the chamber.
What about this place? Any theories?
Hadley frowned. No, as I said, it doesn't seem to be a natural formation. Unless it's a lava vent. I suppose that's possible.
Lava vent? That doesn't sound great.
Or we could be sitting in the burrow of some sort of rock-tunneling monster.
Not better, said Harrison.
Indeed. I do actually have a hunch, though, said Hadley, if you'd like to hear it.
I do.
I think we're here.
Harrison stared. Where here?
Here. Ahead of schedule, I might add, unless we've experienced some time dilation effect from the teleport.
Here? Here? Said Harrison. Counterbomb Island?
Hadley nodded.
How could you possibly know that?
I don't, said Hadley. I just think it's the most probable outcome. Assuming she can take us anywhere, where would she take us? She looked like she was operating intuitively, wouldn't you say?
She looked like she was flying on autopilot.
Yes, said Hadley. So, if you were going to take us all somewhere by instinct, where would you go?
Home,
Harrison said without hesitation. Exactly. So would anyone in that situation. The scientist gestured with a wide sweep of his arms. So look around. This isn't home. The implication is the destination was chosen deliberately, not desperately.
So, if she were going to pick someplace on purpose, it would be to carry out the mission?
I think so, yes, said Hadley. Harrison shook his head.
I hope you're right. Alec and Glimmer have gone scouting. Once we have their report, we should know.
He scratched his head.
Wait a minute. Scott.
He trailed off in thought. That's right, said Hadley. Scott took Ptolemy in the same direction we were headed. I don't think we should get ahead of ourselves, but we need to consider the possibility he's coming here too.
If this is here, said Harrison, this is a lot to take in at once. When Alec gets back, we should all compare notes.
Well, then, I have one other note to throw into the mix. Hadley paused. I think I know how to set off the bomb.
We don't even have the bomb anymore.
We might soon.
All right, then. How?
Asked Harrison. Gizmo. Harrison looked at the tech magic toy in his hand.
Gizmo? How?
We already know it's designed to enhance technology. Now we know it has magical capacity as well. I believe Gizmo is tapping a magical power source.
If we can coax it to create an icon for the bomb using the wand, all we'll have to do is push the on button. It should set off the bomb and boost its power. We should even be able to do that from a considerable distance, if we can get back to the open sea. Titania had told him he had the tools, and here he held one of them in his hand. All they needed to do now was confirm that this was the right island, wait for Scott, take the Ptolemy back, plant the bomb, set sail, and detonate it from miles away. Even without saying it out loud, it sounded idiotic. Still, he found it encouraging. Encourage. To make courageous. Find courage. Titania had told him to find the courage to fix the world. He could draw on an inner reserve of energy. They had the tools. They had the courage. Now they had the power. The blood plummeted out of Harrison's head and fell straight into the pit of despair. Oh, no. Hadley looked worried. What? The power. Harrison looked over his shoulder. Jeanette sat beside April, who was still unconscious. He looked at Gizmo. The first time April passed out, it wasn't because she was using her power. It was because I was using her power. I don't understand. I used Gizmo to rescue Alec and Claudia, said Harrison. You said it was drawn from a magical power source. That source is April. I pushed this thing as hard as I could to keep Alec and Claudia from falling back into the ocean. It took a really long time. He stared at his hands. April powers this thing. I made her sick. He looked back again. Now she's sick again, after pushing herself too hard. Hadley considered this. Oh, my. That would explain a lot. She may not have teleported us here herself. Gizmo has a self-teleport function. She may have amplified it to expand the field and include the entire lifeboat. By dumping her power into it? Exactly. Hence the exhaustion. How much power will it take to set off the bomb? To use Gizmo? Tap into April? How much of her power are we going to need? Hadley went silent for several seconds, moving his lips slightly, making slight gestures with his fingers in the air in front of him. He froze, eyes open wide, and looked at Harrison with dread and sorrow. All of it, he whispered. Alec returned several hours later, carrying an actual flashlight and a handful of coats. He handed one to Harrison and dropped the rest in the boat. Harrison put the coat on, the fabric cold to the touch, but the insulation comforting. Glimmer had followed Alec on foot, still glowing faintly. She joined Claudia and Jake, who enjoyed the last residual heat off the rock. "Where did you get this stuff?" asked Harrison. "The tunnel opens out on the side of a mountain," said Alec. "About 2 clicks downhill there's a flat. It appeared to be uninhabited, so I helped myself to the coats. It's heated, so we should probably relocate there as soon as we can." "A flat? Like a plateau? How is that heated?" "Sorry," said Alec. "An apartment building." "An apartment? Where'd it come from?" "New York, I suspect. We'll have to take a closer look if you're that curious, but my best guess is it was dragged here by the Mayhem effect." "Well," said Harrison, "that's new." "I think I know where we are," said Alec. "Counterbomb Island?" Alec frowned. "Yes, actually. I thought you'd be at least a bit surprised." Harrison looked back at the boat. "April's still out. We should wait until she's able to move." "Suit yourself," said Alec. "You should be aware it's winter here, and the sun has already set. Not that you asked, but I pegged our position by the constellations. The coats will help, but it's not going to get any warmer in here. Or any colder. We're pretty far removed from the elements. I'd like to be sure we're not endangering her by moving her." He looked over his shoulder at his crew, who gratefully donned their coats.
"Why don't you and Hadley take the kids down? I'll stay here with April and Jeanette." "Right," said Alec. "What about the pixie?"
Harrison looked at Glimmer.
"Leave her here. We need to have a talk." "Right."
Alec rounded up Claudia and Jake and took them back down the tunnel.
"You coming?"
Jake asked.
"Soon."
Harrison watched Glimmer warm her 9 fingers over the fading rock. Once everyone else moved out of earshot, he joined her, extending his hands and rubbing them together. He did not look at her face.
"How long have you known that setting off the bomb would kill April?"
He waited for her to deny it, silently pleading for her to pretend at least to be shocked.
"I figured it out the day after we set sail," she said.
They stood in cold silence for a while.
"When were you going to tell me?"
asked Harrison.
"Wasn't. Didn't see the points."
"Ah, I thought we were past secrets."
"Really? What's that on your finger?"
Guilt and rage competed for the prize of being his primary state of mind. Rage won.
"This isn't about me."
"Oh, bullshit," she said. "Everything is about you. You think I haven't noticed that little toy? You accepted a fairy gift. From the Queen, no less. I've been fretting about that ever since we left Fairy. But did I say anything? Now you're on my case because I didn't say, 'Hey, Harry, by the way, we have to kill your girlfriend.' How the hell was I supposed to handle that?"
"I don't know."
Glitter tears streaked her face.
"Well, me either. Are you going to tell her?"
"No."
The pixie looked up at him. He sat down on the cold stone floor.
"Do you love her?"
she asked.
He sighed. "I don't know. I was hoping for a chance to find out."
He brushed a tear from her face, gently, with his pinky.
"How did you figure it out?"
"The Queen told me we weren't all coming back. I assumed she meant me. I think I would have been all right with that."
She looked away.
"After we got to the ocean, though, I started to notice little things. Magic things. I don't think I could explain it."
She looked back up.
"I'm really sorry, Harry."
"I know,"
he said.
"I know it's been eating you up. Is that why your wings faded?"
She shrugged and looked away.
"I'm the last pixie. It's a wonder I kept them up as long as I did."
"Harrison?" Jeanette called. He marveled at her exquisitely awful timing.
"Yes?"
April's stirring. He looked at Glimmer.
"Go,"
she whispered. He hopped up and jogged back to the boat. In the dim light, April sat up and yawned.
"Hey, sleepyhead,"
he said. She smiled. "Hey, beautiful." Harrison's throat constricted.
"How are you feeling?"
"Groggy. I must be fighting something off." He nodded.
"Can we move her?"
he asked Jeanette. She shrugged. "Anyone's guess, but I don't see why not."
"Well then, Alec found us a house. Let's get you into a proper bed."
He looked down at the pixie.
"Glimmer knows—"
He caught himself.
"Glimmer knows the way."
Chapter 29. Griffin Tower. Harrison emerged from the cold, dark cave to the colder, darker outdoors, late on a winter night. The bitter cold and stinging wind could not touch them in the cave. Worse, while the light from Gizmo and Glimmer had been sufficient to lead them through the tunnel, the sky now swallowed it whole. The faint sliver of moon offered no help at all. "Whoa," said April. She had been leaning on him and now faltered, leaning harder.
"Shh, I've got you."
He held her close for a few moments, bracing for the possibility she might pass out. "I'm all right," she said. They said nothing else the rest of the walk. Breathing evenly was trouble enough. After nowhere near as long as it felt, They came to the small 3-story building Alec had discovered, blocky with a stoop, and identically placed windows on all 3 floors. The warmth inside curled around Harrison like an electric blanket. He breathed it in deeply. The building comprised 3 apartments, each taking up an entire floor, small 1-bedroom affairs, fully furnished, and obviously inhabited before the building and its occupants had been sundered and relocated. Hadley waited for them inside the front door. He and Alec had already decided on their sleeping arrangements. The 2 of them, plus Jake, had already claimed the first floor. Jeanette and Claudia got the second floor, and the top floor was for Harrison and April. He appreciated they had given him whatever honor they imagined the top would represent, but all he could consider at that moment was April having to climb 2 flights of stairs.
"What about me?" asked Glimmer.
Hadley looked at Harrison. They had left that decision to him, by design or accident. His calm expression indicated the former. Harrison's people had finally come to understand the undeniable complexity of his relationship with Glimmer. No one would dare presume to bunk her with Harrison and April, and no one would dare presume to bunk her anywhere else.
"Why don't you stay with the women?"
said Harrison. Glimmer nodded and offered Harrison a smile, but even at her small scale, clearly a sad one.
"Good night."
She blew him a kiss. It sparkled off the palm of her hand and made it about halfway to his face before dissipating. Jeanette took her upstairs. Hadley climbed with Harrison and April up to their apartment. "There's a bed and a fold-out couch. We changed the sheets on both. There are also plenty of blankets. We left them out in piles so you can make your beds up as you like them."
"I'm going to get April to bed right away," said Harrison. "Then I need your opinion on a few things. Are Alec and Jake asleep?"
Hadley raised his eyebrows. "No, Alec is still inventorying the place. He has Jake cleaning out refrigerators. They did yours first. I'm sorry, but are you saying you want to do this tonight? I thought you'd want your rest. I was about to retire myself." Harrison shook his head.
"No, I'm fine. I just want to bounce some ideas around before I crash. Let's meet at your place. I'll be down in a few minutes."
"Yes," said Hadley. "All right, Fine. That's fine." Harrison left him standing in the hall as he took April inside and shut the door.
"You can take the bedroom."
He took off his coat and tossed it into a chair. She stared at him with undisguised confusion. "What was that?"
"What was what?"
"Hadley," she said. I don't know. That was weird." Harrison looked at the closed door, then back to April. She screwed up her mouth. "It's not my place to question your leadership, is it?" "Never mind." She shook her head. "I'm exhausted. You're exhausted." She pointed at the door. "Hadley's exhausted. Whatever you boys need to talk about, just make it quick. And get some sleep." She trudged into the bedroom to inspect her bed.
"You need any help?"
he called after her. She smiled at him. "Maybe. Go have your stupid meeting." She winked and closed the door. Harrison found Hadley sitting alone at his kitchen table, a notebook under his hands and bags under his eyes. "Alec and Jake are upstairs cleaning the women's kitchen. Alec will stall Jake for exactly 30 minutes, so that's what you get tonight, Captain. Ask." Harrison hesitated. Hadley stood up and pointed to another chair. "Ask me." Harrison sat. He stared at Hadley's unflinching, unsmiling face.
"Tell me why she has to die."
Hadley opened the notebook and turned it to face Harrison, the first page covered with hastily scrawled formulas. On day 2, wearing their borrowed coats, Hadley, Alec, and Harrison mounted an early morning expedition. They discovered tower records and the ruins of Lincoln Center, brushing away what doubt remained that bits of Manhattan had somehow been pulled straight through the earth and deposited on this island. as with other such encounters, they found the familiar mixed with the unexpected. The structures appeared to have been abandoned for far longer than the year since they last stood in New York City. The buildings that had once been Lincoln Center were collapsed and barely recognizable under the snow on the island. Smooth fragments remained, not at all like demolition rubble. Hadley ran his gloved hands over a section of debris and blew visible water vapor at it. "Wind erosion." "Wind," said Harrison. "Definitely." Hadley traced swirls on a piece of steel. "On metal? Wouldn't that take years to look like this?" "Millennia, actually." Harrison's next question never got as far as his mouth. Somehow, the idea they were walking through a Manhattan that had come not only from the other side of the world, but also from the end of time, was so obvious it rendered further discussion moot. They couldn't even pretend to find it shocking anymore. He looked at Alec, who shrugged without comment. Tower showed a different state of deterioration, but also appeared aged and worn. The building was intact, including, helpfully, the sign, but the windows had all been smashed, and the store had clearly been looted. Vinyl records and their sleeves carpeted the floors. Harrison reluctantly stepped on them as he walked, with nowhere else to put his feet. The presence of these paper sleeves, especially in an environment open to the elements, indicated this building had been decaying for substantially less time than its neighbor. They found no compact discs, nor evidence they had ever been sold here. All the empty bins were sized for LPs, and all the sale signs boasted of prices for LP and cassette, far lower than Harrison had ever paid for music in his lifetime. Lincoln Center had been dropped here from the future, Tower from the past, and still they looked across at each other exactly as he remembered them. "Is this where everything from New York ended up? All the buildings that disappeared?" Harrison thought back on the view from the flyer when they passed over Manhattan. Although only a few weeks earlier, it felt like an eternity ago already. They had seen the remains of a once great city. Shattered buildings surrounding an enormous circular hole in the center of the island. Apart from a magically concealed hut, that enormous hole had been completely empty. Now it appeared the buildings that once stood in that crater had been ripped up and transported half a world away, somehow remaining more intact than the buildings left behind to be destroyed. "Oh my, no," said Hadley. "My best estimate is that no more than 5% of the structures in the initial blast radius were carried here. The rest were certainly vaporized. What you see here is only a sample. Anomalous leftovers, probably random. We were extremely fortunate that one of the surviving buildings included such convenient living quarters." "We're done here." Alec noted something on a pocket memo pad, then tucked it into his shirt pocket. Harrison nodded. "Then let's keep moving." They found 3 more buildings, one wrecked, but the other 2 still standing, with the electrical power and running water that represented the inexplicable norm these days. One building held a tobacco shop. The wares appeared unspoiled, and Harrison thought back to his observation that tobacco would soon be gone from New Chicago. He briefly imagined himself bringing this cargo home and being hailed as a hero by thousands of nicotine addicts. That vision lasted as long as it took him to remember that if it were spoiled, he would never know it, and he might be vilified for poisoning those same thousands. Apart from that, no matter what he brought home, he would still be the man who had led the mission to ensure the world would never again be the way every survivor remembered it. Would they regard him as a hero or a goat? A tiny wave of nausea hit him, and he shook it off. It didn't matter what people thought of him when this was all over. It couldn't. In the other surviving structure, a house, bare mattresses littered the floors of several rooms. The refrigerator contained a single, nearly empty jar of mayonnaise. Cockroaches ran in and out of the folds of dirty clothing strewn everywhere. The electric baseboard heat still worked. Alec turned the thermostat down to its lowest setting.
"That'll freeze these poor tenants."
Harrison indicated a family of roaches crawling over an article of undetermined, but obviously soiled, clothing.
"It will also freeze the smell," said Alec.
"Whoa!" called Hadley from another room. "You two should see this." They found him 2 rooms down the hall, standing at a window and using 2 fingers to pry apart the slats of a window blind. Harrison walked over and reached for the cord. "You'll want to leave those down," said Hadley. Harrison stopped himself, then pushed a slat down to peer through. The house sat at the top of a hill, and this window faced a ravine covered in snow. In its center, at least half a mile away, stood a towering effigy of an animal. A great cat of some sort, with an unusually narrow head and wings. Its posture suggested something between seated and perched, its head staring at some fixed point in a direction comfortably removed from their position. A grid-like arrangement of shorter buildings occupied a flat patch of earth at its base, with visible activity in the form of vehicles and pedestrians, tiny from this distance. Some of the people entered and exited gates in the claws of the statue.
"Rather ostentatious,"
said Alec. "It's a griffin," said Hadley. "A cross between a lion and an eagle, a symbol of military might and courage."
"Those low-lying buildings would be barracks, then?"
asked Alec. "You'd probably know better than I would, but yes, that's my guess."
"So," said Harrison, "there's an army down there. This is pretty far outside my field of expertise. Alec, you think these are Scott's people?" "We have to assume so. If he is on his way here, this would explain why."
Harrison squinted, scanning for signs of weaponry.
"Can they see us from here?"
"Not from this distance," said Hadley. "I mean, not unless they're looking for us." They were much more cautious on the way back to the apartment house. Considering the position of the last building they entered, they counted themselves undeservedly lucky not to have stumbled into a watchtower. Either Scott had too few men to spread them that thin, or they had better outposts, or they had not yet discovered that particular building, or maybe they simply did not care. Given the current state of the world, the likelihood anyone would not only find the island but also pose a threat to them was less than remote. If the team had avoided detection for that reason, then with further luck they could stay in their apartment building in relative safety. The island was large enough, and enough of Manhattan had been transplanted onto it, it would take weeks for Scott's army to conduct a proper search. Even then, there would need to be a reason to conduct one. The 3 men walked in silence most of the way. Once in visual range of their apartment, Harrison said quietly to Hadley,
"I need to talk with you when we get back."
Hadley nodded without speaking or making eye contact. Harrison turned to Alec.
"Mr. Baker, please find something to do for an hour."
Alec's expression and gait did not change.
"Aye, Captain."
He pulled out his memo pad and pen and made another note. "I would suggest calling a general meeting to discuss our findings and setting a protocol for leaving the house. I'll use this time to account for everyone and finish inventorying our supplies." He tucked the pad away as they got to the door.
"Good,"
said Harrison. Alec nodded and went inside. Harrison considered their new working relationship. Alec's behavior clearly demonstrated simple respect for his authority. When their positions had been reversed, he had never given such respect to Alec. It might have made a difference.
"Find Glimmer and meet me in your apartment,"
he said to Hadley.
"Aye, Captain."
Hadley's voice bore notes of discomfort that Alex lacked. Harrison noted for his own reference what it felt like when respect for his authority was not simple. In the ground floor living room, he found Jake watching an episode of Fraggle Rock.
The VHS sleeve lay on the coffee table.
Jake, we need this space for about an hour.
'Kay. Jake reached for the remote control and used it to turn the volume down from 52 to 43.
Jake,
said Harrison. Jake hummed a reply.
Jake!
Jake paused the tape and looked up.
Take a walk,
said Harrison. The connection finally made, the boy leapt up and fumbled with the remote. Harrison patiently waited for him to turn off both the VCR and the TV, Jake's prowess with the remote control having apparently failed him. He fled for the door.
You could find Alec and help him with inventory, Harris called after him.
Got it! A minute later, Hadley walked in with Glimmer perched on his shoulder and closed the door. Hadley had shed his parka and now wore a Hawaiian shirt with the unmistakable red of a union suit poking out from the neck and both sleeves. They had all arrived on the island with nothing more than the clothes on their backs and had scavenged clothes from their apartments. Some fit, most did not. Glimmer still wore her curious George outfit. Despite her seemingly inexhaustible and inexplicable supply of Barbie wear, evidently even her resources had limits.
How long do we have before the Ptolemy gets here?
Asked Harrison. Assuming we didn't experience a time shift when we teleported, said Hadley, about 7 days. I should be able to tell you by this evening if today is the correct date.
Let's assume, conservatively, we have 5 days then. I want options.
April dies, or everyone dies, said Glimmer. Which actually still includes April, so I guess that doesn't really count as an option, per se.
Hadley, mouth agape, tried unsuccessfully to make eye contact with the pixie on his shoulder. Glimmer pinwheeled her arms in a show of trying to keep to her perch.
Stop it!
Shouted Harrison. Hadley and Glimmer both froze. He pressed a hand over his brow.
You heartless! Just stop it!
Golly,
said Glimmer. Hadley leaned into a chair. Get off. Glimmer hopped over and sat down, legs crossed in front of her. Maybe I should give you 2 a minute, said Hadley in a soft voice.
I've never been called heartless before, said Glimmer. Am I in trouble?
Shut up! Both of you just shut up!
His eyes clenched, Harrison rubbed his temples and slumped down on the couch.
Driver?
Glimmer snapped her fingers.
Couch, please.
A few seconds later, she tapped on Harrison's leg. He opened his eyes to find Glimmer sitting next to him.
I know it sucks, Harry, but it's the truth. I'm no good at lying.
Harrison's throat tightened.
You lie all the time.
Sure, when it's funny. I've never been able to tell those kinds of lies that make people feel better.
She looked at Hadley.
What are those called again?
White lies. Glimmer frowned.
No, that's not it. They have a really snappy name, don't they?
Hadley shrugged. Glimmer scratched her head.
Well, whatever. I can't tell them.
Have you told her yet? Asked Hadley.
No,
said Harrison.
And I'm not going to.
It might make you feel better if you talk to her about it.
Glimmer offered a weak grin.
Harrison stared at her.
She pouted.
I suck at this.
Harrison stood up.
All right. This is what's going to happen. No one is going to tell me what's impossible. Not after everything we've seen and done. There is a way to get through this, and you two are going to find it for me.
He paused, looking uncertainly for signs of inspiration in their faces.
No one is to discuss this with April until I say so, because as of this moment, asking her to set off the bomb is officially off the table.
Hadley's face went blank, and he looked away.
You have 48 hours, said Harrison. Give me a better plan.
Chapter 30. A Night Out. The following day, late in the afternoon, Harrison sought April out.
He and Alec had returned from their second and final scouting mission, and he was still wearing his coat when he found April in the women's apartment with Jeanette.
"Hey," he said.
April sat with her back to him and did not turn at the sound of his voice. Jeanette, staring at her with a look of grave concern, did not respond either. He entered cautiously. A chessboard lay on the coffee table, a sparse minority of pieces still in play. April stared at it, motionless, her right index finger planted squarely on the cap of a white rook. Neither woman spoke or indicated awareness of his presence.
"You busy?"
He held for laughter, none forthcoming. Check. April still held her rook in place. And mate. She waited several more seconds before removing her finger from the piece. Then her face relaxed, and she gave Harrison a warm smile. "Hi."
"Hi there. I had something I wanted to show you, but I hate to interrupt the game."
He offered a playful sideways glance at Jeanette, who reached over for her king and tipped him onto his side. "I'm still 2 games ahead," said the doctor. "Now shoo." Harrison grinned.
"Get a coat on."
April's face lit up. "Outside? It's safe to go out now?" Harrison held out his hand.
"It's fine. Alex says it's safe as houses, as long as we stick to this side of the island. Are you ready to get out of this cage?"
She cheerfully took his hand and let him lead her out into the snow. They set out, following a path already marked by 2 sets of prints. Harrison retraced his own footsteps, concerned April might have a harder time matching Alec's stride, but she had no trouble keeping up. They marched through the crisp air in silence. After a while, he took her hand. She smiled. "Where are we going?"
"It's a surprise."
"Is it far?" Her breath came out in white, rapidly dispersing puffs.
"Not too much farther."
For about half an hour they walked through trees and various ruins until they came to a building distinguishable from the others only by the number of tracks leading into and out of it. Partially buried under the snow, it appeared to be 1 story tall. Beyond that, it offered no clue from the outside how much of it remained. A full grocery bag sat in the snow outside the double-glass door. Harrison picked it up, then opened and held the door for April. The interior, a cavernous warehouse, held row upon row of sofas, recliners, beds, desks, tables, and chairs, every stick of furniture strikingly new. April wasted no time tossing her coat onto a chair and diving into an enormous couch covered in throw pillows. "Are we shopping?" She smiled at him, and it made his whole body feel lighter. He smiled back.
"Not quite. Come on."
He gestured toward the back of the room. April pouted, but stood and walked with him past the multitude of furniture on the vast floor. A dozen or so visible showrooms displayed tasteful furnishings, simulating a real home. A child's bedroom featured a bunk bed with a cartoon bedspread, a small desk, and a dresser. Another room held 2 recliners and a coffee table, the inside walls adorned with mediocre still-life prints. Similar furniture filled the other areas. Harrison led April through one dressed like an office, complete with a hollow plastic faux computer. A doorway, with no door, took them into another life-size diorama, this one set up with a dining room table surrounded by 6 chairs, and a small table with a single drawer sitting against the far wall. In place of a telephone, the obvious purpose of the table, a medium-sized toaster oven rested on it. An orange utility cord snaked out of the small appliance, out another open doorway and off to some unseen outlet. From the ceiling hung a chandelier-shaped object, constructed of cardstock. The table had been set with plates, glasses, and cutlery resting on folded cloth napkins. Harrison set the bag of groceries on the table and pulled 2 small boxes and a roll of aluminum foil out of it. He tore a sheet of foil off the roll, large enough to cover the wire rack inside the toaster oven. The boxes yielded individually wrapped, frozen chicken breasts stuffed with either broccoli and cheese or wild rice. Harrison removed all 4 from their plastic sleeves and slid them onto the makeshift foil tray in the oven. A round red light came on as he set the temperature,
and he looked at his watch. 40 minutes. Don't let me forget.
Okay, she said.
Chicken all right?
Chicken's great. She smiled again, and he hid the little shiver it gave him.
Okay, then.
He reached into the bag and pulled out a can of soda.
Coke?
You don't have a Pepsi in there, do you? He looked into the bag, rooted around for a moment, and came up with a can of Pepsi.
Why, yes, he said in his best waiter's voice. I do happen to have a can of Pepsi. We also have 7-Up, Box Root Beer, Canada Dry Ginger Ale, Dr. Pepper, Cherry Coke, and Sun-Kissed Orange Soda.
She smirked as he cracked open the Pepsi. That's quite a bar.
Don't get excited. I got 1 can of each, so this is the only Pepsi. Savor it.
He pulled a small plastic container out of the bag. Removing the lid, he extracted 2 ice cubes from it, dropped them into one of the glasses, and poured the soda over them. The Pepsi fizzed as it found its way into the spaces between the ice cubes, and one of them popped softly in the glass.
This is all the ice we have.
He took 2 more for himself and resealed the container.
So we should use it up before it melts.
He poured himself the Coke and took a sip, already near freezing from being left in the snow. April looked around. This is nice. She walked over to a fake painting on the wall and straightened it.
I wanted some downtime, he said. A few hours when nobody needs anything from us.
She smiled again. You mean from you? He held out his hands, silently conceding the point. His heart picked up its pace, and he forged ahead.
I also wanted us to have some alone time. I feel like every minute we've spent together has been in the middle of some crisis.
That's sweet. Her hand moved to her mouth, where it attempted unsuccessfully to stifle a yawn. Sorry, I'm really tired lately. I don't know why.
Harrison knew why.
That damn machine. Every time they used it, and they needed to use it often, it sucked a little more strength out of her.
It's just stress, he said,
and cursed himself for the lie. Over dinner, they talked about their families. Harrison told her about his sister, and he learned the names of all 5 of her brothers. Though they had been gone for over a year now, he still somehow hoped he could earn their approval. When they finished, Harrison stood up and held out his hand.
Come.
Do we have to go back? He shook his head.
I'm not through surprising you.
He waved the fingers of his outstretched hand, and she took it to pull herself up. He led her through 2 more fake rooms to one with a large, deep sofa and a larger plasma TV. Another orange cord led from the TV out the door to parts unknown. A small wooden cabinet sat next to the sofa, near a microwave oven on the floor with a large metal mixing bowl on top. As soon as he walked through the doorway, Harrison crouched down and pressed a button on the microwave. It came to life with a light in the window and the sound of a blowing fan. He stood up and pointed to the cabinet.
Pick a movie.
April's eyes went wide. She walked to the cabinet and opened it to find dozens of DVDs. She sat on the floor and began pulling them out, reading their front and back covers. Some of the movies she looked at and immediately put back, and others she spent more time on before returning them to the cabinet or adding them to the small pile she had started on the floor. The sound coming from the microwave now included popping. Harrison sat down next to her and slid the DVDs on her pile closer so he could read the titles. So far, she had selected A Beautiful Mind, The Little Mermaid, and Dead Poets Society. He gave no indication as to a preference. Is this some sort of test? She asked without looking at him.
He laughed. Of course it is. Did I pass?
She smiled, pulling another movie. Yes. The microwave beeped, and Harrison scooted over to it. He picked up the mixing bowl and dumped packets of Raisinets and Jujubes onto the couch. Then he opened the microwave and removed and carefully tore open a steaming paper pouch of popcorn, which he emptied into the bowl. He returned to the sofa, where April already sat, her shoes on the throw rug and her legs curled under her. She investigated an enormous remote control with both hands, but set it aside long enough to hand Harrison a DVD of Horse Feathers, starring the 4 Marx Brothers. It had been years since he'd last seen that movie, his favorite Marx Brothers. They settled in to watch it, and as the parody of collegiate football progressed, each of the 4 brothers took a turn singing a version of Everyone Says I Love You. Zeppo sang it straight as a sappy love song. Harpo whistled it to his horse, another love of a sort, then later gave an encore performance on his harp. Chico took his turn at the piano to sing a nonsense version. At each of these musical interludes, the cue felt increasingly deliberate, and each time Harrison came closer to taking it. Eventually, Groucho took up a ukulele, cynically declaring, "It's just inviting trouble for the poor sucker who says I love you." By the time Groucho's scene was stolen by a pair of ducks, April had fallen asleep. Chapter 31. Gag Order. "Okay," said Harrison. "What's the plan?" With only 5 days until the Ptolemy was due, his team would need to be completely prepared. Absent-mindedly, he quietly hummed the music from the movie he had seen the night before. Across the dining-room table from him on this beautiful winter morning sat Hadley. Glimmer sat on the table itself on a paperback novel. Hadley looked at Glimmer. She looked at her nails. Harrison waited. "There isn't one," said Hadley. Harrison stopped humming. "Meaning what, exactly?" Hadley scratched the back of his head, then looked at Glimmer again. She scratched the back of her head and looked away. Blonde beard stubble covered the scientist's face, obviously several days' growth. "It means," said Hadley, "that I can't find any way of setting off the counterbomb without using the remote." Harrison blinked. "You had 2 days." "Yes, well," said Hadley, "I'm sorry." "Hadley, we don't have the luxury of dawdling on this. You told me yourself we have less than a week to get ready." It's not about the time." Harrison drummed his fingers on the dining-room table. "Well, how much time do you need?" Hadley shook his head. "Harrison, I don't think you're hearing this." Glimmer continued to gaze off into space, and he tapped her gently. "Glimmer, can you help me, please?" Glimmer heaved her shoulders in an exaggerated sigh. She stood up, walked across the table, and sat down again in front of Harrison.
"The only way to set off the bomb is to use the remote thingy. Hadley and I have spent the last 2 days working on the problem, even long after we knew we couldn't solve it. I'm all right, thank you for asking, but Hadley hasn't slept, and if you ask me, he's not eating right either. We tried, Harry. We tried hard."
"What did you try?" he asked. Hadley laughed bitterly. "What? Like you would understand it. All right, let's see. We jury-rigged a detector to measure Glimmer's miston emissions, thinking she might be powerful enough to trigger the bomb, but unfortunately her current ailment has cut her power considerably. It's just as well, because even if she could set it off, she'd have to sacrifice so much body mass to do it, she wouldn't survive. Building that detector and running it took most of an afternoon. Next, we took a sample of April's blood and put a Genesis charm on it to grow it into a clone. It didn't live very long, but we learned a great deal from it, most notably that April's power didn't replicate into it. We also confirmed April's power is entirely magical. That alone would normally be cause for celebration, because we have long since determined that you and Claudia have abilities that are completely physiological and devoid of magic, and we had assumed any telekinetic would be likewise. April is a spellcaster, with a power level easily in the 7th heptile, probably considerably higher. So, after getting that useless windfall of information, we explored the possibility of siphoning life energy from everyone in the group. We discovered that non-magical life signatures, while vulnerable to all sorts of spells, are totally incompatible with Gizmo. That brought us back to Glimmer. Again, she's too depleted to be a donor. I've made more discoveries in the last 2 days than in most of the year I spent working for Esoteric Affairs, and I have no idea how to use the data." He looked at Glimmer. "Does that about cover it?" She shrugged.
"I suppose."
"Well, there it is then. It's a numbers game, Captain, and we lose." Harrison wiped sweat from his cold forehead. Saliva built up in the back of his mouth, and he swallowed. Most of what Tucker said vastly exceeded Harrison's lay knowledge of magic at his best. April was dead. That much came through. He forced himself past dizziness and nausea to the surface.
"You took a sample of her blood?"
Jeanette took it. She told her it was for a mono test. Harrison digested this.
"You told Jeanette?"
Hadley looked down, his hands folded on the table. "We told her it was for a test of magical ailments. She had no idea what we were actually doing." That brought Harrison back up one notch. "You cloned her?" He caught how loudly he had said it, and winced.
"Sort of."
Glimmer looked at Hadley and rolled her eyes. Hadley continued to look at his hands. "We made an embryo. It grew to about a centimeter, and then..." His voice sounded weak. "It died."
"Exploded,"
said Glimmer. Harrison felt the faint-headedness return.
"What's a heptile?"
he asked, looking for whatever anchor he could find. "Oh," Hadley looked up. "It's 1/7 of a population. Magic is all 6s and 7s. That's the way those things are measured." In spite of himself, Harrison found the ability to laugh. 6s and 7s. That's what Alec always said, but I think he meant something else by it. Harrison stopped talking and used both hands to wipe away a considerable amount of wetness from his face. He sniffed and sat up straighter. "Harrison," said Hadley, "are you going to tell her yourself?" Harrison closed his eyes. April would die, and they could do nothing to stop it, short of letting her off the hook and letting the world end instead.
"No."
Hadley went one shade paler, looked at Glimmer and then back at Harrison. "Are you asking me to tell her?" Harrison sighed.
"No."
Hadley and Glimmer looked at each other.
"Harry, she has to know,"
said Glimmer. Tiny beads of glitter formed on her face.
"No,"
he said again. No one spoke for a while. Finally, Hadley stood up. "This is wrong. It's wrong, and it's going to kill you when we're done here."
"Thank you, Dr. Tucker,"
said Harrison.
"You're dismissed."
"Harry!"
"No," said Hadley. "No, he's right. I'm through here." He said it to Glimmer, but with his eyes locked on Harrison's. He walked to the door, then stopped in the doorway, his back still turned. If Alec were still in charge, this is exactly how he would handle it. After a moment, Hadley said, "That's exactly what I was going to say. This isn't you, Harrison." Harrison swallowed.
"You don't know me."
Hadley stood still for a moment, then before slipping out the door faced Harrison again. "I'm so sorry you think that." Harrison stared at the door well after it had closed.
"Harry!"
said Glimmer, tears covering a hard and angry face.
"You say nothing,"
he said. She said nothing. Chapter 32. Secrets. Harrison sat across from April, savoring the texture of a mouthful of al dente linguine. He swallowed and followed it with a pull on his cold glass of Heineken. April took a sip of red wine. Inconsistent light from the candles between them reflected off her face. It made her especially beautiful. She tossed him a playful glance. He stuck his tongue out, and she giggled, the wine clearly having taken hold. April pulled her chair around to the side of the table so they sat across a corner from each other. Then she moved her plate and resumed her meal. After a minute, she moved her chair again, this time to the corner itself. She took a bite of her pasta, struggling to keep a straight face. Scooting over once more, her chair and Harrison's collided with a soft bump. She moved her plate, so its edges rested against his, and went back to eating. Leaning against him as she chewed, she turned her face toward him, smacking her lips as she swallowed. She giggled and snorted involuntarily. Harrison laughed. She leaned harder into him, brushing her cheek against his chin. He absently ran his fingers over her hair. Tilting her head up, she kissed him. He tasted spaghetti sauce on her lips and wine on her breath and savored them both. Taking his hand in hers, she ran her fingers over his knuckles. Then she pulled his hand up and placed it on her breast. Soft and inviting, he held it, caressing her lovingly. She hummed quietly, a friendly sound. Letting go of his hand, she moved her own into his lap, brushing him, then enveloping him, stroking gently but assertively. He responded naturally, reaching back, filling her hand. A moan slipped through his teeth. He stood up so urgently his chair fell over, almost taking him with it. April looked at him with patient eyes. 2 days from now, or less, she would be dead. How could he be intimate with her, knowing her fate when she did not? It would be the vilest of lies, an unforgivable liberty. "I'm not ready for this," he lied. Maybe she would believe him. They had been here before, though never this close. In every case, she respected his restraint and insisted she was in no hurry. Given that, her aggressive behavior confused him. She stood and moved closer, kindness in her face. Stretching up to his ear, she nibbled it and whispered, "We won't have another chance." Harrison's heart dropped to the floor. He pulled away from her. "What did she tell you?" "Nothing I didn't already suspect." He closed his eyes. "She had no right." "Harrison." She took his hands and kissed them. "Don't be angry with her." "Are you angry with me?" he asked. She kissed him. "Do I look angry?" He opened his eyes. "I don't understand." "I was never angry. Hurt at first, but not for very long. Glimmer told me how much you all did to try to find another way. Thank you for that. I know you were trying to protect me. I appreciate it. Really. And I think if our positions were reversed, I would do exactly what you did, to spare you the pain. But I don't want that. I'm okay." Tears pulled at the edge of his vision. "How can you be okay?" She shrugged. "I'm saving the world." A tear ran down her cheek. He wrapped his arms around her, and they wept together softly. "I don't want to die," she whispered. "I don't want you to die," he whispered back. "Well, I'm going to. And I want my last day to be perfect." She kissed him. "I want you. Take me to bed." From their blind, Harrison and his crew watched the Ptolemy sail up the dock and stop. Ropes flew over the side, and dock hands tied them to stanchions. The sails pulled themselves back up. "I forgot how pretty she is," said Claudia. "I hope my Omni is still in there." Harrison laughed. His first impression of Claudia, from 1,000,000,000 years ago, had been the sultry come-hither voice on the radio, a woman of mystery, who had stunned him by turning out to be a little girl. Then she stunned him over and over again by being a woman after all, with a wisdom and maturity that belied her chronological age. The first time he had seen her use her power, she recited Jabberwocky to him from a distance so great she appeared practically a speck. His own ability felt inadequate by comparison. The idea of possessing a superhuman talent was brand new, and already she had established herself as ahead of him in the pecking order of awesomeness. The memory brought a smile. They had come quite a way since then. He rested a hand on her back. A tingling sensation built in his fingers, followed by a sudden and painful shock. He jerked his hand back and stared at it. The silver ring on his middle finger glowed a faint white. It faded and put out a tiny puff of blue smoke. Ow! What the fuck? Claudia rubbed her back where Harrison had touched her. What the hell is that thing? Harrison had no answer. He looked at Glimmer, who rolled her eyes. Hey! April pointed to the ship. Look! 2 men disembarked, even from that distance recognizable as Scott and the animated statue. They don't have the bomb, said Alec. That's good. Maybe they didn't find it. Then we stick to the original plan, said Harrison. Their first order of business was to get the bomb off the ship and get it as close to the center of the island as possible. Scott's fortress occupied the exact center, but it would be impossible to put it there. Hadley assured them it would work as long as they could get it within about half a mile of the target. Are you ready? Harrison asked April, holding Gizmo tightly. She nodded. Teleporting him in and out would put some degree of strain on her. He gave her a hug. Let's do it then. She closed her eyes. Her hair fluttered, and Gizmo's marble flashed a bright green. Harrison felt no sense of motion or transition. One moment they were in the blind, the next standing in a dark room. The potent scent of oiled wood in a stuffy closed chamber hit him hard. April wobbled, and he caught her and held her. She gave him a thumbs up. He nodded. He found a light switch and turned it on. The bomb appeared untouched. Scott's men had either failed to open the door or had not tried, as evidenced by the lock, still crushed shut. Inspecting the bomb closely, he confirmed no one had tampered with it. Next came the trickiest part. They would have to teleport it close enough to work, but far enough to avoid being seen. He took a long look at the contraption, mostly built from sticks and string that would save what was left of the world, and saw it in a wholly other capacity. This thing would kill his girlfriend. Beyond that, even, this thing would kill, truly kill, his sister. It would still be possible to bring her back, but only for an instant. The backlash would make her disappearance permanent, meaning he would lose even that minuscule opportunity to see her again. He would use the bomb to kill her. It would kill Jeanette's husband, too. It would kill Mitchell's parents, Dorothy's sisters. 6 billion people not yet dead, but in some frozen limbo, and he would kill them all. He shook his head. Even if he could save them, they would all return in time to watch the world end again, this time forever. He promised Titania he would fix the world, that he would freeze it in its current state. He would honor that promise. It would even kill Oberon. Shivering, he waved Gizmo over the bomb. The emerald marble glowed green, and briefly so did the bomb. He glanced at April, who looked on curiously. Holding out his palm, he pointed, a hand signal telling her it was time to go. She took his hand and laid her other hand on the bomb, ready to take them to a well-hidden location half a mile from the giant griffin. Gizmo made a faint, crackling sound and threw out a handful of feeble green sparks. Nothing else happened. He looked at April. She gave him her best wide-eyed shrug. "Shit," he whispered. They returned to the blind. Before dealing with anything else, he hugged April. "You okay?" She nodded. "Barely felt it." "Are we ready for Phase 2? Asked Alec. "Negative," said Harrison. "We have a problem. We can't transport the bomb. We'll have to take it out of there by hand." "What?" said Hadley. "Are you sure?" April nodded. "This isn't like the simulations. Something about the bomb feels different."
Magical density.
Glimmer looked away.
The bomb is probably way too dense to move through the currents here. They've been in flux all morning. Too slippery.
She looked at Harrison.
I can't believe you don't feel that.
Was it like that before?
he asked.
Glimmer shook her head. Started a few hours ago. I should have mentioned it. Didn't realize it would interfere.
Alec rubbed his forehead. Well, that's troublesome. Taking it out by hand won't be easy. I know, said Harrison. We're on Plan B now. We'll still take the ship. Then you and I will run the bomb up the road with April, drop it off, and teleport back. Agreed, said Alec. The others should cast off as soon as we're off the ship. They'll want a head start.
He left the reason they would need a head start unspoken. The bomb would reset the entire world and nothing would change except the island itself. Counterbomb Island would go up like a hydrogen bomb, minus the radiation. Regrettably, that meant killing several hundred people, but Scott's men had already made their choices. He passed the gizmo to Alec. I've already unlocked the cargo hold. It turns out uncrushing a lock is as easy as crushing it. That should buy us a few seconds. This would be a mad dash, no matter how they looked at it. April would teleport Alec and Glimmer in and get out of the way while they took out anyone still on board. Then everyone else would have to run as fast as they could to the ship. At least they were running downhill.
Right then, Alec said to Glimmer. Let's go.
Despite her impediment, the pixie had agreed to be part of the infiltration team. Even without flight, she had a few magical stunts that might slow down the enemy and give Alec a slightly sharper edge. She still wore the curious George dress, now dingy from a week of constant use. Harrison took April's hand, squeezed it, and let go.
Good luck. Alec nodded. Take us to the cargo hold.
He, April, and Glimmer vanished.
Wow, said Harrison.
Yeah, said Jeanette. That's what it looks like. Harrison put his hand in his pocket, pulled out Glimmer's stuffed chimp, and fidgeted with it while he watched the ship and waited. Two of Scott's men stood on deck, smoking. How long would it take for Alec to kill them?
Come on, he whispered. Come on.
One of the two men shielded his eyes and looked across the dock.
Come on,
Harrison whispered again. Now both men scanned the dock. Harrison drummed his fingers on the tree he hid behind.
At least go inside so I don't have to watch Alec cut you to pieces, he muttered.
They both looked straight at him. He froze. They couldn't possibly see him. They couldn't possibly have heard him. One of them pointed at him. They both ran inside.
Oh, God! We've been made! Oh, God! Alec! They know he's there!
How? Asked Claudia.
They heard me!
He looked at his ring, then at Claudia.
We have to get down there. Come on!
They ran, easily a mile down a steep, uneven hill with frequent painful and cold falls. Two men appeared on deck, carrying the bomb. They showed no sign of seeing Harrison and his crew.
Harrison!
Shouted Claudia from well behind him. He could barely hear her.
I see it!
He shouted over his shoulder. Just get to the ship! By the time they all reached the Ptolemy, the men with the bomb were long gone.
Find April! Shouted Harrison. Find them!
It took a little over a minute to do so. They found Alec in the galley, one leg badly wounded. Gizmo lying on the floor a few feet away. Jeanette wasted no time getting a tourniquet on him. April cowered in a corner of the room. Harrison ran to her. Jeanette probed Alec's leg. I can patch this up. Jake, find my bag.
Aye, ma'am.
He bolted for it. No one commented on the 3 dead bodies sharing the floor with Alec, nor on the pond of blood surrounding them. Harrison looked around.
Where's Glimmer?
Alec shook his head feebly.
She's done for, Harrison. We need to clear out.
Done for. Harrison rolled the words around in his mind, numbly. What about the bomb? Asked Hadley.
We can set it off by remote, said Alec. They're taking it right where we need it anyway.
Fuck the bomb! Shouted Harrison. Where's Glimmer?
I'm sorry, Harrison, said Alec. They took her. She did herself proud, but she's gone now.
Is she dead? Asked Harrison. Alec hesitated.
Yes.
Harrison squeezed his eyes shut. The tears fell. Gone? Done for? He held April close, unready for the loss to come, and devastated by the loss at hand all too quick. But Alec's answer had been too slow. He took a moment to regain his composure and let go of April.
Claudia, you are now acting captain. I'm going ashore. As soon as I'm off the ship, set sail and move as fast as you can. Get as far away as possible.
Aye, sir, she said. Where are you going? He looked at Alec.
I have a pixie to rescue.
Alec looked away.
I'm not angry with you, Alec. Believe it or not, I even appreciate what you just tried to do. But my life is not more valuable than hers.
He held out his hand.
I'll need your weapon.
Alec shook his head, but unbuckled Bess's scabbard. It brushed against his wound, and he sucked in a breath. He handed it over, a small streak of his own blood on the end. Harrison strapped on the sword, taking care not to touch the hilt. He bent down to retrieve Gizmo from the floor, also marked with blood.
They knew we were coming,
said Alec, as Jeanette cleaned his cut and drew the first stitch through it.
That was my fault, said Harrison. I accidentally used Claudia's voice trick. They heard me.
Claudia's jaw dropped. I tried to call to you on the hill, and I had to shout.
Harrison nodded. I'm sorry about that. I didn't take it on purpose.
How did you take it at all? Asked April. He looked into her magnetic brown eyes, whose light should not have to be snuffed out so soon, and gave her one final gift. Reaching out to her, he touched her cheek.
I'll show you.
His hand tingled. Zap! Ow! She said. What did you just do?
I took something from you that you won't be needing anymore,
he said. Harrison, no! You can't do that!
It's my choice, he said. I choose that you live.
What the hell is happening? Asked Claudia.
Not your concern, said Harrison. Get this ship out of here. I'll return with Glimmer as soon as I can. Just keep sailing.
Return? How? She asked. And what about the bomb?
That's my problem. He held Gizmo up. I'll need this. Once I'm back, we'll use it to set the bomb off from the ship. If I can't come back, I'll set it off myself. If you see the flash, you'll know what happened.
Aye, Captain, said Claudia. Harrison looked at the tool in his hand and the weapon on his belt.
One more thing.
He looked at Hadley.
You've got to come with me.
What? Why?
Because I can't charge in there blindly. There's only so far my blaster will take me when I'm going up against magic. Doctor, I'm going to need your expertise to get her out of there.
I don't know as much as you think I do, said Hadley, sweating.
But you know more than you think, said Harrison. I can see it whenever you talk about it. I know you can't quantify it, and I know that frightens you, but you've got it. I know you can't explain it, but you understand it better than I do. Better than any of us. Maybe better than any human. You've taken us this whole way, Hadley, and you've been right every time. You've answered questions I never would have even thought to ask. Your solution was something even Titania didn't think of. Rational or not, you have your finger on the pulse of all this chaos.
Hadley looked away from Harrison, his expression uncertain. Mayhem, he corrected quietly.
Mayhem, then.
Hadley snapped his eyes back to his captain. Is this an order? Harrison stared back, holding Gizmo out to him.
It's Glimmer, Hadley. Does it need to be an order?
Hadley took a deep, slow breath. No. He took the device. Let's go. Harrison put his hand on April's shoulder, and she spun around and beat him on the chest with her fists. Shh. He held her wrists.
Hey, stop.
She looked up at him.
Please forgive me, he said. You deserve a chance to live.
So do you.
I know. Tough shit for me.
He kissed her. She grabbed his head with both hands. I love you, she said through tears. He laughed. "I certainly hope so." He kissed her again. "I love you too. I'll be back to say goodbye." "You better." He stepped away. "How are we supposed to find her?" asked Hadley. "We can't just walk up, knock on the door, and ask to see her." Harrison looked at April. "We won't have to walk." He grabbed Hadley's shoulder with one hand and drew Bess with the other. "I will blaze a trail of blood to your beloved pixie," swore the sword. "I know," Harrison whispered. He concentrated on Glimmer, and they disappeared. Chapter 33 Bestiary. Harrison and Hadley found themselves in a large windowless room filled with long tables, Glimmer nowhere in sight. "We are vulnerable here," said Bess. "Okay, come on." Harrison made for the double swinging door, Hadley behind him. Before they made it there, 4 men entered. 3 wore the standard blue jumpsuits, the 4th naked, but covered top to bottom with a thick mane of curly brown hair, standing easily a foot taller than his comrades. They talked casually among themselves. All but the large, hairy one wore swords. "Relax," Bess said. Under the circumstances, Harrison found that shockingly easy to do. 2 of the men died before they even saw him. The 3rd soldier had time to draw and thrust, but Harrison deflected his sword effortlessly. In the same motion, he spun completely around, pulling Bess through the man's abdomen as he completed his turn. As the contents of his target's body dumped out onto the floor, Harrison evaded them with the deftness of a ballet dancer. Hadley retreated to a position 2 or 3 tables behind Harrison. Surely well aware of Bess's capabilities, the scientist waited out this fight. The last opponent posed more of a threat. With a powerful strike across his torso, he lifted Harrison into the air and across the room. He hit a table, rolling so he tumbled straight to the floor and landed on his feet. Bess did not control his actions, but infused him with a speed and strength not his own. His reflexes were instantaneous, nearly prescient. There had not been room enough to avoid the hairy beast's blow altogether, but he had managed to avoid being crushed. The sword had saved his life several times over in a matter of seconds, and she was only getting started. The first time he had held this blade, he had felt he could take on an army with it. Bess told him it would depend on the army. An army entered the mess. The hairy beast rushed him, and as men poured into the room by the dozens, some of them not human, they descended on him, swords drawn. Harrison silently asked Bess how they would fare in this particular fight. "Not well," she said. Only half aware of his actions, he leapt over a table and grabbed Hadley. Then his vision went black. The scent of brine suffused the suddenly cold air. Gizmo cast pale green light into the darkness, onto their lifeboat back in the tunnel. "What happened?" he asked Hadley. "You brought us out of immediate danger to somewhere safe," said Hadley. "Running on instinct, I'd wager." "But why didn't I go directly to Glimmer? I was thinking about her. Shouldn't that have worked?" "It's hard to say." Hadley scratched his head. "You have April's power now. Is that right? Is that what happened?" "Claudia's, too." "Well, this is conjecture, but your lack of control over where we land may be related to why April couldn't move the bomb. Glimmer said the island had become a kind of slippery zone. We were probably redirected by currents in flux. Should we try again?" Harrison hesitated. He wanted nothing more than to try again, but an edge of fear crept into him now. He did not fear death, which with Bess might not be possible anyway. Moreover, he had already effectively given his life to save April with no regrets. He would cheerfully offer it again to save Glimmer. He feared killing. He had done it. In the space of a minute, he had slain 3 men without hesitation, without difficulty. If he went back, he would surely kill again. No matter how he rationalized it, they'd do it to him, they deserve it, it's the right thing to do. His response, central to everything in his fundamental nature, would be remorse. "Those were my kills," said Bess, in an unexpected attempt to console him. As fearsome as she was, she still counted sympathy among her virtues. "I have dispatched countless servants of evil. 3 more will make no appreciable mark on me." Harrison considered this offer, a chance to preserve his perfect, murder-free record. How comforting it would be to allow her to take one for the team. But no. Though he could never have carried it out without her and wouldn't have chosen to try it on his own, he knew what would come when he drew her before teleporting. His actions, even under her guidance, were his own responsibility. His innocence of violence, like his virginity the day before, was lost. "No," he said to her. "Thank you for offering, but I know what I'm doing." Hadley looked at him curiously. "She speaks to you, doesn't she?" Harrison hesitated. "Yes." "Remarkable. I suspected as much. We never had a chance to really explore her." Harrison looked at Gizmo in Hadley's hand. The marble glowed faintly and faded. "Can you estimate that magical flow well enough to lead me? Take me upstream so I end up where I need to be?" Hadley scrutinized the tool. "Maybe. I'll have to play with this a bit, see how much I can make it do." He swished it through the air a few times. "Yes, I think I can try that." Harrison took Hadley's arm. They shifted outside. Sunlight reflected off the snow by sharp contrast to the dim tunnel. Harrison squinted. They stood on a hill overlooking the giant griffin. "We overshot," said Hadley, white clouds of breath forming and dispersing in front of him. He stared at the ground, bent down, and touched the snow with his fingertip. A pale green glow emanated from Gizmo. Harrison's vision altered. The landscape appeared before him in varied shades of orange. "What's wrong with my eyesight?" "Basilisk ray filter," said Hadley. "I did that. It's for your protection." Harrison looked around, on guard. A beast of such extraordinary ugliness lurked behind them. The sight of it stimulated Harrison's gag reflex. It had a vaguely bird-like head mounted on a mammalian torso that tapered down to a serpentine tail. Normally, according to mythology, one glance from this beast would have killed him on the spot. Hadley had saved his life, but the basilisk's toxicity still posed a threat. The patch of ground on which it rested turned black with instantly decayed plant life, and a similarly discolored trail stretched out behind it. Even moving at this sluggish pace, it would not take long for the animal to move in close enough to kill them both with its breath. Harrison raised the sword. "If you touch it with my blade, you will die," she said. "I know," he whispered. He held her parallel to the ground, maintaining eye contact with the basilisk and holding his breath. Then he carefully lifted the sword until the flat completely obscured his view. He rolled the blade slightly back and forth until the beast produced an inhuman shriek. Lowering the sword, he looked at the basilisk, killed by its own reflection. "Thumb is a bag of hammers. How did you know it was there?" he asked Hadley. "You couldn't have seen it, right?" "No, that would have killed me, hence the filter." Hadley pointed to the snow. "Tracks. You knew those were basilisk tracks?" "With a little help." He held Gizmo up. "This thing is amazing. It's enhancing my knowledge of magic the same way it boosts technology." "Nice," said Harrison. "Are there any more monsters on this island?" "Dozens. I can sense them." Harrison shook his head. "Well, shall we try again?" He blinked and found himself in a small room with a single door opposite a wall of glass angling away from it. No sign of his pixie, Scots goons, or monsters. Light came from beyond the glass wall, as did the sound of machinery. Harrison looked at Hadley, who shrugged. He crept toward the glass, careful not to move too close. The window looked over a factory of sorts. Several enormous and identical machines assembled and mass-produced some unrecognizable items. Dozens of men worked those machines, feeding materials into them, removing finished product, inspecting it, and storing it in cases. It appeared to be a fairly standard operation, with one obscene exception. All of the machines were connected by cables to an object that resembled a giant living heart, about 10 feet in diameter and suspended a few feet off the floor. It pulsed in time with a low, rumbling sound. With each beat, it threw off a dirty orange glow, like a smoking ember. None of the men working around the machines looked at it.
"What on earth is that?"
whispered Harrison. "I have no idea," said Hadley. "I'm picking up magic from the levitated object, but its function is unclear. It may be a power source, or it may be supplying a material for the manufacturing process."
"Yeah, the magic pod is kind of a no-brainer," said Harrison. "Will this thing survive the bomb?"
"Unlikely," said Hadley. "Assuming we're still on the island, this operation is well within the projected blast radius."
"Good. I'm getting queasy just looking at it. Okay, let's try one more time."
Outside in the bright sun again, flares of orange accented the blanket of white. Streaks of fire shot out of an unseen source. Harrison grabbed Hadley and scrambled for cover. A huge portion of Scott's army did the same thing. They had landed somewhere in the compound of low-lying buildings, and as he pulled Hadley around a corner, they had a magnificent view of the front of the Griffin. Most of the buildings burned, as did dozens of men, some running, most screaming, some sickeningly still. Several men ran past them. One man tried to stop them. Harrison cut him in half. A building less than 20 feet away from Harrison erupted. The shockwave knocked him over, and while he struggled to get back to his feet, powerful gusts and pulses of hot air pushed him back down. Something gigantic descended upon the burning wreckage and strode through it directly toward Harrison. A dragon stood before him, panting, its breath hot sulfur. Harrison choked on the smell. The dragon drew in a vast, wailing breath and reared up on its hind feet.
"Just flew in from coast," said Gustav. "Boy, are my wings tired?" Harrison stared. "Is joke. I get it."
Harrison's world came back into focus. He looked behind him. Hadley made no move to come closer. None of Scott's men came closer either. They were safe for the moment.
"Gustav, what the hell are you doing here?"
"Ah!" The dragon brushed away the question with one wing, making Harrison cough.
"Long story. I was recruited. No more dinosaurs anyway. I was ready for new adventure." "Recruited?" said Harrison. "By who?" "Little ones. Some think about end of world. I asked they maybe get me more dinosaurs. They said they look into it. You see any dinosaurs here?" "Little people. Like Glimmer?"
The dragon nodded.
"Yeah, only not so pretty."
Fairies. Titania sent him. Harrison had needed more of an edge, and now he had it.
"Please listen very carefully. In a few minutes, you're going to need to clear out of here. Get as far away from the island as you possibly can. But for those minutes, I need you to keep these people busy. Can you do that?"
Gustav nodded his enormous head.
"Yeah. Can I eat them?"
Harrison's stomach rolled.
"Sure."
A fireball exploded a few yards away.
"What the hell?"
Harrison shouted. Gustav took to the air. The fire hadn't come from him, and he flew off to confront another creature in the sky. Roughly the same size as Gustav, this serpentine attacker had an enormous frilled head and short legs fore and aft. It slithered through the sky with no obvious means of lift or propulsion. This beast briefly exchanged fire with Gustav, leading to its own demise, and then it came crashing, burning to the ground. As it fell, Harrison had a clearer view of it. He had seen it hundreds of times on placemats in Chinese restaurants. Scott had dragons, too. Harrison looked up at the sound of screaming. 2 more of these creatures passed over the top of the Griffin building. Gustav flapped furiously. He would be useless as a distraction while he had to fend these things off. "Get out of here!" Harrison called up to his dragon ally. Gustav whirled in midair, likely surprised to hear him at such a distance. "Get clear of the island! There's a ship sailing away from here right now. Your only responsibility is to protect the people in it. Do you understand?" Gustav pulled a wing back and forth in front of his face, the dragon equivalent of a salute. He took a parting shot at one of the Chinese dragons, apparently injuring it, though not enough to bring it down, then turned and sped away. With Gustav subtracted from the equation, the Chinese dragons turned their attention directly on Harrison. As they came plummeting toward him, he ducked backwards and grabbed Hadley. "Hang on!" They shifted to a narrow, empty corridor, again with no sign of Glimmer. "That was fascinating," said Hadley. "Chinese dragons are symbols of luck and strength. I wonder if that's a mistaken impression, or did Scott somehow corrupt them?" "Not really up for a discussion on comparative dragon culture," said Harrison. "Are we getting close yet?" Hadley clutched Gizmo, its glow slightly brighter. "I think we may be. The wand seems to be picking her up like a homing beacon. I'm guessing it's not too far from here on foot." "Yeah, well, pretty sure our element of surprise is shot. Hopefully Scott's army have their hands tied with dragon damage control. We have to finish this quickly." Harrison's heart pounded. "You ready?" he asked Bess. "Aye," she answered, hitting him with a mild surge of whatever magical adrenaline she used. He ran. It took less than a minute for Harrison and Hadley to cover the distance to Glimmer's location. Harrison charged into the room, sword drawn, fully prepared to carve to pieces anyone even approximately in his way. He found himself in a laboratory, smelling overwhelmingly of formaldehyde. The odor activated a long-dormant memory in Harrison of cutting up a fetal pig in his high school biology class. Cabinets and shelves lined the walls, filled with jars containing various animal parts suspended in liquid. Harrison scanned the room for a pixie and for direct threats to his life. A buzzing sound caught his attention, coming from what looked like a set of television rabbit ears. A blue electric arc formed at their base, traveled to the top, and vanished. A Jacob's ladder. It had virtually no practical use, suitable only for decorating a mad scientist's movie castle. "Bzzzt," it said to him, over and over again. Behind the prop, on a wall, hung 5 people. Probably 3 men and 2 women, naked and skinless. Harrison could not tell at first if they were conscious or even alive. Then one of them turned his head toward him and stared at Harrison with bloody, lidless eyes. It made a dull, guttural sound, and the other 4 turned their heads as well. Harrison froze. If he freed these people, all surely in agony, then what? He couldn't possibly save them. Skinned alive, doubtless kept from bleeding to death by magical means to prolong their suffering, they had been impaled on huge hooks to keep them from fleeing. He choked back a sob. As much as this wrenched his heart, they couldn't be Harrison's priority. He walked past them, avoiding their eyes, as Hadley stood and stared at them, perhaps in horror, perhaps with scientific detachment. The bomb would vaporize them all soon enough. Their pain would end. In the corner of the room, past the last of the 5 torture victims, a birdcage hung on a floor stand. Inside the cage lay his pixie on her stomach, naked, wingless, and motionless. She stirred, raising her head, pain and exhaustion in her face.
Harry?
She said in a desperate, raspy whisper. Shh. He put his finger to his lips, then sheathed Bess and reached for the clasp on the cage. I'm getting you out of here. He touched the lock. White-hot agony sliced through his fingers. Ah! He jerked his hand back and looked at his palm. The ring on his middle finger glowed, and the skin it touched seared with pain. Damn it, he whispered.
Harry!
She sat up. Shh, it's okay. He shook his head, trying to make the burning go away. Some spell on the cage must have sent feedback through the ring. He touched the lock with his left hand. Gah! This shout was louder than before. Fuck! His right hand trembled spastically, the ring now smoking, the skin around it blistering. He tried to take it off, but touching it brought paralyzing pain.
Harry,
said Glimmer,
you have to get out of here.
He shook his head. I'm going to get you back to the ship. I just need to get past this lock. Hadley, do you have any ideas? He turned to the scientist. Scott stood across the room, inspecting Gizmo. A man in a lab coat and the stone man who had bound Harrison to a chair in a cage not so long ago stood next to him. The statue's hand covered Hadley's face. Hadley struggled to break free. You're here, said Scott. That's good. I was afraid you'd left. Harrison held out his left hand, waiting for Gizmo to fly into it. Scott shook his head. No, I don't think so. Harrison watched helplessly as Scott closed his hand and squeezed, crushing Gizmo like a ripe peach. The machine imploded with the sound of a xylophone being shattered with a sledgehammer. Its emerald marble burst, and green dust hovered and swirled around Scott's hand. He opened his palm and rubbed his thumb against the tips of his fingers. Fragments of Gizmo tumbled to the floor. Harrison's means of setting off the bomb, Hadley's all-purpose magic enhancer, was no more. In a last act of desperation, he tried to teleport himself, Hadley, and the cage back to the ship. The energy flowed through him, but at a vastly diminished rate and without focus. Without the wand and without the teleport function of the device, they were trapped there. He stared across the room into Scott's eyes. Something else stared back. Rope him? It nodded Scott's head, smiling at Harrison's directness. Well, we have a lot to talk about. Chapter 34, Fairy Gifts, Strings. Harrison did not cower, surrender, or beg for mercy. Well past the point where these would have made a difference anyway, he did not face an adversary who would have responded. Hadley had stopped struggling, but his torso still pulsed with breath. With little, if anything, to lose, Harrison took the initiative. May I have my pixie back? His expectations included laughter or outrage on the part of the evil one. They did not include its actual response. No, said Scott's voice. No malice, no mockery. Please? This time it did laugh, a dry, patronizing sound. Really, no. I have plans for her. Besides, you won't be going anywhere, so it wouldn't serve any purpose for you to take her. Ropim nodded to the stone man, who released Hadley, dropping him to the floor. He sat up and rubbed the sides of his head, bruised and scraped where stone fingers had pressed into his cheeks and temples. Ropim studied Hadley, then said to the man in the lab coat, I believe this is your opposite number, Newman. The industrious Dr. Tucker. Newman's brows rose as he looked Hadley over with an expression of either resentment or disgust. Ropim walked casually around the room, inspecting or simply observing the objects stored in their jars. It pointed to one of the flayed humans mounted on the wall. November 18th, 1978. Jonestown Massacre. She had the ability to neutralize any poison, any toxin. She could even alter them at the atomic level if need be. Also, a fully effective antiviral ability, although she never figured that out. It pointed to another flayed human being. May 18th, 1980. Mount St. Helens eruption. This one generated heat. He could melt steel at distances in excess of 200 feet. There were plenty of empty hooks left on the wall. "Do you know why I'm telling you this?" it asked. Harrison stared at the tortured humans, their lives now over, at least 2 of them younger than he.
"To frighten me?"
It nodded. "That's right. You'll be up there soon enough. Are you frightened?"
"Yes," he said.
Ruopim looked him over. "You don't look afraid." Harrison had no idea what he looked like. It made no difference either way. They had lost. Whatever happened next, the bomb would be a complete wash. Eventually, this thing, this evil being, would destroy the world and everyone on it, and Harrison had squandered his last chance to do anything about it on a foolhardy rescue attempt. The fact of Harrison's inevitable torture and death paled next to his failure to rescue Glimmer, and his remorse for dragging Hadley down with them. He looked at Glimmer. She had wilted.
"What are you going to do with her?"
Harrison's devotion to her had now destroyed every living creature on Earth. Her fate still mattered to him. Ruopim turned his gaze to the pixie. She wouldn't look at it. "She is uncommon, quite powerful. I've never seen anything like her. She resembles a pixie, and yet—" It trailed off. Harrison frowned in confusion. Surely she resembled a pixie because she was a pixie. He looked at her, defeated and pitiable, yet awe-inspiring. Despite himself, he agreed with his adversary.
"She is singular."
Ruopim raised one of Scott's eyebrows. "An interesting turn of phrase. She is many remarkable things, but singular she is not." More riddles. Harrison inwardly growled at the stupidity of the conversation. To what end would this thing pursue that idea? She was the last pixie. If Ruopim intended to instill some bizarre hope more of her kind survived, it wasted its time.
"You haven't answered my question."
"Indeed not," it said. "All right, then. She is to be my avatar. I have never encountered a fey creature capable of sustaining the transformation long enough to suit any long-range purpose, nor any capable of sustaining my awareness. I believe this one can." Acid crawled up Harrison's esophagus. She would become one of those tiny little perverted spies. Nothing of her would survive the process. Nothing except her power, apparently, which he now learned for the first time was unusually great. Dizzy with grief, he put one arm on a table for support. As he did, Newman moved closer to Glimmer's cage. Harrison drew Bess and extended the blade. No one would lay a hand on Glimmer while he lived to stop them. Newman stopped moving and looked at Ruopim. It wore no expression on Scott's face, apparently uninterested in anything that happened here. Harrison experimented.
"You're not what I expected."
"You were expecting a monster, I suppose?" Scott's voice asked. "A giant devil, horns, hooves, something less anthropomorphic. A giant spider, perhaps." Harrison shook his head. He swallowed.
"I wasn't expecting you to be so petty,"
he said, in a twisted gamble to provoke carelessness. His situation could not be worse. Perhaps randomizing it might accidentally improve it. Ruopim shrugged. "Pettiness is an evil quality. Damn, imperturbable."
He tried again. "What are you making downstairs? You know, the factory with the big disgusting hot thing?"
Ruopim did not react, but Newman tensed and whirled to look at it, the first sign Harrison struck at least one nerve.
Ruopim raised Scott's hand.
"It's all right," it said to its subordinate. "It makes no difference what he knows. He can dream of our weapons while he hangs on his hook."
Scott's eyes bored into Harrison's.
"Would you like to see one? They're quite snappy." Harrison's heart went cold at the mention of weapons. The only reason for him to be shown these at all would be to increase his horror. It needed no further embellishment. Ruopim walked to a cabinet and pulled the door open. He removed and opened a small case about the size of a shopping bag. It contained an object slightly larger than the ones in the factory, but otherwise similar. Ruopim used both Scott's hands to hold it, curling them around the bulky grips, identifying it as a gun. There had been no guns anywhere for over a year. The old man had been trying to eliminate violence in the world when he set off his ill-conceived static mayhem bomb. As one side effect, which he had hoped would be the main effect, all conventional guns had disappeared, and certain properties of the non-magical world had changed, making it impossible to recreate them. Gunpowder no longer exploded, its one useful function completely neutralized. Apparently, Ruopim had shown Scott's people a way around that obstacle. "This is the prototype," said Scott's voice. "Not as efficient as the ones rolling off the machines downstairs, but you'll get the idea. Let me show you how it works." It pointed the weapon at one of the people on the wall. Jonestown Massacre. The gun made a series of quiet, whooshing sounds, like an entire classroom full of children all spitting at once. Her left arm exploded. Fragments of muscle and bone showered out in every direction, landing as far away as 10 feet. She gasped, having surely long since lost the capacity to scream. Ruopim casually lowered the weapon and looked at the woman's ragged stump. "I bet that smarts." The arm did not bleed. Whatever kept her alive had already closed off her blood vessels. Ruopim strolled to a lab table situated close to her, spattered with gore. It picked up a chunk about the size of Scott's pinky and plucked out a sliver of metal lodged in it. "They sling these." He held the object up for Harrison to see. "They're basically razor blades, several hundred rounds per second, at many times the velocity of an ordinary rifle bullet." It put a morsel of flesh into Scott's mouth. As it chewed, it dragged Scott's finger through the slick carnage on the table. "Pack quite a wallop, don't they?" Harrison gulped. "The best part is..." Ruopim took a second to swallow. "The blades are magically propelled and replenished. The guns never run out of ammo, and they never jam. They don't even get warm." It touched a keypad on the side of the weapon. "It has other settings, too." It pointed the gun at Harrison. In place of the whooshing noise, a tiny plink sounded in Harrison's left shoulder. The vibration shivered throughout his body in a grating agitation. Then a white-hot spike of pain caught up with it. He gasped and looked at his arm. Blood oozed from a tiny slit in his sleeve. A single one of those blades had been fired through him. At that speed, even one could cause unspeakable damage. He put his hand on his arm and shrieked. A larger wetness spread around the back of his shoulder, his arm and chest already beginning to swell. Countless bone fragments scraped against each other and poked into tissue inside that corner of his torso. Clavicle, scapula, humerus. The words raced back to him from high school biology. Ruopim looked at Hadley, still sitting on the floor. "Would you like one too?" There was no sound, no spectacle. 1 second, Hadley pressed his hands to his bloody temples. The next, his eyes had gone wide, and one hand moved from his head to his neck, not quite reaching the tiny dot of red that appeared there. Then both hands fell gracelessly to his lap. His eyes stayed open wide. All this happened in far less time than it took for Harrison to scream. Ruopim set the weapon back in its case. Until today, we were planning to use them in a large-scale attack on New Chicago. It would have been delightfully entertaining. Your people are so entrenched in the notion that magic and science are incompatible, they never would have seen these coming. That's more or less moot now, though. Harrison's throat constricted. Hadley's vacant eyes stared at him, offering no solace. I received the most thoughtful gift today, it said. A bomb, of sorts. Someone seems to have put a lot of work into it. It turns out it's exactly the thing I need to finish a little project I'm working on. I must say, Harrison, I didn't give you and your group nearly enough credit for resourcefulness. My own people never thought to set off a second bomb to shatter the barrier. It gave Newman an unkind look. If I'd had my own avatar, I'd have unraveled what you were doing from the start. Ah, well. He looked at Glimmer. Soon enough. At any rate, first thing tomorrow, I'm putting your beautiful bomb on a boat and taking it to New York City. Harrison hit bottom. Not only had he lost, now no one would ever have a second chance. He had delivered the exact means by which to destroy the world forever. Titania had told him setting off the counterbomb in New York would restore everything back to the way it had been before last May. Immediately after that, the stress would rip apart the barrier between his world and hers, destroying them both and freeing Ruopim. With no one left to torture, it would have to find some other way to amuse itself. But it was a big universe. Still, said Ruopim, a side trip to Chicago would probably be worth taking the extra time. No rush, I would think. I have a few loose ends to tie up before I use my gift, anyway. Probably spend the next few months trying out my other toys first. It tilted Scott's head, studying Harrison through slitted eyes. You're probably picturing these things. Scott's hand lifted the blade again, slicing through your pretty girlfriend. The left half of Harrison's body throbbed. The image of April suffering a similar wound forced itself to the top of his consciousness. Well, don't bother, it said. Her place is up on that wall. I'm going to mount her between you and that little nigger girl. Nigger girl? The epithet shocked Harrison out of his stupor. What meaning could bigotry have for a creature of no human race? Ruopim's bizarre remark pulled him back from the depth of his despair. Harrison had observed this same pettiness earlier, and it still made no sense. Why taunt him? Evil had won, the outcome of the inevitable war a foregone conclusion. It had beaten Harrison on every possible level, and it still bullied him. He could conceive only one reason for that. Though patently insane, he explored it anyway. Is that why you've been dogging me for a year? He asked in a tone as close to snide as he could muster. He winced through the agony in his shoulder. To complete your collection? Dogging you? Ruopim asked. The spy, the worm tunnel, all those kidnappings. Is that what all this was about? Ruopim paused, turning Scott's face away from Harrison. You idiot, it said quietly. You were never the target. Harrison blinked, his heart racing. What? You are nothing. It pointed to Glimmer in the cage. I wanted her. Harrison closed his eyes. How stupid. To believe himself the focus of a manhunt for an entire year, when his only remarkable quality manifested in his choice of a traveling companion. No,
not even his choice. Hers. He looked at the limp pixie, languishing in her prison. A complex conflict had been brewing between powers far beyond him. She was central to it. He was a bystander. It was a good lie. It almost worked. Harrison looked back at the wall. Those people were not bystanders, nor random victims. They were trophies. Something about them had driven this thing to defeat them, break them, and torture them obsessively. That same something resided in Harrison. 7 pairs of empty hooks remained. 1 for him, 4 more for his friends, both those on the Ptolemy and those back in New Chicago. He forced himself to set aside the image of skinless, pregnant Sarah hanging on the wall. That left 2 hooks. They would no doubt be filled in a matter of time. How could he be worth the effort that had been invested in capturing him? Or the additional effort now being put into the task of destroying his spirit? What could he do that could possibly pose a threat? When Scott had first taken him prisoner, he didn't even know of Harrison's ability. His men had put Harrison in a cell with an ordinary lock and left him unguarded. He essentially had the run of the castle, and they hadn't even known it until too late. They hadn't even known it. With genuine struggle, Harrison did not cry out. Ruopim, the embodiment of evil, with the power to resculpt the world in the space of hours, had not figured out Harrison could open a simple lock by touching it. Harrison was not nothing. He was an absolute, severe threat, the unknown, the unknowable. Somehow he lived in Ruopim's blind spot. Even with all its power, it could not perceive this one simple variation. What would it feel like for a being of that magnitude to look at a world and see 800,000 victims topped off by 12 complete mysteries? He, April, Claudia, even Sarah and Dallas possessed the random element that threw off its entire master plan. Ruopim feared them. He had given it too much credit. Though horrible, beyond human comprehension, it was not yet strong. Whatever fragment, whatever tiny piece of it inhabited Scott, was not free. It could not do whatever it wanted to do, yet. Harrison seized on that fact and on the courage it gave him. What must the torture victims hanging on the wall have been put through to determine the nature of their abilities? How had they finally identified his own ability? Based on their escape from Texas, perhaps simple deduction. Both Harrison and Claudia had used their powers then. Someone, some flawed human or creature, must have seen or recorded what had happened and explained it to Ruopim. If so, it would still not know what Sarah or Dallas could do. Or April. Which meant it had no idea what Harrison could do now. Harrison assumed a resigned expression. His left arm was a dangling, useless piece of meat now, but that hand still rested on the table. He held Bess up with his right arm to fend off the mad scientist about to kill his pixie, but he tried to make it appear half-hearted. While he did this, he focused on his left hand. He concentrated on the weapon in Scott's hands as a component of the larger structure around him, a piece of the machinery, and he pictured drawing energy from it. Then he pictured injecting energy into it, flooding it, but giving it a controlled flood with a specific destination. Ruopim started toward him, a concerned look on Scott's face. Harrison had been quiet for too long. He gave an extra push. The building shook. Scott's eyes widened. "Gotcha," Harrison whispered. The sound of a huge but distant explosion filled the room, and the building shook again, throwing Harrison to the floor. His shoulder got jostled, and he screamed. Bess fell from his hand, clattering against the stone. "What have you done?" Scott's voice shouted. Harrison scrabbled for the sword, trying to overcome the pain. Ruopim picked him up and threw him on the table. Shoulder bone fragments tore new holes inside him in quantity. It put Scott's hand to his throat. Any time it wanted to, Ruopim could snap his neck. Harrison didn't believe it would. "I overloaded your weapon factory," he gasped. "Dumped as much power as I could into the machines, and that unholy power source attached to them. With any luck, they're all broken by now." "How? How could you do that? You don't have that kind of power!" Harrison basked in the sound of its panic, possibly the last thing he would ever hear. "How?" it shouted. A sword point emerged from Scott's chest, shooting a quantity of blood onto Harrison. With the hand not holding Harrison's neck, Ruopim reached around and grabbed his attacker, Newman, who looked more frightened than anyone else in the room. Bess had turned him against his master. Ruopim beat Newman's head to pulp against the corner of the table. Not bothering to remove the blade, it turned its attention back to Harrison. "Your knife is calling me unkind names. I think I will enjoy filing it down to powder." He tightened Scott's grip on Harrison's throat. Harrison grabbed Scott's hand with his one good one. It felt cold and hard as iron. The blisters around the ring on his finger sent spikes of pain into his arm. He did not let go. "How?" asked Ruopim. "Did you do that?" Harrison coughed. Ruopim eased Scott's grip enough to let him answer. "I'll show you," he whispered. His hand tingled. In the last brief instant of consciousness available to him, Harrison dimly understood he lay on a table in a windowless room, somehow looking up at open sky. The sound of 1,000 cannons being fired inside his skull accompanied that image. Then he heard nothing at all. Chapter 35. Last Chance. Harrison once asked his 7th grade science teacher a question about why things explode. The dry answer stayed with him all his life, one of the clearest educational memories he had from that age. Usually, his teacher had explained, things explode because they don't have enough room to burn. He woke with these words rolling around in his head and in a great deal of pain. His throat hurt, his ears bled, his whole body ached. None of that compared to what his right hand felt like. Harrison had never seen a 3rd-degree burn before. He managed to stay in denial about the one on his finger for almost 30 seconds. Dead white flesh around the silver ring had partially melted, covering the edge of the metal. He resisted the terrifying urge to rip the ring off his finger, fearing what would come off with it. Above the deathly silent, sharply cold room, a wispy cloud drifted across an otherwise clear sky. He exhaled a silent breath and watched the water vapor crystallize. The air around him smelled like burnt bacon. He hoped with a strange detachment, not the smell of a burnt finger. He had lost his hearing. That much he knew. Death meant alive. Injured meant alive, too. If he smelled his wound, then at least his other senses worked. He forced himself to sit up. The shriveled, blackened, dried-out body of Scott sat on the table next to him. King Scott. Admiral Scott. Dead Scott. Bess still protruded from his chest, also black. Harrison drew his injured hand to his mouth and took a deep breath through his nose. Holding that breath, he searched his feelings for a sign that something had gone horribly, horribly wrong. He did not feel evil. It had been the most desperate gamble, using the ring to steal power from Scott, the power of Ruopim, the power of ultimate horror, malice, and suffering. Scott had not truly been that entity. He must have acquired whatever power he had. Whatever was given must be possible to take. It had worked, more or less.
The power did not have room in Harrison to burn, so it exploded. He had an oblique memory of what it had been like to be that powerful for a billionth of an instant. But that feeling passed. Ruopim's power, the power of pure evil, had not found purchase in Harrison's soul. The explosion had taken the top of the building with it. He sat on a table now on the roof of the remaining structure. What must it look like from below? How long would he have to wait until someone down there came up to tell him?
"Glimmer?"
he shouted. He could not hear his own voice, but the vibrations in his throat confirmed he spoke. That would take some getting used to.
"Glimmer!"
He looked around frantically, terrified he might have killed her in the blast. If he had come all that way, endured that much, only to kill her by accident, it would break him in a way that nothing else had managed to do. Harrison found her cage, toppled but intact. He hopped down off the table. It hurt his entire body to move. He yanked Bess out of Scott's corpse, now silent in his hand, and sheathed her. The ceiling and walls had all been sheared away, except for the part of the room that included Glimmer's cage. A roughly spherical, untouched zone around her extended for about 10 feet in every direction. 2 quarter circles of wall met at the corner by her cage. Only one of Ruopim's 5 victims still hung on the wall, unmoving. The rest were gone. The corpses of Hadley and Newman had vanished as well. Stone rubble, some of it in the shapes of various body parts, represented all that was left of Ruopim's silent hench-thing.
"Glimmer!"
That time he nearly heard his own voice, but as a phantom sound, agonizingly disappointing. She waved feebly, moving her mouth, but he had no idea what she said. Even her magic voice could not affect eardrums no longer there.
"I can't hear you."
He felt the words in his throat. They buzzed in his ears. This time not a phantom sound. A friend once told him what it sounded like when a ruptured eardrum healed. This felt like that description, but on an absurdly accelerated scale.
"I can't hear you,"
he repeated. He heard it that time, faintly, as if from far away through a filter. He cleared his throat.
"'Twas brillig, and the slithy toves did gyre and gimble in the wabe. All mimsy were the borogoves, and the mome raths outgrabe."
By the time he reached the end of the line, his ears buzzed like a kazoo. As he spoke to himself, the words, now distinct and identifiable, regrew his eardrums. Claudia's power. The power to be heard. It felt incredible, possibly a cure for all kinds of deafness. Regrettably, he would never find out.
"I can hear you now,"
he said. It buzzed, but only a little.
"What?"
the pixie asked.
"I said I can hear you now."
She stared at him with big, pixie eyes.
"That was you making fun of me, wasn't it?"
he said. She nodded. He laughed hard enough to make himself cough.
"Ow, ow, ow!"
He picked up the stand and set it back upright.
"We have to get you out of here. There's some kind of spell on the lock, isn't there?"
She nodded.
"Pain curse, I think."
"No shit,"
he said.
"What about the lock itself?"
She shrugged.
"Normal lock, I think."
He found no obvious signs of injury on her, but understood he would not know what to look for. She looked back at him with an expression he could not quite read.
"You came back for me,"
she said.
"Of course."
He studied the lock.
"So it's just pain? I should still be able to unlock it if I can bear it for a second or two, right?"
She said.
"Well?"
he asked when she did not elaborate.
It's really going to hurt."
Harrison laughed again, already in so much pain from having his finger burned, his shoulder shattered, and the power of an evil god wash through him and out of him. Whatever happened next would hardly count for much.
It'll only be for a second." He reached up and grabbed the lock. The agony seared him and shot through his entire body. He refused to let go. Over his own screams rose the sound of Glimmer pleading with him to stop. Finally, he dropped to the floor. Panting, he looked up. Glimmer's head poked through the open door. He looked at his right hand. His middle finger was gone. Well, not gone, exactly. Its modest remains lay on the floor next to the silver ring, scorched almost beyond identification. The gap in his hand had similarly cauterized. Ruefully, he picked up the ring and put it in his pocket. He stood. In her cage, Glimmer stood at eye level with him. She stared at him with wide, tiny eyes, glittery tears streaking down her face.
"You came back for me."
"You didn't think I would?"
"I knew you would."
She fanned her face with both hands.
"I just didn't expect it to feel like this. Let me see your hand."
He held his ruined hand up to the cage, trying not to look at it too closely himself. She leaned over and kissed it on the burn. For an instant, he felt that electric shock she always gave him, which hurt like hell. Then his hand went warm and numb.
"Thank you,"
he whispered.
"You're my hero,"
she said. He offered her his wounded hand again, and she climbed out of the cage onto it.
"It's not dead, is it?"
he asked. She shook her head.
"It can't die. It's not like that."
He nodded.
"Then it's only a matter of time before it shows up here again, takes our bomb, and destroys the world. We have to find it and set it off while it's still on the island."
"You lost Gizmo,"
she said. He nodded again.
"We may be able to set it off manually. We need to try at least. Can you track it down for me?"
She looked at him, puzzled.
"Sure. Won't April have to be the one who does it? She's not here, is she?"
"No," he said, "but the part of her we need is. That ring Titania gave me. It lets me steal power. That's how I stopped Scott's. I took Claudia's power and I took April's right before I left."
Her jaw dropped. A small flicker of purple appeared over her shoulders.
"Glimmer, are your wings growing back?"
"Of course they are," she said. "You came back for me."
Harrison closed his eyes. He had saved her. His courage had gotten her out of her cage, and his love for her had given her a means of escape from the island. He wiped away a tear. He could still save the world. His people would be safe.
"Listen," he said, "we won't have much time. You've got to help me find the bomb, and then you've got to get out of here as fast as you can. Tell the others what happened. Tell my kids. Tell Sarah I'm really sorry. I promised her I'd come back."
The tears flowed faster now than he could stop them.
"Tell Claudia how proud I am of her. Tell Alec. Hell, tell them all. We did it. They did it. They're heroes, every one of them."
He paused.
"And tell April I love her."
Tears streamed down Glimmer's face in such quantity she radiated sparkle. Her wings unfurled, gorgeous, larger, deeper purple than before and more ornate. Curly tails extended off their lower edges, and frills waved over her shoulders. She wrapped them around her naked body, the most beautiful thing Harrison had ever seen. She took to the air and hovered in front of his face. Then she kissed him. It felt not unlike the first time he had kissed April when she had been in the throes of her power. A warmth spread from the pixie's lips into his own, and it surged through his body. The aches faded. Even his pulped shoulder stopped hurting. His lingering fears and sadness subsided. She pulled away. He felt perfect.
"Glimmer," he said, "we have to go now."
She nodded and punched him in the face. The force of the blow threw him back, and he toppled over. He shook the surprise out of his face as a trail of purple sparks led out the door, shimmered, and then rained out to nothingness.
"What the hell?"
he said. Then everything went white. Chapter 36. Little Lights. Though it seemed to linger for a long time, the white flash lasted only a fraction of a second. During that instant, Harrison heard nothing, felt nothing, had no sense at all of what happened. Then he fell. It must have been 20 stories to the ground from where he had been in the giant griffin. His sense of motion was subtle. Not quite free fall, not quite weightlessness. The tiniest breeze blew beneath him, nothing to see but a cloud of dust in every direction. Glimmer had set off the bomb, though he did not comprehend how. Unlike everything else around him, the blast did not affect him. She must have done something to him in that last moment before she sped out of the room. Sped out of his life. Sped out of her life. To blow up the middle of the worm, she had released the energy in a single one of her fingers. Perhaps he now understood how much energy an entire pixie stored. Harrison touched down with the same approximate force as hopping out of bed. He couldn't see, he couldn't hear, but nothing remained now on the entire island anyway. He appeared to be safe, for whatever that was worth. He sat down on the ground, waiting for the dust to subside. Breathing posed no difficulty for the same reason he felt no heat and no concussion. He rode out his immunity patiently. He had no sense of how long he waited, the dust so thick as to render the sun invisible. Eventually, more from boredom than anything else, he fell asleep. He woke during the night, ill-equipped for the biting cold air. Whatever Glimmer had done to him had started to wear off. Some of his pain returned, and he did not look forward to feeling his left shoulder again. With luck, his protection would last at least until sunup, so he would not die of exposure. Beyond that, he had no plan. Night would come again. He had nowhere to go. The dust had dispersed. He sat on a flat stretch of ground with no apparent contours and no apparent objects. Nothing anywhere. Though too dark to see properly, he must have landed somewhere near the center of a crater, much like the one they had found in Manhattan. The land stretched out to an indeterminately distant horizon. No sight or sounds of the ocean reached him. He drew Bess from her scabbard. The first time he held her, she felt unnaturally warm. Now she felt cold to the touch. He had difficulty inspecting her in the darkness, but she had definitely taken some punishment when he stole Scott's power. She had been embedded in Scott at the time, and Scott had been burnt to a pungent crisp. Bess? He did not have to speak aloud to communicate with her, but did so anyway. It kept him focused. Bess said nothing. He swished her through the air a few times, and her blade sang against the breeze. It was a poor attempt to wake her up. He expected it to fail. It did. Clutching the little sword against his chest, he cried himself back to sleep. Morning came. Harrison woke with the dawn as the sun rose over a straight horizon. The crater resembled the one across the world, with one exception. From New York City, he could still make out some detail beyond the island of Manhattan, including tree-covered hills on Staten Island. Here he saw nothing. The lip of the crater rose above sea level, concealing even the ocean. The early winter air felt cool, but not as uncomfortable as he expected. The mild weather would not last. Eventually it would get colder, and then colder still, until he could no longer survive. It did not faze him. His death would have arrived from so many other causes by then. The cold would be a perfect finish. He went for a walk. For a while he could not tell whether he had moved from his original position. He scanned the smooth landscape in the hope it held at least one pixie-sized hiding place somewhere. It turned out to be featureless. Eventually he became convinced the horizon in front of him had grown marginally closer than the one behind him. He kept going, hoping to reach it before he collapsed from exhaustion. Or tedium. When the incline became noticeable, he sprinted. He reached the edge of the crater, out of breath but inexplicably satisfied. The Indian Ocean spread out before him, as featureless as the ground on the island. His visual search for sails proved a pointless exercise. Even if he saw a ship, no one on it would ever see him. He sat down again and drew best to examine her in the daylight. Except for a narrow stripe on one side of her blade, presumably from having been yanked out of Scott's torso, black soot covered her completely. The stripe showed silver under the blackening, and he tried to polish more of it off her, difficult work with only one hand and only his pants to work with.
"I'm sorry I dragged you into this,"
he said to her as he worked. A newly clean spot, about the size of a $50, shone in the rising sun. He polished more of her until he had half a blade of clean, naked metal on one side. Holding the surface out from himself, he looked at his reflection in it. A green aura surrounded his head in the image on the blade. Laying Bess on the ground, he reached into his pocket to find an object to hold up to the sword for comparison. He pulled out a small, stuffed chimp. After allowing himself a moment, a few tears, and a kiss on the top of the ape's head, he held it up to Bess to see its reflection. No aura. Alec had used this sword as a magic detector the first time Harrison met him. The green halo around his head now told him he possessed some magical signature, hopefully a good thing. He reached into his pocket again and pulled out the ring. It glowed against the blade like a green star. He held the blade out at arm's length and scanned the island with it. It felt like a clumsy process, at best, and not exactly intuitive as to what he should seek. Something, anything normally unseen. Maybe a hut, like they had found in New York. Maybe something he could use to survive. A pixie, perhaps? He shook that thought away. If he did not find some means of support, he would die here in no time at all. He had no way to call for help. He dismissed the irony of having gone in to save Glimmer, only to have killed her and himself. They had saved the world. He had done good, with no regrets. "Captain?" Harrison nearly dropped the sword. It had been so long since she had spoken, he assumed she would remain silent. "Bess? Did we prevail?"
"Yes, we won."
For a while she said nothing. He gently touched her blade. Finally she said, "Good." She paused again, too long for his comfort.
"Are you going to be all right?"
"I need rest," she said. He had not lost her, but he might yet, and he had no experience with how to care for a sick magic sword. He would have to sustain her, like everything else, on pure hope. Something distant and green flashed briefly off Bess's surface. He tried tilting her back and forth to find it again.
"What are you looking for?"
asked a voice behind him. He flinched, then found himself in the thick of a bizarre déjà vu moment. He turned around to look. A woman hovered at about eye level, a bit smaller than a pigeon, held aloft by a pair of translucent orange butterfly wings with yellow streaks. Her hair, a similar color, shimmered with an iridescent quality. She bobbed in the air before him, curious and naked. How to proceed? Answer the question, perhaps. Ask a few of his own. He finally shared an observation.
"You're a pixie."
She tilted her head, then tilted it in the other direction, apparently studying him.
"Good call. What were you looking for?"
Harrison rubbed his eyes.
"I was looking for anything. Anything at all that will help me get off this rock, or keep me alive on it."
"You're kind of in the wrong spot for that," she said. "You want to head closer inland, I think."
"I thought all the pixies were gone."
"Maybe we were."
She appeared genuinely confused.
"Do you have any idea where we are?"
"Indian Ocean," he said. "Somewhere southwest of Australia."
"Oh."
She frowned.
"How long have we been here?"
"I can't speak for you, but I've been here about a week. Were you here when there were hills and buildings and things?"
"Were they pretty noticeable?" she asked.
"Yeah," he said. "Yeah, they were all over the place."
She tapped her chin.
"Nope. It's been pretty much like this ever since I've been here."
Harrison smiled. This started to make sense. Sort of. Maybe.
"Well, then, I'd say you've been here since yesterday, at the earliest."
She shook her head.
"I don't remember. Isn't that the damnedest thing?"
The bomb had brought back a pixie. It should not have changed anything at all, but it did. Should he feel nervous about this development? Here inside the blast radius, things had certainly changed, so maybe the change included her. A harmless fluke. Either way, given his approaching doom, suspicion felt pointless. She offered pleasant company, and he liked pixies. Things were looking up.
"Yeah, go figure."
He looked back at the sword and caught 2 more green glints, but couldn't keep a bead on them.
"My name's Harrison."
He held out his injured hand for her to shake. It trembled slightly, but his other arm did not work, so this one would have to do. She took his index finger in her own hand. He waited for the shock, but got a fuzzy tingling instead. He frowned. It jarred him less, but it felt wrong.
"Sparky," she said. "Pleased to meet you, I'm sure."
Cutesy name. Pixie name.
"Is that what you're looking for?"
She pointed to the center of the island.
"What?"
He squinted, trying to see anything other than parched ground.
"There's a magic something down there," she said. "Can't you see it?"
He tilted the blade in the direction she pointed and tried to find its reflection. As he did, he kept looking back and forth between her and the sword. On his third glance at her hand, something took him back. Hard. He stammered, uncertain how to ask her about it, or what even to ask. He scrutinized her face but did not find what he sought. Not in her expression, not in her eyes, not in anything else about her. He looked back at her hand. She pointed with the middle finger of her right hand. She had to. Her index finger was missing. Harrison and Sparky reached the area she indicated in about an hour. He avoided the subject of her hand. Maybe it was a pixie thing. Maybe they sacrificed their index fingers as a standing emergency backup plan. She was not Glimmer.
"We're here,"
she said. They stood near a zone in the middle of the crater with a distorted look to it, like viewing it through a glass shower door. He walked into it without hesitation or fear. Inside he found a lawn, a garden, an omni tree, and a hut, all identical to the setup where he had first met April. Perhaps even the same plot, lifted from New York and shunted the whole way to this island.
"Wow,"
said Sparky behind him.
"Cool."
He made straight for the omni tree as his gut prodded him with painful jabs. "Scrambled eggs and bacon," he told a piece of fruit, then plucked it from the tree. He peeled it open with his teeth and found steaming, fluffy eggs with a hint of salt and fresh ground pepper and 3 strips of hickory bacon, thickly sliced and cooked to the perfect balance between chewy and crisp. He had to eat it one-handed, squeezing egg into his mouth and pulling at the bacon with his teeth. But it tasted wonderful. "I'm going inside," he said to Sparky, walking as he ate, eager to find a chair. He might never get off the island, but he could be comfortable here. Not his first choice, but it beat starving and freezing. Apparently, he even had a pixie friend here. Things were looking up indeed. Unfortunately, he was looking down. Engrossed in eating his breakfast, when he got to the door, he almost collided with the man standing in it. He swallowed. "Whoa! I'm sorry, I thought the house would be empty." The man stood a bit taller than Harrison. Maybe 40 years old. Maybe older. He wore a long robe in patchy brown and white, his hair a graying reddish blonde that fell thickly down to his shoulders. His long beard hung in a tidy braid, the hairs a mixture of blonde, gray, and pale red, with a faintly glittery effect. He stepped aside and gestured for Harrison to enter the house.
"Come in," he said, in a full and resonant voice.
Harrison stepped inside. A dog, a Newfoundland, sat by the door and gave Harrison an appraising look. His beautiful coat, black and shiny, possessed a mildly shimmery quality. The man entered behind Harrison and walked to a cupboard, the dog following one step behind, the picture of obedience. He took a plate and a fork and set them on a wooden table in the front room. Pulling a chair out, he gestured for Harrison to sit. Harrison did so, dumping the contents of his Omni onto the plate. Eating the eggs with a fork felt far more civilized than sucking them out of a fruit rind. The man pulled up a seat across the table from him. His dog curled up on the floor beside the table and put his head on his front paws. Harrison's host wore a robe made from fine leather, soft and thin. Rabbit skin, perhaps? An awful lot of rabbits.
"Have you ever had a dream," he said, "that was so absurd, so outlandish you couldn't possibly accept it as reality? Have you ever found yourself fully aware you are dreaming and that nothing that happens will have any lingering consequences?"
Harrison swallowed a bit of egg. "I don't usually remember my dreams, even the normal ones. I did have a lucid dream once when I was a teenager. It was very frightening."
The man nodded. "All my dreams are lucid. Most times I have complete creative control of the dream. I make it happen."
He leaned forward and put his robed sleeves, constructed of leather patches no more than 2 inches across, lots and lots of teeny-tiny rabbits, perhaps, on the table.
"Let me see your hand."
Harrison's heart picked up its pace. He glanced down at his choices, the numb hand or the burnt hand. He would not be able to get his left hand onto the table, but the alternative, showing this man the hand he had injured with a fairy gift, felt an unsafe notion. As he hesitated, the man held out his own right hand and tapped the palm. Harrison placed his fork on the table and held out his injured right hand. As he opened his fingers, they trembled, and the pain returned. The man reached for it gently. Harrison did not flinch. The man took Harrison's hand in his own, turning it over to inspect it. This action should have triggered agony, but his delicate touch produced nothing more than feather brushes on Harrison's skin. The man reached into a pocket and removed a rolled bandage. Without asking, he freed a length of it and wrapped Harrison's hand.
"I had a lucid dream last night," said the man as he worked. The moist, cool bandage soothed Harrison's scorched skin. His pain receded, and strength returned to his fingers. When he finished, the man handed Harrison a cloth about the size of a dish towel, patting his own shoulder. Harrison followed the mimed instruction, laying the towel on his ruined, bloody arm. It infused the wound site with the same comfort the bandage supplied to his hand. "My dream lasted for over a year. I had no control over where it went. It was a trap beyond despair."
Harrison came to attention on that remark. This person, like Sparky, must have been a side effect of the bomb. Someone who had been taken away last May, and through extraordinary luck had returned yesterday. However, He had spent the year aware and helpless in some dreadful limbo.
This morning, I woke up. I don't think you'll ever appreciate how glorious that felt.
His eyes bored into Harrison's.
You have my gratitude, young captain.
It is significant. Time stood still as Harrison absorbed the brief story, the form of address, and the gratitude.
I think I may also have your ring?
Oberon nodded. Harrison closed his eyes. He reached into his pocket, pulled out the silver ring, and set it on the table.
I would offer this to you.
Oberon indicated the ring.
As a reward.
But I would respectfully have to decline.
Harrison held up his bandaged hand, hoping he had not committed an offense. Whether he had or not, he could not keep this fairy gift. It had come with a price. His bungled theft of Claudia's power set in motion a chain of events that cost him his pixie. Given the same set of choices, he would make the same decisions in a heartbeat. But now he was finished.
Oberon smiled. That's right, you would. So I have a greater boon to offer. Are you finished with your breakfast?
Harrison looked down at his empty plate and nodded.
Come.
As Oberon stood, the dog beside him rose with a grace like synchronized ballet. Harrison got up and flexed both his hands. The feeling had started to come back into his left side, only some of that feeling pain. It felt dull where it had seared before, and he appreciated the difference. His shoulder would still need surgery, and it would likely never be quite the same, but he tugged at the faint hope that this cloth would bring about a miracle cure. He followed Oberon into a room that, in the New York hut, held the deathbed of an old man, Ruopim's puppet. This room also held a bed, its occupant neither old, nor dying, nor a man. As Harrison drew near the sleeping woman, he gasped. His sister lay before him, unmoving.
"Lisa,"
he whispered. She did not stir.
"Is she alive?"
She lives, and she sleeps.
He put his hand on Harrison's shoulder.
She's had a hard year and needs a great deal of rest. When she wakes, she will need you by her side.
Harrison reached down and took her hand, warm, soft, and magnificent. He wept.
You did this? You did this for me?"
He looked back at the Fairy King, who smiled and shook his head.
You did this,
he said. Harrison looked back down at his sister.
"I don't understand."
You altered the bomb,
said Oberon.
You gambled that you could bring back the people without changing the nature of the world. You used the tools you were given, and you altered the spell.
"I did?"
His eyes snapped wide open.
"I did! I remember now. I was in the cargo hold. I was thinking about how many people I was about to permanently snuff out with that bomb."
He looked at the king again.
"I was thinking about you. It inspired me to try."
Milady's prompting, I dare say.
Oberon smiled wistfully.
"The ring?"
asked Harrison, but he already understood. It had given him hints, suggestions, on levels he could not explain. Titania could not act directly, so she had trusted Harrison to read the signals and do the right thing. But fairy gifts come with strings, and this one came with strings of risk. Handing that ring to Harrison was like giving a lighter to a monkey. The number and scope of things that could have gone wrong, let alone the ones that actually had, chilled Harrison to the bone. That this was her plan spoke of her desperation, or of her respect for him. Oberon bowed slightly.
You proved most resourceful. It worked. The world is fixed now. It is as it has been for the last year,
Now and for all time. With one difference. The population is much, much greater.
Harrison sat on the floor beside his sister's bed, still holding her hand.
Did I really bring them all back?
No, said the king. Not all. Not even most. But many. A great many. Harrison hung his head. It was not perfect. Nothing ever was. But he got his sister back. Titania got her love back. It would do. It would do nicely.
My lord?
Sparky hovered in the doorway and bowed in mid-air. Lights moved behind her, and Harrison stood up to see them. Pixies filled the front room.
Did I do that too?
He asked. The king shook his head, without explanation. Harrison walked out to see them. Dozens sat on various surfaces, others flitted about at random, getting into things, playing tag. Each one was unique. They all had insect wings, but in a multitude of varied shapes, colors, and styles. Their diversity extended to a wide range of skin tones and various builds, both male and female. Harrison had no trouble telling them all apart. He did not see Glimmer among them.
My lord,
said Sparky again.
Yes, little light,
said the Fairy King. Harrison started. The Queen had used that form of address for Glimmer.
I'm so pleased to see you. We've been comparing notes.
She pointed back to the room full of pixies.
We feared the worst. The world has been scrambled, did you know?
He smiled.
Yes, dear.
What of the Queen?
Asked Sparky.
The Queen is well,
said the king. Harrison walked farther into the room. More points of light shone through the window, and he moved to it to look outside. The lights flitted everywhere, obviously more pixies, but too copious and most too distant to make out details in all of them.
How many pixies are out there?
He asked the one closest to him. A tiny, slender woman with olive skin, deep emerald dragonfly wings, and iridescent wavy locks of green. She shrugged.
A few million, not including me.
As she said this, she pointed to herself, and Harrison saw it again. She lacked her right index finger. They all did.
Captain,
said Oberon. Harrison looked up at the king.
I've dispatched a squadron of my pixies to your ship. They'll certainly want to return for you once they know you're alive.
Harrison nodded, numb with joy. Overwhelmed, he collapsed at the wooden table and closed his eyes. He took a deep breath and blew out an entire year's worth of superhuman stress.
It's Field Mouse, by the way.
Harrison opened his eyes. Oberon sat across from him.
I'm sorry,
said Harrison.
You were wondering about the leather earlier. It's Field Mouse. Natural causes. Every one of them.
Harrison shook his head in awe. Sparky flew over and landed on the table. She sat down and began biting a fingernail, her mannerisms partly familiar, but mostly brand new. Harrison studied her until she looked up at him. She turned her head to look behind her, making a comical show of trying to find whatever he stared at. Finally, she shrugged.
What?
You don't remember me,
he asked.
Do you?
She scratched her head.
Harrison, right? We met this morning? Craterlip. We shared a nice walk?
She went back to work on her nail. He hesitated, then worked up the gumption to ask her what he absolutely needed to know.
Sparky, are you Glimmer?
She looked at him as if the question confused her, then took her finger out of her mouth and scratched her head. When she answered, she did so with a frown and a tone that implied he should already know what she was going to say.
We're all Glimmer.
Epilogue. The Ptolemy dropped anchor a mile from shore.
It took 20 minutes for the small launch to reach the beach, and while Jake pulled it onto the sand, April jumped out and ran through the water. Harrison stood, first rolling onto his knees, then stepping up on one foot. The process was made trickier by the fact neither of his hands were in any shape to help. The pain in both his shoulders and the stump of his finger had subsided, but he still braced for a hug from the charging April. She rendered this caution moot by taking his face in both hands. The restorative properties of Oberon's bandages paled by comparison to her kiss. She pulled away, still holding his face, and met his eyes with a seriousness of purpose. "How badly are you hurt?"
"I lost a finger and got shot in the shoulder. Otherwise, I'm fine. I love you."
"I love you so much," she said. He carefully put his right arm around her waist and held her close.
"Are you ready to go home?"
"Soon," said April. "You have some phone messages to return first." From the vid screen in Harrison's cabin, Dorothy and Mitchell grinned at him.
"Hey, your kids behaving?"
"No," said Mitchell, laughing.
"That sounds about right," said Harrison. "Try not to break anything before I get home, okay?"
"And when would that be?" asked Dorothy.
"It all depends on the wind, believe it or not. Maybe a week or two."
"Well, good," she said.
"We miss you," said Mitchell. "I made you a card." Harrison laughed. "I can't wait to see it. I wish I could say I picked up souvenirs for you, but it's been a little crazy here."
Dorothy nodded to Mitchell, who sat up straight and waved.
"See you soon."
Smiling, he stood and walked out of the frame. Dorothy looked in his direction for several seconds.
"Something you need to tell me alone?" asked Harrison.
Still looking away, she held up a finger. After a couple more seconds, she turned to face the screen. "How much are you allowed to tell me?"
"I honestly have no idea," he said. "My boss just resigned and I haven't debriefed or whatever yet. We won. I can probably tell you that much."
"That much I already knew. Are you okay?"
"Nothing a little time and surgery won't fix. Lost some friends, though. You'll hear about that soon enough, I'm sure."
He hesitated.
"Dorothy, Glimmer is gone."
She nodded solemnly. "April told me. I'm so sorry."
"You met April?"
"Yes, she's nice. I approve."
Harrison laughed. "You'll get to meet my sister soon, too. She came back. Apparently lots of people did."
Dorothy looked away with an uncertain smile. "I'm aware." She looked back at the screen. "There's someone here who wants to meet you." She stood and walked out. A few seconds later, a woman took her seat. She bore a resemblance to Harrison's adopted daughter, with the same light strawberry blonde hair, minus the oversized glasses, plus a few lines around her face, and a few pounds.
Harrison's jaw dropped. "Oh, my God! Are you—"
"Dorothy's mother," said the new arrival, nodding and smiling. She wiped away a tear. "Teresa O'Neill. She loves you so much." "Mom?" came Dorothy's voice from off-screen. Teresa laughed, wiping her eyes with more vigor. A hand appeared from the side of the screen holding a box of tissues. Teresa took several and dabbed her face. Dorothy sat back down next to her.
"Does this mean our little family is retired?"
asked Harrison. "Certainly not," said Dorothy. "It's just going to be a lot more interesting. Mitchell's father is back, too. They took him to the hospital, but you should meet him soon."
Harrison's eyes went wide. "Mitchell's father? Is he okay?"
"Probably just exhaustion," said Dorothy. "We had thousands of new arrivals 2 days ago, and most of them were unconscious."
"Are you all right?"
Harrison asked Teresa. She nodded and blew her nose. "I think so. I understand most of what I've been told. Right now, I want to find out if my other children are out there somewhere. But I wanted to talk to you right away. I can't thank you enough for what you did for my little girl. She squeaked on the last word and burst into sobs. Dorothy put her arms around her and rocked her.
I should probably let the two of you catch up,
said Harrison. Teresa nodded, still crying into Dorothy's shoulder. We'll see you soon, said Dorothy.
Count on it. Take care.
Harrison tapped an icon in the corner of the screen, and it went dark. That went well, said April from across the room. She sat on her bed, out of the line of sight from the monitor.
You knew?
I did, she said, but it wasn't my surprise to tell.
Well, I have 28 more of these calls to make. Hopefully they all go as well.
He sighed.
I have a feeling my family is about to get a lot more complicated.
April stood and walked to the desk where he sat. Crouching down next to him, she kissed him gently on the cheek. I like complicated families, she whispered in his ear.
Harrison smiled. Then I guess I should take you home to meet my kids.
This concludes Static Mayhem by Edward Aubrey, narrated by C.S.E. Cooney.